our channel. So from today we are going to discuss about the sessions on JavaScript, right? So in today's session we'll go with a simple introduction. So what actually we can do using the JavaScript. Okay, so first one, JavaScript is a scripting language which can be used in both the client side as well as the server side. Okay, client side scripting as well as server side scripting. And this scripting language, this JavaScript is used to design the dynamic web pages. So till now we have learned about the HTML, so which can develop the static web pages. But here, by using the JavaScript, we can design the dynamic web pages. So, designing dynamic web pages. And mainly this JavaScript is used for client-side validation. So, before applying to the server, before sending to the server, the client side itself we can validate the user. Okay, so for that client side validations we can use this JavaScript, right? And also by using the JavaScript we can change the content. We can change the HTML content. Similarly, we can change the attributes. You can change the attributes of HTML tags. Similarly, we can change the CSS. So already CSS also have been covered. So change the CSS. And also we can hide and display the content. Hide and display the content. Okay, so all these things can be done by using the JavaScript. Okay, we can change the HTML content. Similarly, attributes of HTML tags, we have seen different attributes, right? For every tag we are having a different attributes. For example, go with some image. Okay, image tag. So in the image tag we have seen different attributes, like src is the first attribute, source. Okay, and then width, height. Okay, all these are the attributes. So by using the JavaScript we can change these attributes of HTML, right? And similarly for this CSS, so we are having a different CSS, right? So for front, the background and all these things there is CSS. We can also change that particular CSS, right? So for all these things we can have the content. I mean, we can retrieve the tag with the help of ID. So for that we are having some function called get element by ID. So in the parenthesis we have to give the ID, so that from here whatever the ID we are giving here, that ID corresponding element will be returned. Okay, that particular tag will be returned. And in order to change the HTML content, we are having a property called inner.html. Okay, so with the help of inner.html we can change the output, right? So this is simply, we can say it's an output, right? Output statement. So apart from this we are having a lot of outputs. We can have alert boxes and all these things, but this is one output among all those things. So we can change the HTML content with the help of this inner.html. So we can retrieve the tag. We can retrieve the tag to which the JavaScript should be applied with the help of getElementById function. GetElementById function. Okay. So here you can observe EBI should be capital. That means the first letter from the second word should be capital letters. Okay. The naming conventions. Because it is a function. This is a function. So naming convention of a function must be except the first word, from the second word, every first character should be capital. Okay, every first except the first word, every first character of the second word from the second word should be a capital. That's a naming convention to be followed, right? So this is a function we are having to get the element. That means here the element is nothing but a tag. Okay, for every tag we have to give the ID, and from this function we can identify the element and we can change the HTML content or the attribute or the CSS, whatever it may be. Everything will be happens with the help of ID itself, right? So I will explain all these things by executing a small code. Okay, I will write some small code, HTML code, and we'll explain so how the content has been changed and how the attributes of HTML tags has been changed and how the CSS will be changing and how we can hide and display the content, right? So mainly the JavaScript is used for designing the dynamic web pages and also for the client side validations and for all the manipulations can be done on the HTML content, right? So let us move on to the computer and I will show you all these things, how the JavaScript will be changing the HTML content and all these things, right? Let's move on to the system. Hello friends, so just now we have seen by using the JavaScript we can change the HTML content or we can change the HTML style properties, as well as we can change the attributes of HTML tags, as well as we can display the content or we can hide the content. So all these things we will see by writing a small code. So first let us start with the HTML tag and then go with the body tag and write down some. I will just write down the thing. First one, change the HTML content. So first we will see the how the JavaScript is used to change the HTML content. Now let us write some HTML code. I mean some text. Okay, hello guest. See, I'm writing something. Yeah. Now let us take this ID because we had a method called get element ID. So with that help of that particular function, we are getting the ID of the particular element. So I will give some ID. H2 ID is equal to yeah some H content. Okay, ID is equal to some H content, and now I have to get the ID and we have to change it. So we'll create some button type is equal to button, and on click. So after clicking on the button, what should be done? Document dot get element ID get element by ID and give the ID here H content dot. How to change the HTML content? So use the attribute inner HTML. Okay, change the content inner HTML. So by using that inner HTML we can change the content, right? And what we have to change? So I just want to change it as hello Sundeep. Yeah, so I'm giving some name to the button. Okay, I'm giving some name to the button. Now I will create one more button here, and I will change some Saradhi. Here also I will go with the same thing. So two buttons, I am just creating two buttons, and with the names of Sandeep and Saradhi. Whenever I am clicking on the Sandeep, the text will be changed. Okay, I will show you. So just close the body tag and close the HTML, right? So this is what we have done. So just save that one. So in the JavaScript, inside the JavaScript, we'll go with demo.html. Okay, see, I'll go with the this one. Yeah, see, here there is a demo.html. Okay, now execute this one. So by double clicking on the web thing, we will get, see, you can get here, change the HTML content. That's a normal thing. So hello guest, welcome to JavaScript. So whenever you have created two buttons with one Sandeep and Saradhi, whenever you click on it Sandeep, so what happens here? On click, there is a method called on click. What will happen? That get element by ID h content. So that means it will search for the element for which we are giving some h content. So this is the h content. Dot inner HTML. Inner HTML means to change the HTML content, we'll use this inner HTML. So at the place of h2, because h2 is having the id h content, at the place of h2, we are just changing the text from hello guest to hello Sunday. Whenever you click on this button Sunday, right? So I will show you here. See, so two buttons have been created. If you click on Sandeep, you can observe the text has been changed. If you click on Saradhi, the text has been changed. So this is how we can change the HTML content by using the JavaScript. That means this on-click method and get element ID and all these things belongs to the JavaScript, right? Okay. Then this is one thing. Okay, this is one thing. And next one is we can change the attributes. We can change the attributes of HTML content. So for example, if you consider some image, we are having a lot of attributes like source or height or width, whatever it may be, right? So after here also we can change that particular attribute with the help of this JavaScript. So we'll see that one. Okay, now we'll see that one. And the next category, next one is h1. So change in attributes, change in attributes. Okay, so let us check. So we'll create one image, we'll display one image. Okay, so I will go with the image src, oh, sorry, id. First we have to give the id because we are using some get element by id. So with the help of that itself, we are just applying the changes. So id is equal to image src is equal to, so I have downloaded three images, some blue, green and red. So we'll go with that one. So I think go with the red dot png, red dot png. Width is equal to some 100, height is equal to some 100. Okay, yeah, just I have given like this. Now use the same thing. I will go with the same thing, same code, but I will change a small changes. I will do the small changes. So button type 1 element by id. So change the element id by image, because for the image we are giving some image, and here we are not changing the HTML content, we are just changing the attribute. So we have to give the attribute. So src is equal to, so just go with the path where which image we have to go. So green dot jpg, and similarly green, and here also we have to go with the same thing. So remove the src, remove the inner HTML, give the attribute which you want to change, and instead of giving then this one, go with the blue dot jpg and give the name for the button. Yeah. Now let us check. Implement this one, refresh. So I think the extension is not correct. Let us check. Yeah, red.jpg, and I remember one color is of png. Yeah, green is of png, right? Let us check. So green dot png and red dot jpg, and also we'll use some the third button. Okay, third button. So third button is of also, yeah, here also we have not changed the content, right? So image, and here also we have to go with the image and red.jpg, red. Okay, and use some break line so it will be, yeah. See, you can use the second category, that means changing the attributes by using the JavaScript. So here you can observe we have given some image, we have displayed some image, and we have created some three buttons with the different colors. And if you change this one, if you click on this one, by on click, it will get the ID of this image tag. So here we have given some image tag, and dot src, that means the source will be changed to green whenever you click on the green button. Source will be changed to blue.jpg whenever you click on this blue button. Okay, see, let us check. So I'm clicking on the green button, you can observe the green color appeared. If you click on the blue button, blue appears. Okay, sorry. I think so it is also of png. Okay, so the extension, it's a problem with the extension, but it doesn't, I mean, there is no problem with the code. Okay, yeah, so see, you can observe blue, red, green. So like that we can change the source of the attribute. Okay, we can also change the attributes of the HTML. See, source, oh sorry, so we'll go with the third one, that is we can also change the CSS properties. We can also change the CSS properties. See, change in CSS, right? So we'll first we'll decide one property. Okay, one CSS. Okay, for that we have go to with head, and then in the head, so we'll go with the style property. We'll decide some style initially, so give the ID. So in order to access the ID, we have to prefix with the hash symbol. Okay, text, color, brown, close the style, head. Okay, now we'll create one text. Okay, we can create one text. H2, see, ID is equal to some text, because here ID we have given some text, and write some text. So I'm closing the H2, and again use the same thing. So we'll change the color, but here instead of image we have to give the id some text. Here also we have to give the id some text, and here it's not a source, it's a style property. So style dot font is equal to give the color. Okay, give the color. Similarly, here also go with the style dot font is equal to blue color. Okay, one is a green, another one is a blue. Now we are changing the style property, style css style. Okay, so let us check. See, initially it was a brown color. Okay, initially it was brown color because here we have given some brown, right? And we have created two buttons, green and blue. If you click on this green button, okay, it have to change the this one, right? So sorry, it's not a font, it's a color. We are changing the color, right? We are changing the color, not a font. Yeah, you can observe. If you click on this green button, the text color has been changed. If you click on this blue button, the text has been changed, right? So like this we can change the property of css. Okay, we can change not only the color, whatever the property we are supposed to change, we have to give that in the place of here. Okay, style dot color, style dot font, style dot font family. So like this we can give, and we can change the css styles, right? And one more thing, the next one, we can also hide the elements, and we can also display the elements. So we'll see that one. Okay, so h1 hide and display content. Okay, hide and display the content. Sorry, h1, right? Now we'll go with the some small text. Okay, we'll take small text. So this will demonstrate hiding and displaying content. Okay, so here we have to give id. Okay, I have forget it, right? Id is equal to h hide display. Okay, let us take this one. Yeah, now again I will change. I will use this one, the same thing. So here element id is hide display, and here also I will change it first because I will forget. Okay, hide display, and then instead of color we have to go with the display style dot display, and here also it is a style dot display. It's a small attribute. Okay, style dot display is one attribute. So if you give here none, automatically it will be hiding. Okay, hide, and here display, and here if you use a block, okay, then it implies, so that there is a value for the attribute called display. Okay, style dot display is equal to none means the content will be hidden. Okay, and the style dot display is equal to block means the display will be I mean the content will be displayed in block. I will show you. So you can observe here. So we have created two buttons, hide and display. If you click on this hide, you can observe the content has been hidden. Okay, you can't visible this content. If you click on this display, the content is appeared, right? Okay, so this is the things we can easily do with the help of a JavaScript, right? The main things, we can change the HTML contents and attributes and CSS whatnot. So, and also we can create the dynamic web pages using the JavaScript, right? So here just we are using some on-click attribute, as well as in that on-click attribute we are just retrieving the ID, and again we are changing the either property or a content or any CSS, right? This is a simple thing. So hope you understood all these things. So this JavaScript can be written in head tag or a body tag or in external file. In external file with an extension .js, with an extension .js. And if you are writing this JavaScript in an external file, this should be linked to our HTML content. So for example, you can write here HTML, and then you can write the head tag and all the scripting. So whatever the scripting we are writing, everything should be written in between the tags called script. Okay, so in between these tags we have to write the JavaScript which we want to return. Okay, JavaScript should be written here, and this block, that means this scripting block should be included either in head tag. So in the head tag, see body, and close the body, close the HTML. So this is the thing we can write. That means we are including this script block in head tag. So similarly, whatever the thing we are writing, that can also be written in body tag. That means, see, instead of writing here, directly we can go with the body, and inside the body we can write the script, right? So close the head and go with the body, and we need not write here. So this is also can be written. And coming to the external file, so this is a body tag. And coming to the external file, take one notepad and give all the scripting. So whatever the scripting we are writing, everything write in a separate new file, and save this one with .js. Let it be some abc.js. Let abc.js, and I have to include or have to link the external JavaScript file into our HTML content, and this should be done here itself. So script, and there is an attribute called source. Script src is equal to, give the location where this JavaScript file exactly located, right? So abc.js, close this one. Simply close the JavaScript. Automatically, whenever the script is implemented, whatever the scripting is done in this abc.js, that will be implemented here. That will be executed. Okay, directly it will be redirected to the external file. Whenever the scripting is executed, this abc.js will be redirected. Okay, so this is how we can link the external JS into our HTML content. So no problem, I will execute a small HTML code demonstrating writing this script block inside the head tag, inside the body tag, and also I will explain. So writing the external file and linking this external file into our HTML content, right? So let us move on to the system. I will demonstrate there. Hello friends. So just now we have seen where we have to write this scripting. So all this scripting can be written in either head tag or a body tag, or also we can write this scripting in an external JavaScript, and we can link this file to the HTML content. And we'll see all these things by implementing a small code. So first let us write the HTML code, and in the HTML code first I will write the body, and then we'll go with the scripting. So h1 id is equal to, so I'll give some id, some display,
Okay, and I will write some text demonstration of JavaScript. Okay, and I have written some h1, and now we'll write some button, because after triggering that one we have to change the content of HTML. So button type is equal to button and on click. So after clicking on this one, what should be triggered? So I will write some display function here. Okay, I will write some display function here. So give the text and close the button, right? Next, close the body and close the HTML. And now we have to write the script, because after clicking on the button, what should be triggered, and that should be written in the script, right? So first I will write the script in head tag. So, and all the script should be written in script tag. Okay, so I will write some function. So function followed by the function name. So we have given some display as a function name, and I will write here. So what should be done after clicking on that particular button? So document dot get element by id, give the id name. Okay, dot, I'm just changing the content, so we go with the attribute called inner HTML is equal to script included in head tag. Okay, so I have written a small thing. Okay, and close the script and close the head tag. Save this one. So I will save with the script.html. So in the folder JavaScript. Now open the JavaScript folder, and here you can observe the script.html. Double click on that, so it will be executed, and you can observe the demonstration of JavaScript. It's a normal text, and there is a button, and we have given the label for this button as a click me, and after clicking on this button, this display function will be triggered, and this display function has been written in script, which is included in head tag. See, sorry, somewhere we have written so it was not thing coming, so we'll see one, we'll check once. So display function on click, so here you can observe there is a spelling mistake. Okay, yeah, now you can observe if you click me, then automatically that HTML content has been changed. So here whatever the content we are writing, whatever the scripting function we are writing, that we have included in head tag. And also not only the head tag, we can also include the same thing. Okay, we can also include in the same thing in the body tag. Okay, just remove, I'm just removing the script in head tag. You can observe here I'm just including it in body tag. Okay, anywhere we can insert, right? Now I'm saving this one, and still I'm executing. Okay, here we'll change in body tag. Okay, now execute this one. You can observe script included in body tag. Okay, so we can write the script, we can write the JavaScript either in head tag or in body tag. So immediately whenever it was triggered, automatically the script will be executed. And also not only like this, we can also include this script, we can also include this script, right, in a new file. Okay, in a new file. See, I will include this function, only function. Okay, and save this one using .js. All JavaScript files should be saved in .js. So I will write here external.js, external.js. Okay, so I'm saving this one, and also open. So you can observe here. So external, it's a JavaScript file. Okay, and script, here you have to give the link. Here you have to give the link in the script. Script src, source is equal to, source attribute is used to give the link, source is equal to external.js. Okay, and you need not write anything else here. So all the JavaScript can be written in external file, and that can be included here. All right. Now you can observe here. I am executing the same thing. So I am executing the same thing. So I will change the content. Okay. So instead of writing some scripting included in body tag, script included in external file, so that you can understand. Okay, you can understand the difference. So I have included. Now we can observe here. So just click on me, script included in external file. So here you can observe, if you go with the code in this one, we are not writing any type of code, JavaScript code in this source. Okay, any type of code in this source, but we are just writing into an external file, and we are just linking that external file to our HTML content. So obviously, whenever it executes the display function, it will go for the external this one, and then it will execute. Okay, right. So hope you understood this one, where we can insert this scripting. So the scripting can be written in either head or body or an external.
Output in JS. JS is nothing but a JavaScript, right? So output. The first one is inner HTML. So inner HTML is used to write the content on the HTML based upon the ID. So based on ID, the text or the content will be displayed on web page. So whatever the ID, so this ID is returned by using get element by ID, followed by, here we have to give the ID, right? So this already we have seen in the beginning session, right? So based upon the ID, first we have to retrieve the element for this particular ID, and we can write the content in that particular ID. Okay, so for that purpose we will go with this inner HTML. Okay, so don't worry, I will execute a small code demonstrating all these things. And the second one is a document.write. Document.write function. So here we can give the text, whatever the text we are writing here, that will be printed on the web page directly. So that means we need not go with the ID. Okay, so ID is not required. ID is not required, and directly the content will be displayed on the web page directly. So whatever the thing we are writing in between the double quotes, that content will be displayed directly on the web page. That is a document.write. And the next one is window.alert. And again we can write some text here, right? So window.alert means some alert box will be displayed, and the content will be displayed on the alert box. Okay, the content will be displayed on the alert box. So alert box will be appeared with a given text. Okay, alert box will be appeared with the given text. So whatever the text we are writing, that will be displayed on the alert box. Okay, so I will show you the execution, so then you will be understanding perfectly. And the next one is console.log, and here also we can write the text. So this will be displayed for the debugging purpose. So directly it will not be displayed on the screen, and in order to display the text, we have to press F12 in the keyboard, press F12 in the keyboard, and go to the console field. So at the top you can find the console, there you can find the output, there you can find the output. So this is purpose of debugging. So in order for the debugging purpose, we can write this function console.log of text. So basically we'll go with these three concepts. So in the further sessions we'll see, so in order to display the output, we'll see one among these three. So if you want to print the data based upon the ID, so we'll go with the inner HTML. If you want to directly print the output on the web page, we'll go with the document.write. And if you want to give the alert, some alert, so then we'll go with the window.alert. So these are all the different outputs, and one more function is there that is called a print function. Print function. Sorry. There is a direct function, that is a print function, which will give a print option to our web page. I mean the content on the web page that will be directly redirected towards the printer. Okay, if there is no printer, automatically it will be redirected to save as a PDF. So this is a function we can implement to directly print the content of the web page. Okay, I will show all these things. I will show you by executing a small HTML code. Right? So direct print function will give the print option. It will available to print option the complete content of the web page. Right? So let us move on to the computer and we will see the demonstration of each and every output statement or a function. Right? Inner HTML, document.write, window.alert, console.log, as well as the print function. Right? So let us move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the different ways to print the output in JavaScript. So now we'll see the demonstration of all those things. So coming to the first one, that is the inner HTML. So in the previous sessions we have already seen about this inner HTML. So based upon the ID of the element or a tag, we are just changing the content in the HTML. So we'll go with the HTML page and now go with the body, and here write down h1 is equal to h1 id is equal to give some abc id abc. Okay, I'm just giving h1, it's an empty, right? Now I will create some button, type is equal to button, and here on click. After clicking this button, what should be done? So document dot get element by id of, give that id here. So dot inner HTML is equal to, so give the content. Okay, demonstration of inner HTML, right? So write down click me button. Right, now close the body tag, close the HTML, save this file. I will save it as output.html. so let us open that file. So here it is, the desktop, which is JavaScript. We are having some output.html. So double click that one so that the HTML code will be executed. See, you can observe here, click me. By clicking this one, we'll have to get this output, right? So yeah, just a second. You can observe here. So demonstration of inner HTML. So make sure about these quotations. If you use double quotations, inside we have to use a single quotation. So here outside I have given some single quotation. So here we are using some double quotation, right? So this is a inner HTML. So inner HTML is also used to display the content on the web page, but based upon the ID. So here compulsory we have to give the ID itself, right? And one more thing, the second one, let us give the break row. Second one, that is by using the document.write. So script, so document.write function. Inside the write function we can pass anything. So welcome to, or simply use this one, demonstration of write function. Okay, so this we have done, and close the script. As we have discussed in the previous session, script can be written in both the head or body, right? If you execute this one, you can observe here, right? So if you execute this one, see, first a click me is there, and demonstration of write function, demonstration of write function, this was written in document.write, document.write, that is written in script. This is one way. Okay, this is one way. And also we can give the output by using the alert messages. So we can get the alert box, the prompt box. So by using that, with the help of window.alert, we can display the message on the web page. So let us check. Window.alert, welcome to JavaScript. Right now you can observe here, if you execute this one, directly we'll get this page, alert box. Okay, you can observe here, alert box, welcome to JavaScript. If you press OK, then the remaining code will be executed. So alert box will be getting, right? Or else you can simply use the same thing. Okay, we can also combine, we can create one button, and after clicking on that we can execute this window.alert option. We can write this in some function, and we can write. Okay, so these are the different ways we can display the function. So one is by using the inner HTML, otherwise the second one is a write, document.write, and the third one is window.alert. And there is one more thing, that is a console.log. So by using the console.log, we can also display the output. So this will be used for debugging purpose. This is used for debugging purpose. So if you execute this code, you cannot observe the difference. But in order to see this console.log, we have to press F12. Okay, F12. If you press F12, the debugging control will be there. So here you can observe the output, debugging purpose. Here you can observe the output in the console. Okay, in the console field, we will get the output here. Right. So these are the different ways how we can display the output in JavaScript. And also, if you want to print the complete page, simply there is a function called print function. There is a function called a print function. See, I will show you. So here, instead of using all these content, go with the print function. Print function. So that this will print the complete content of the page. See, if you print this one, the complete content of the page will be printed. So this is how we can use the print also. Okay, we can also print. So it directly redirects to the printer. So it will print the complete content of the page. So here I am not having any printer, so it is asking about save as PDF, right? Right. So these are the ways we can give the output in the JavaScript. One is the inner HTML, that is based upon the ID. Second one is a write, document.write. Third one is a alert, it will give the alert box. Next one, console.log, that is for debugging purpose. So for executing this one, we have to press the F12 in our keyboard, so that in the console in the console field we'll get the output. And then there is a function called a print function, which will print the complete content of the web page, right?
So the name itself indicates it identifies the memory location, right? So whatever the thing we are giving some names to the memory location, those we'll call it as an identifier. So best example for the identifiers are variables. Okay, so whatever the variables we are declaring in the program, those are called as identifiers, right? So variables are called identifiers. Similarly, function names. So if you are using some functions, the function names can be declared as an identifier. Similarly, constants can be treated as an identifier, and all these things will be treated as an identifier, right? So whatever the thing we are giving some name, so those memory locations, those names will be identified as an identifier. Now, what are the rules to be followed? The first rule, identifier name should be started with a letter or underscore or $sign. So the variable can be started with either letter, underscore or a $sign. And identifier name should have so this identifier name should not have any other special symbols other than, and here also numbers, we can also have the numbers, okay, other than underscore and a $sign. So except the underscore and $sign, we should not use any other special symbol, including the spaces. And the next one is identifier name should not match with keywords. So keywords are nothing but a reserved words. So these identifier names should not match with those keywords. So we have to know what are the keywords. So I will tell you the keywords in the next session, no problem. And the next one is identifier names are case sensitive. Case sensitive means there is a lot of difference between the lowercase characters and the uppercase characters. So for example, if you are writing some name, so name is different, name is different, name is different. So all these three are different variables, three different variables. So even though we are giving the same thing, same variable, see, this is a name, this is name, this is name, but the difference is between the lower characters and the upper characters. Here all are the lower characters, and here the first character is the uppercase and the remaining characters are the lowercase, and here all are the uppercase characters. So there is a lot of difference between the lowercase characters and the uppercase characters. So that's why these identifier names are case sensitive. Case sensitive. So small examples. So if you take first number, so this is an invalid. This is an invalid because here we have given hyphen, not an underscore, hyphen. So this will be treated as subtraction operator. It will be treated as subtraction, so it doesn't apply. So this is an invalid identifier name. So the valid identifier name is first underscore number. First underscore number. This is a valid identifier. This is a valid identifier. Okay. And break is an invalid. this is an invalid. Okay, so why this is an invalid? Because break is a keyword. Break is a keyword. So we should not use this keyword as a identifier. So break is a keyword. So I will show you the keywords, no problem. And the next one, some name 1, 2, 3. So this is a valid because our identifier can be alphabets, letters. Letters means alphabets. Okay, underscore, dollar symbol, or numbers. So we are having like this. And similarly, dollar $ABC, dollar $ABC. So this is an invalid because our identifier name should start with either underscore or alphabets. So I think we have written some wrong. Name started with letter, okay, and underscore. Okay, letter and underscore. Identifier name should start with either letter or underscore. Okay, but not with number or any other symbol. Okay, for example, 1, 2, 3 ABC. This is also invalid. This is also invalid. So our variable name should not start with the numericals. It should start with either underscore or the letter. So underscore ABC. So this is a valid. This is a valid because our identifier name starts with the underscore. So these are the few cases, just giving an example for valid identifiers and the invalid identifiers. So hope you got it. So we have to take care about all these rules while giving a name to the identifiers. Particularly we are going to use the variables. So if you are giving a name to the variable, you have to just keep in mind about these rules. So we have to follow these rules, and by applying these rules, we have to give the name to the variables, or if you are creating any function names, so for that also we have to go with the same rules. Right? So hope you understood. So we all know that the variable is a memory location which holds the data. Okay, so we are supposed to store some data into that particular variable. So for that variable we are giving some names. Okay, so how to declare the variables in JavaScript? So in the previous sessions we have seen where to write the JavaScript. So the script tag can be written either in head tag or a body tag. Okay, so now how to declare the variables? So here we are having a keyword called var. var followed by the variable names. Followed by the variable names. So we can declare a lot of variables by using this var keyword. Okay. So either it can be a string, it can be an integer, whatever it may be. Irrespective of data type, we have to declare the variables by using the var. Okay. And initialization. So this is the declaration, right? So this is the declaration. Now, so example for this declaration. So var some a comma b comma c, and here each and every line should end with the semicolon, similar to our C language. Right? Now, so initialization. Initialization. So initialization means assigning some value to that particular variable. So we have to give some value to that variable. Either it can be an integer or a string or any other data type. Right? So this can be happen with the help of assignment operator. Assignment operator. So what is this assignment operator? So assignment operator is nothing but is equal to, a single is equal to, right? So the variable name is equal to value. Variable name is equal to value. So whatever the expression we are using, we have to use this assignment operator. So on the right hand side of this assignment operator is the value, and the left hand side of this assignment operator will be the memory location. That is a variable name. So if you are using some expression, the left hand side will be the memory location and the right hand side will be the expression to be evaluated. right? And that expression will be evaluated, and the complete result will be stored on the variable which is given given at the left hand side of the assignment operator, right? So this is how we will assign the value to the variable. For example, here we have declared three variables a, b and c. Now we can give some a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, c is equal to 30. So 10 will be stored into a, 20 will be stored into b, 30 will be stored into c, and give the result is equal to a plus b plus c. So the complete addition. So on the right hand side of this assignment operator, the evaluation will be done, and the result will be stored into the right hand side, the left hand side variable name. That is a memory location. This is a memory location where we have to store the data, right? So this is how we can declare a variable and initialize a variable, right? So only one keyword, that is where keyword. Where keyword is used to declare the variables, right? So I will give you a small example. Let us see some addition of three numbers. So I will explain. I will write the code for addition of the three numbers by initializing some, by declaring some three variables and initializing some three values. And we have already seen the different types of outputs possibilities, right? So how many ways we can write the output on the screen. So by using one among those output functions, we will see how to print the result on the web page. And I will give the link of the output possibilities in the description section, so that you just follow that link and you just know about this output functions like document.write, window.alert, console.log, or inner HTML. So there are a number of ways we have seen, right? So let us move on to the system. So I will demonstrate this declaration and initialization, and also once again we will see the output possibilities in addition of three numbers. So let us move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen how to declare the variable and how to initialize a value to the variables. Now let us write a small HTML code. So in that we'll write some scripting, and in that we'll declare some variables and we'll initialize, and we'll see the demonstration of this thing. So first let us start with the HTML content. So HTML tag. So inside the HTML tag we can write the script. So whatever the JavaScript, that should be written in script tag, and that script tag can be included either in head tag or body tag. Now we'll go with the head tag. Okay, head, inside the head we'll write the script, and here we'll write some variables. So each and every variable should be declared with the keyword var followed by a comma b comma c. So these are the variables. Okay, and keep the semicolon. So here each and every statement should end with a semicolon, and I will initialize some values. A is equal to some 10 and semicolon, b is equal to 20 semicolon, and c is equal to 30, right? So three variables, and now write the expression some result is equal to a plus b plus c. Now I just want to display on the screen. So document dot write sum of three numbers is comma result. Okay, and close the script and close the head, open the body, and you can write the body. So whatever the thing you need you can write. So I will write in h1. So demonstration of variable declaration and initialization, and close the head tag and close the body tag and close the HTML tag, right? So this is a small thing in order to find the addition of three numbers. So add.html. So this is a basic thing. I'm just demonstrating how the variables can be declared and initialized. Okay. So in the further sessions we will see how to get the values from the existing content, existing elements. So for example, take some forms. So in the form, you just enter the number, so that that number will be initialized to some variable, and that will be evaluated in the expression, right? So all these things will go in the further sessions. So in this session, I'm just concentrating on how the variables will be declared and how values will be initialized. So variables will be declared by using the var keyword, and initialized by using the assignment operator double is equal to. So I will save this one, and let us execute this one, so that the content will be displayed directly on the web page. See, you can observe here, sum of three numbers is 60. So demonstration of variable, declaration, and initialization. And this we have seen. And also one more thing, we can create a button, and after clicking the button, we can write the on-click property. So we can call the function here. So in the script, we can write the function, okay, in the script tag. So implement everything in the button, in the function, right? So function add. So add is the function I'm just calling, and after this one I'm just ending the thing. Okay, so now I will just create a button. So button type is equal to button, and go with the on click property. On click is equal to, so add button, okay, add function. So add. So just go with this one. Write down the text to be displayed on the button. So add, close the button tag, right? Now if you execute this one, so we'll get a button here, see, add. So if you click on this add, we'll get the result, sum of three numbers is 60. So you can also apply the tags here. So h1, right? So that will be applied here itself. So after clicking on this one, you can get sum of three numbers is 60, right? Or else, instead of writing all these things, you can simply go with window.alert. So we have seen different output functions, okay, output functions or statements. We can also use the inner HTML. I have already explained all these output statements in the previous session, so I will just post the link of these output statements, so in the description section, so that you just refer to that, so that you will get an idea how many ways we can display the output on the screen, right? So window.alert, give here addition of three numbers is now you can observe here, if you click on this add, we will get an alert box. Okay, so previously we have written some document.write, so that it will directly write the content on the web page, but now I'm just using the alert box, so that it will be displayed here, right? So hope you understood this session. So data type means, so in other programming languages, this data type is very important, because so we have to declare the variable in one particular data type depends upon the value which has been initialized to that particular variable, right? So if a variable holds the integer value, so we have to declare that particular variable using integer data type. If the variable holds the string value, we have to declare using some character data type, right? So here, whatever the data type, that means whatever the value we are storing into the variable, all the variables should be declared using only one keyword, that is var followed by variable 1 comma variable 2, etc., right? So irrespective of the data, we have to declare the variables using the keyword var. And in JavaScript, data types are dynamic data types. So dynamic data types means, based upon the value assigned to that particular variable, it will be considered as a particular data type. For example, if a is equal to 10, this implies it is a number data type. If a is equal to hello, it will be considered as a string data type.
Okay, so based upon the value assigned to the variable, the data type will be finalized. Okay, and in the immediate next line, if A is assigned to some 25, again the data type of A will be changed to number. Right, so we need not declare these variables using the particular data type. So these are the dynamic data types. Dynamic data types means based upon the value assigned to the variable, the data type of variable will be fixed. And now the data types available in JavaScript are numbers, string, boolean, object, undefined. So numbers comes with all the integers and the float values. That means the numbers without decimal points and with decimal points. So for example, 10, 3.14, 25, etc. All this comes under the number. So either it can be an integer or the float. So in other programming languages, we will differentiate these numbers with integers and a float, right? So but here everything will be considered as a numbers. And coming to the string, so whatever the thing enclosed in between single quotes and double quotes. So data enclosed with single or double quote. So example, this is a string because hello is enclosed in double quotes. This is also a string because hello is enclosed in single quotations. This is also a string. So even though we are giving some 10, but this 10 is enclosed in single quotations. That implies this is also a string. So so that's why I have written the data which is enclosed with a single or a double quotations, that will be considered as a string, right? So this is the string data type. Coming to the Boolean data type is either true or false. So whenever we are comparing the conditions, we'll get the result as a Boolean result. So Boolean result means either true or false. So for example, some A is equal to true. Now the data type of A will be Boolean. If the same thing written like this, A is equal to true, in between double quotations, the data type of A will be string. That's the difference, right? So if A is equal to true, this true should not be enclosed in double quotations. That will be considered as a Boolean data type, or a false. And if the same true or false enclosed in double quotations, then that data type will be considered as a string data type. And coming to the object, the arrays concept. So the arrays in JavaScript will be considered as an object. Similarly, name value pairs. Similarly, the null statement will also be considered as an object. So null statement means if any one of the object is initialized to null, that is an empty, right? Empty, then that null is also an object, right? And coming to the undefined means, so the variable is declared but not initialized. Okay, variable is declared but not initialized. Okay, variable is declared but not initialized. Those type of variables will be having the data type called undefined. So unless you assign some value to the variable, that variable will be of data type undefined. So whenever you assign some value to that particular variable, that variable will be changing its data type from undefined to the particular value which you have assigned to the variable, right? Now these are the different data types: numbers, string, boolean, object, and undefined. So I will show you on the screen by executing a small code demonstrating all these type of data types, right? And how to check whether the particular variable is of particular data type. So finding the data type of a particular variable or a value. For that we are having a keyword called type of. So if you use this keyword type of and followed by the variable name, this will give the data type, one among all these data type, either numbers, a string, boolean, object, or undefined, right? So it will be giving like this. Similarly, instead of variables, we can also give directly a value. So you need not go with the variable, you can give the value. So for example, type of, a is equal to 10. You consider this example, a is equal to 10. Type of a, this give a number. The data type as number because 10 is a number. Similarly, you can also give type of 10. Instead of using the variable name, you can also give the value so that it will also give the same result as a number because 10 is a number, right? So in order to find the data type of a particular variable, we have to use this keyword called type of. You have to use this keyword called type of. And arrays, name value pair, and null will be considered as an objects, right? So arrays means we know that. So in the subscript we have to pass the elements 10, 20, 30. This is an array. But here the data type of these arrays is object. This object, right? So I will show you by executing a small code. And coming to the name value pair. So you can give some name. You can assign some name. And also assign some marks. So this is called an object. So you can write here some a is equal to 10, 20, 30. So a is an array which the data type is object. And here the student details or anything else you can write. So this is a variable. Okay, this is a variable. Variable is equal to name value pair. So name Sundeep, marks 95. So student is a object. The data type of this type of name value pairs will also be considered as an object, right? So hope you understood, all of you, right? So let us move on to the system. So I will demonstrate all these data type by executing a small code. So let's move.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen various data types available in JavaScript. Now I will show you the demonstration of all those data types by writing some code. So let us open the notepad, and here we will write the script in between the HTML. So as per our discussions in the previous sessions, so we can write the script in head tag or body tag. So I will write in a body tag. Okay, so body, and close the body, and in between that we will write the script. So in the script again we can use different output options, so which we have seen in the earlier sessions, like we can use inner HTML or document.write or window.alert. So here we will use document.write to display the output on the screen. And coming to the data types, as we have discussed just now, all the data types in JavaScript are dynamic. So dynamic means, so whatever the data we are storing into the variable, those variables should be declared using only one keyword, that is var. Okay, so here we have seen the data types like string or numbers or objects or boolean. So whatever the data type, those variables should be declared by using var keyword. So then we can, by assigning a value to that variable, the script will be considered that particular variable as a particular data type based upon the value which was initialized to that variable. So that's why we call these data types as dynamic data types. See, for example, I am giving some var a comma b comma c. That means I have declared 3 variables. Now I am initializing some value. So a is equal to some 10, b is equal to some 3.14, and C is equal to some Sundeep. So here you can observe the first A is of integer data type, B is also a float data type, but here we call the integer and float as a common data type called numbers. Okay, so here A and B are a number data type, C is an string data type. Okay, so in order to check the data type of that particular variable, we have to go with the type of keyword, right? See, we will see document dot write. Let us take type of A. Okay, and we'll go with the document dot write of type of B. Similarly, C. Okay, now we will check C. So data type of A is, just I am writing here, data type of A is. Similarly, so just in order to avoid the confusions and avoid the confusions, we can write all these things. Data type of B similarly data type of C. So I'll execute this one. I will save this one by using some file name called datatype.html. So I have saved this file on the desktop, so you can find here. So double clicking on the web browser will get this one. See, so data type of A is number, data type of B is number, data type of C is a string. So just give some space here so that it will be displayed here, and again also use the BR tag. So BR means break a row, so that everything will be in a different line. Okay, everything is printed in different line. So data type of A is number, B is number, and C is a string. You can observe here A is 10 and B is 3.14. So even though B is having some float data type, in JavaScript it will be considered as a number. It will be considered as a number. And if you write here, see, if you write the same thing here, that means before initialization. Okay, before initialization. So I will write here document dot write. See, h1 before initialization, h1, and here after initialization. So we can go with the before initialization and after initialization. See, this is after initialization. Now we can observe the difference. So I will give the break row so that everything will be printed in the new line. Right, you can observe here now. See, before initialization, data type of A is undefined, data of B is undefined, C is undefined. So if you declare the variables but not initialize it, the variable, the data type of these variables will be of undefined, because no value was defined to these variables. But whenever we have done the initialization, immediately the variable will be having some data types, right? Similarly, let us go with one more thing, where D is equal to true. D is equal to true. Now we'll check the data type of D. You can observe D is a boolean. So here true is not a string. So if you place the double quotes here, then it will be considered as a string. You can observe here. Now it will be a string.
But if you are not using these double quotations, but you are initializing the value as a true or a false to the variable, to any variable, that variable will be of a data type Boolean. So that's why you can observe here, it's a Boolean data type. It's a Boolean data type. Now, once again, one more thing. So where some marks is equal to, right? So some 90, 100, 85, 75. So these are the marks. So here this is called an array. So in JavaScript this is an array, right? And see, where student is equal to curly braces name colon Sundeep comma roll number 523. So I have given some name and value pair. So this type of data, this type of variable is called object. Now we'll see the data type of all these two things, that means marks and the students. See, here we'll see data type of marks, and here we'll see data type of student. So here both marks and the student are the variables, right? So here we can get, here in JavaScript, even though it is an array, the data type of this particular array will be of object. See, you can observe here. See, data type of marks is an object, data type of student is an object, right? So this is a one more data type in JavaScript, that is an object. So we can declare any variable as an object. Object means multiple elements. Okay, so we can use a name, the key value pair, the name and value pair, as well as we can also assign the arrays concept. So if you are using some arrays concept also, the data type of this array will be an object, right? So you can initialize or you can reinitialize this object to a null. Null is nothing. Okay, null means nothing. So if you go with the student is equal to null, so immediately we'll get it as a null. Okay, here null is also an object. Null is also an object. That means it will empty the values of particular variable. It will empty the value of that particular variable. So you can observe here. So the null, even though it is a null, it is also an object. So data type of null. So here we can directly give the value. So two things can be done. So if you use the type of, so you can give either a variable or the value. Here I will give the value as null, small letters null. So let us check. You can observe the data type of null is also an object. Data type of null is also an object. Right. So if it is an these are all the data types, different data types, and if you want to access the array elements, similar to our other programming languages, we can access the elements of an array by using the index values. Here also the index will be starting from 0, right? So if you want to access these array elements, so directly go with this one. So document dot write br so marks of 0. See, you can observe here the marks of 0 is 90, right? Similarly, so marks of 3, so that means the 0th index, first index, second index and the third index. So marks of 3, it should be 75, so 75 will be there, right? So this is the way we can access the elements of an array. If it is an object, see, if it is an object here, and how to access these elements. So similar to our structures concept in C language. So document dot write and if you want to access the elements of an object, so simply use the variable name. So here variable name is a student dot the name, right? Student dot name. You can observe here it will be displaying the name of the object. Similarly, if you want to get the roll number, simply go with the R number. So directly we'll get the result as R number. Okay, Sundeep and 523. So here this is an array, but the data type of this array is an object, and this is an object, and this is a boolean, and this one is a string, and this one is the float, but the data type of B is a number. Here this is also a number, and also we can represent the string in either single quotations or double quotations. So both we can use. So I will show you. So where S1 comma S2, two variables, I have given two variables. So we can assign any value, any data type of value can be assigned to these two variables. So now I will go with the S1 is equal to, in the double quotations I will write yours. So I have given apostrophe S, right? Your apostrophe S. So that means I am using some single quotation here. And similarly S2 is equal to single quotations hello Sundeep, right? So inside the double quotations I have given some single quotation, right? Now I will print document dot write br S1. Similarly, document dot write br S2. You can observe here, see, inside the double quotations we can use the single quotation, inside the single quotation we can use the double quotation, right? So here you can observe we have given the complete content in double quotations. Inside the double quotations we have given one single quotation that has been displayed on the output screen. And coming to the second example, the complete content was enclosed in single quotation, but the part of the content is enclosed in double quotation, so that double quotation will also be displayed on the output screen. So a string can be represented by enclosing the string either with double quotations or a single quotations, right? So here in this session we have seen different data types like numbers, strings, boolean, arrays or objects, and then how to find the data type of particular variable like using type of keyword, right? So here the data types in JavaScript are dynamic, so we did not use any particular data type while declaration. So we have to declare all the variables by using only one keyword, that is var, and depends upon the value or depends upon the application logic, we can assign any data type to that particular variable. We can change from one statement to another statement, right? So hope you understood this session.
So how to implement these functions in JavaScript? So here we are having built-in functions as well as the user-defined functions. So in this session we'll talk about the user-defined functions. So how we have to write these user-defined functions and how many ways we can execute this one, right? So first one, these user-defined functions should start with a keyword called function. A keyword function. So all the user-defined functions should be starting with a keyword function, right? And then the syntax for implementing this function is function. So this is a keyword followed by the function name. So for every function we have to give a function name followed by the parenthesis followed by the parameter list. So here we have to pass the parameter list. So parameter list and followed by the curly braces. It's a block of statements, and here the statements
so which we need to implement in this function, and then the return function, return type, okay, the return statement. And this is a prototype for implementing any function. So the function followed by the function name. So this is the keyword, okay, this is the keyword, and this is the identifier. So we have to follow the rules while giving this name, okay. And coming to this parameter list, that is an optional, so we can give the input for this function in terms of parameter list here, or we can also give the parameter list inside the function, right? And followed by the statements, that is a logic which we want to implement, and followed by the return. So this is also an optional. So if you want to return any value, then we have to go with this return statement. Otherwise we can directly display the output here itself, okay, inside the function itself. Now when this function will be executed, so whenever there is a function call, immediately this function definition will be executed, and where we have to write this function call, and this function call should be written inside the script, okay, as well as this function definition should also be written in script tag itself, right? So whenever the control executes this one, whenever the control finds this function keyword, that implies this user defined function should be executed only after the function call. So automatically it will go for the next statement after completion of this function definition. So immediately here we'll get the function call. Whenever the control executes this function call, automatically it finds for the function definition, and this function definition will be executed, and the output can be written in one among the three cases. So one is by using inner HTML. So we have seen this one, right? Inner HTML, and then document.write, okay, document.write, as well as window.alert. So we have also seen this one, window.alert. So we have to give the output, we have to display the output in one among these three categories, okay. We have to choose any one among these three in order to display the output. And passing the parameter, that depends upon the logic, so we can pass the parameter from the function call itself. So if you are giving any parameters or inputs in the function call, that should be reflected in this parameter list in the function definition. Otherwise simply we can give the input inside the function call also, function definition also. And also if you want to print the result outside the function, you have to use this return statement, and that function call should be initialized to some variable, and the result of this function definition will be stored in this variable, so that we have to display this variable by using one among these three things, these three functions, inner HTML or document.write or window.alert, right? So this is how we can implement the functions, okay. So one thing we have to remember, that is, so function can be written inside the script, and we have already seen in the previous sessions that script tag can be included inside the head tag or inside the body tag. So anywhere we can write the functions, anywhere we can write the script tag. So inside the script tag we have to write the functions, and we have to implement these functions, right? So this is the prototype. Once again I'm saying, this function, user defined function, should start with a function keyword followed by the identifier name, parameter list, and the statements and the return, right? So now we'll move on to the computer. I will show you, I will demonstrate these function, how many ways we can implement this function, and how can we display the output by using these three things. So all these things we'll see by executing a small HTML code, right? So let us move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the functions concept in JavaScript. So how to implement the function. So every function should start with the function keyword. So let's demonstrate that with a small HTML code. So first we'll write the HTML tags. So inside the HTML, I will write the complete function in the script itself, right? So we can write the JavaScript in either script tag or a body tag. So I will write it in script tag. Yeah, inside the script, I will write the function. So every function should be starting with the keyword function followed by some add. Okay, let us take some a comma b or x comma y, and use the curly braces, and here we can write the document dot write x plus y. So x plus y, yes. So this we have written here, and automatically if this function is to be triggered, we have to write some function call. So for that function call, we can write here the function we'll take some variables where some a comma b and initialize some values. A is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20, and write on the function call write add a comma b, right? Now let us save this one with the help of one name. Some let us take some function dot html. So I have saved this one in the desktop, so here you can see the file. So by double click on this one, we'll get the result 30, right? So automatically this function call will be, so only whenever an event occurs, whenever an event occurs or whenever the function call executes, then only this function definition will be executed, right? So this function keyword gives an idea to the JavaScript that this is a user defined function, and that's a function definition, and it should be executed only when the function call is executed. So here you can write sum of two numbers is, so that complete content will be here. So you can also use the tags here. Okay, you can also use the tags. So with the help of tags, you can write down here h1, and here you can close h1. See, this is how we can write this one, and so this is the function definition without any return. So here we are not writing any return function. So directly we are displaying the output. But if you want to return some value, so here I will initialize the same thing to one variable, right? So here I will give a b comma sum. So sum is equal to a add a comma b, so that here we can't write this one, so directly we can write the return statement. So we'll calculate the addition and we'll just return the addition here, x plus y. So automatically the result will be stored in sum, and after that we can write the result document.write. So not only by using the document.write, we can also use a window.lt or inner HTML. So we have seen different possibilities how we can display the output on the screen. So we can use any one among those three functions, right? Three categories. So by using document.write or window.lt or inner HTML. But here I'm using just document.write. So document.write. So you can write sum of two numbers is, and here we can give the sum, because so we are calling the function and the result will be stored in sum. So here we are returning the result, so automatically sum will be storing the result. So if you execute this one, so automatically we'll get the same thing. See, sum of two numbers is 30. So here we are returning the result to one variable, and that variable will be holding the result, so that we can directly display that result here. Okay, this is another way. Okay, so by using the return or directly we can use that one and all these things. So instead of writing this one, we can also directly call here itself. So here itself we can call the function add of some a comma b. Okay, so if you save this one and if you execute this one, so still we'll get the same result, right? So sum of two numbers is, so just will I will change the text. Okay, So addition of two numbers is, now you can see the result, addition of two numbers. So we are not getting any error. So we can use the return, and that return can be initialized to one variable, and that variable will be holding the result, and we can print that variable, or directly we can use the function inside the output function, right? And this one, so with the help of this parenthesis, we can get the function definition. So another way, I will show you the another way. See, I am not initializing here, just I am going with sum, or simply you can leave it, and here itself we can declare the variables a comma x comma y, okay, and we can also initialize the values x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 20. And see here, I will remove this one also, these parameters, and here also I will remove these parameters. So if you execute this one, still will get the same result, okay, still we are getting the same result, because here outside the function we are not declaring any variables, and we are not passing into the function call. Directly we are declaring the variables inside the function definition, and also we are defining the values inside the function definition. So see, if you use these parentheses after this one, that gives the function definition, that gives the function result. If you are not giving this parentheses, automatically it will give the function object. See, so this is a function object. This is the function object we have written in the script. That will be returned if you are not using the parentheses. So this is a not using the parentheses for the function call, okay. So just I am using some add. After that add, we are not using any parentheses, so that means it will return the function object, the complete function object. And if you use the parentheses here, it will give the function result, okay. See, you can observe the difference. Addition of two numbers is 30, and the absence of this parentheses will get the complete function which we have written in the script tag. That's the one main thing, okay, that's the one main thing. And here, whenever we are calling about this functions concept, so we have to know about the local variables and the global variables, and these variables which are declared inside the function will be treated as a local variables. This is how we can implement the functions in JavaScript. So hope you understood this functions concept.
So here the name itself indicates based upon the result of that condition, so we have to decide which block should be executed. So here there will be two blocks of code, that is true block and this is a false block, right? So only one block of code will be executed but not both. So that decision will be taken by the condition, the result of the condition. So based upon the result of condition, either true block will be executed or the false block will be get executed, right? So this true block will be written as a if statement and this false block will be written as a else statement. So we'll write some block of codes in if and else. So this if block is represented as a true, for else is represented as a false. And here the question is where we have to write the condition. So this condition should be written in true block itself. So we should not write any condition in false block. So here the syntax will be if followed by the condition and write down the block. And if you want to write the else block, false block also, you have to go with the keyword else and write the code here. So based upon the condition, if it is true, this block will be executed and this will be ignored. If the condition is false, this block will be ignored, this block will be executed, right? So mainly in this session we are going to discuss about the three types of conditional statements. One is simple if, where we will write only true block. So only true block will be written here. Only true block will be written. And the next one is if else. If else means both the true block and false block will be executed. So true block and the false block both will be implemented here, but it executes only one. And the next one, else if ladder. Else if ladder. That means if the condition fails, if we again want to check one more condition, that means in order to check more than one condition, we'll go with this else if ladder. So here we'll write some if true block, okay, then else, and what we have just now we have discussed about this one. So we have to write the condition only in the true block. So we should not write the condition in else, that means a false block. So if you want to check one more condition here, just include if and followed by the condition. And if again this condition fails, again if you want to check one more condition, go with the another else if and else. So this is a else if ladder. So we can check multiple conditions. We can check multiple conditions, right? So one thing, based upon the result of the condition, we are deciding which block should be executed. So either true or a false block. So if you want to check more than one condition, just include the true block at the false block. So that forms the else if. Else if. So there must be space in between else and if, right? So this should be implemented, and this statement should be implemented in script tag. Okay, all these are the JavaScript. So we have to include all these things inside the script. And where we have to write the script, as we have discussed in the previous sessions, we can include this script in either head or a body. So cannot anywhere. In the head we can write the script, or in the body itself we can write the script. So no problem. So inside the script we have to write all these things. We have to implement all these things. Right? So this is the basic thing. And in this session we are going to discuss about this simple if else, and else if ladder. So I will demonstrate all these three conditional statements by executing a small HTML code. So we'll see the script where we are writing these conditional statements, as well as we will apply some style sheets, okay, some styles to the existing tags, as well as we will see the output statements. So these output statements also have been covered in the previous sessions. That is three cases, three ways we can represent the output in the JavaScript by using the document.writeLn or document. Inner HTML or window.alert. The three cases we can display the output. So we'll use any one among these three, and we'll demonstrate these conditional statements by executing a small code. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the syntax for the conditional statements in JavaScript. There is a simple if else, and else if ladder. So in order to demonstrate all these things, just we'll write some code and I will explain you. So first of all, let us start this with the HTML. So in between the HTML tag we have to include all these things, and inside the body first we will write one form. Yeah, and here we'll create one form. Just we'll give one text box to read the input. So for creating the text box, I am taking this one, enter age. Okay, so enter the age. So we are finding whether the person is eligible for vote or not. So here I am just giving some text box. Input type is equal to text, and I am also giving some ID is equal to T1. Right? Then after that I am just giving some button. I am creating some button here. So button type is equal to button, and here on click. So whenever it was clicked, some trigger should be done. On click is equal to, I am giving some function age, and closing here, submit or verify. We'll go with the verify. I am taking some button. I am closing the button and see. So I will save this one and we'll check whether the form was created. So conditional.html. So move with the desktop. So here you can find conditional. So you can observe here, enter the age and verify. Okay, enter the age and verify. And we'll give some h1 because the text is very small. So if you give this h1, automatically the text will be big, right? So here you are supposed to give the age and we have to verify whether the age is, I mean, the person is eligible for vote or not. Now, after clicking on this age, we are giving some age function. So we have to write that function in script because that is a JavaScript. So I am just writing the thing in script tag, in between the script tag. So here we have to write, so function age. So what we have to check? We have to check whether he is eligible. That means we have to check if condition. So document dot get element by id of t1 dot value greater than or equal to 18. If the value is greater than or equal to 18, obviously the person is eligible for vote. So where we have to write, we have to display at some place. Okay, or simply we can write some window.alert eligible for vote. This is a small simple if statement, okay. So just here you can give some 25 and verify, will get eligible for vote, right? If you go with some 15, if you click on verify, it doesn't give anything else, right? Because we are writing only the true statement, we are writing only for the true condition. If it is false, then we have to go with the else part. Okay, that is called a simple if and else. So here we can write, so window.alert not eligible for vote. Right, so this is the else part I have written. Now you can observe, we'll get both the results. If you give any age greater than 18, automatically we'll get eligible for voting, and if you give any age below 18, we will get not eligible for voting, right? So this is one way. And if you want to display the same thing in the document itself without using the window.alert, we are having one more thing called document.writeln, or we can also go with the inner HTML. Okay, yeah, you can observe here eligible for voting, right? So otherwise we can also give some inner HTML. Okay, so anyway we can write we can use any output function in order to print the output. So I'll go with this one, or simply we can go with the result. Okay, and after clicking on the button, I will write one more thing. I will give some division tag, give some ID is equal to some result,
close the division tag, and here we can write, instead of writing all these things, you can write document dot get element by id of, what is the result? I think we have given some result, dot inner html is equal to, so you can go with this one and close the, remove the this one and just copy the same thing here also. Instead of using the window.alert, we can go with this one and remove the parentheses, and you can observe here, enter the age, so 20 will get eligible for voting in this place, in this page itself. Okay, so we can use anything, right? See, not eligible for voting. And if you want to apply the some sort of styles for this one, you can simply go with the style tag. So inside the style, inside the this one, go with the head tag and go with the style tag, and see what is the idea of this one, result. So dot result is, so background color some black and give some color foreground. The color means font color, right? Some white, and also give some width. Or else simply you can close this one and we can check over that. See, yeah, I have to close the style tag and close the head tag. Okay, now you can observe here. So if you go with the 15, we'll get, so not eligible for voting. Yeah, here we have to go with the hash symbol, hash result. Okay, because here we are using id, so we have to use the hash symbol. You can observe, so background is black and foreground is white, right? So if you remove this one and simply use the color blue and font size some 10 pixels, you can check here, 15, enter, right? 30 pixels. So you can observe here. Okay, so like this we can also apply the styles. Okay, we can also apply the styles for the result itself. And this is a simple if and else. So in the if block we are writing some condition, and based upon the condition it will give the result. Either it may be the, if it is true, the if block content will be executed, and if it is false, the else block content will be executed. And coming to the if else if ladder, that means if you want to check the condition, once the condition is false, again if you want to check one more condition, then we have to use the else if. So for that I will give you one more thing. See, here we will write some enter first number, and the same thing we'll write one more line, enter second number. So we are taking some two numbers and we are finding the relation between those things. Okay, so the same thing, I am not giving anything, so here I will write some relation. So here I will change relate two numbers, and see, I have to change this one also. So this is a relation which we have done, and here write down document dot value
same thing. If both are equal, t2 dot value, right? Hope you understood this one. So I will decrease the font so that it will be readable. So I will go with 20. Yeah, see, if both the values are equal, then you can write here both are equal, and else if, again, if the condition is false, and copy the same thing here, and instead of checking the greater than is equal to, we can check for the greater than. So first number is greater than second number, and if that condition also fail, automatically we know that the second number is greater than first number, or we can simply write the first number is smaller than the second number. Instead of writing the greater, smaller than the second number. Okay, and yeah, you can observe here. Now see, enter the first number, enter the second number. First number I will enter 10, second number I will enter 20, and relate two numbers. So first number is smaller than the second number. So you can observe here 10 is smaller than 20, and you can simply go with this one, 10, relate two numbers. So first number is greater than the second number, and if you give both equal, if you relate two numbers, both are equal. So like that we can use the conditional statements. We can also use the conditional statements, right? So these are the conditional statements: a simple if else, and else if later. So if you are only verifying the true condition, then we'll go with the simple if. And if you want to display both the true condition and false condition, I mean if you want to display either true condition or a false condition, then you can go with the if else, right? Similarly, else if later. So we should not write any condition at the else part. So if you want to write any condition in the else part, we have to use else if. If you want to use else if. And here we can also use the style sheets, and if you are not using the styles, normal, it will print it normal. So based upon the ID or class, we have to use the style sheets. If you are using some ID, we have to use hash symbol, and if you are using some class, you have to use dot symbol, and this styles should be written in between the style tag, and that should be included in head, and this script tag should be included in either head or body, so which we have discussed earlier. And we can display the output by using one among the three output functions which we have discussed earlier, that is inner HTML, document.writeln, or we can also go with window.alert. So we can go with the alert boxes, right? So hope you understood this conditional statements.
So in the previous sessions, we have discussed about the conditional statements: if condition, if else, else if later, and all these things. And here in this session, we'll just go with this switch case. That means multiple selection statement, multi-selection statement. It's a multi-selection statement. So here the syntax for the switch is switch, the keyword switch, followed by the expression or a value, and based upon the expression and a value, we have to write some case label colon, case label colon, and so on, default, okay, and close. So this is the syntax for the switch. This is a syntax for switch statement. So here, based upon the result of this expression or the value, it will search for the labels. So here a label can be an expression or integer or a character. Okay, an expression or integer or a character. So first the value will be compared with all these labels. So we can write n number of cases. We can write n number of cases, right? So like case 1 or case A. Okay, like this we can also give. Similarly, case 1 plus 2. So this is an expression. Okay, so like this, labels can be either expression or integer or a character. And case 2.5, this is not valid. Okay, this is not valid because it's a float. So only integer value should be here. So based upon the value, first it will check for these case labels. So if there is a match, the corresponding values, the corresponding statements will be executed. If doesn't matches, then the default block will be executed. So here we have to write the statements. So here we have to write the statements. So in each case we have to write the statements, including the default case. Okay, and there is no restrictions where we have to place the default. So we can write this default statement in the first one, right? So we can start writing the statements with the default also. Okay, so default is a keyword so that if the value doesn't matches with any one of the label, then only the default will be executed. So anywhere in the switch we can write the default. Okay, and see, and here we will write some break statement in order to break the control. Okay, so whenever the statements, whenever the control executes this break statement, immediately the control will come out from the switch case. Okay, so it doesn't execute the remaining case labels. So that's why we'll use the break. That means only one case label will be executed if you write the break. If you are not giving any break statement, it will start continuing executing each and every case label until it reaches the break or it reaches the exit of the switch. So hope you understood. So if you are writing here break, then let it be case 1. So if the expression value is 1, so it matches with this case, so these statements will be executed. Immediately after executing these statements, break, whenever the control executes the break, automatically the control will come out from the switch case. In the absence of this break, it will execute the statements, immediately it will again execute the second case label statements. So it will continue executing all the statements until it reaches the break statement or the exit of the switch. Okay, so this is the syntax for switch. So we can execute a single case or a multiple cases. So if our program need to check the multiple selections, then we can go with the switch case. Right? And here also the expression and a value. So here, for example, A by B is an expression given in this switch case. So here if A is an integer and B is an integer, in other programming languages, so that means mainly in C programming, we'll get the result in integer, but in JavaScript we'll get the result in float. Okay, so this is the result. Even though the numerator and denominators are integer, we'll get the result in float. Then if we get the float here, it doesn't matches with any label, right? So for that purpose, we have to change this float into integer. For that purpose, we are having a function called math.floor of give the expression A by B, so that automatically flooring will be done and only the integer value will be displayed here. Or seal function also can be applied. Okay, either floor or seal. So by using this function, we can change the float value to integer value, so that integer value will be compared with all these case labels and executes the particular statements where the label is matched. Okay, so hope you understood the syntax, and we will see a small example. So taking the marks of a student and calculating the grade. Okay, so for example, take this example. So we'll take some maximum marks and obtained marks, so that we have to calculate the percentage and grade. So if the percentage is 90 and 80, go with some outstanding grade, outstanding. And if it is a 70, go with the distinction, If it is a 60, go with a good, so grade is good. If it is a 50, it's an average. If it is a 40, it's a pass. And if it is a 30 or 20 or 10 or 0, we get fail. Okay, so this is the grading which we want to display. So here we can write, first we have to calculate the percentage, and based upon the percentage we have to give the grading. So for that purpose we will take some percentage and divide it by 10, so that whatever the result we are getting, based upon that, so we'll write some case 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 and default. Okay, if it is 9 or 8, we can go with the outstanding grade. If it is 7, we'll go with the distinction, because if it is 75 by 10, we'll get some 7 result. Okay, 7.5, and we'll go with the floor function, math.floor, so that it will give rounding to 7. Similarly, 85 by 10, it's 8. Okay, some 99 by 10, it's a 9. So like this we can go with the outstanding. Okay, so even we'll go with this one, right? So hope you understood this one. So we'll execute this program in the computer by writing a small HTML code, and I will show you. So we'll take the maximum marks as input, obtained marks as input, and we'll calculate the percentage and grade, and those will be displayed, right? So let us move on to the computer.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the syntax of switch statement in JavaScript. Now we'll execute a small code demonstrating that switch case. So for that we'll start writing the HTML code. So write down the HTML tags, and inside the HTML tag, inside the body, let us take one. So let us take two fields, that is, one is a maximum marks and next one is the obtained marks, so that we need to calculate the percentage and give the grade for a student. So in order to receive the maximum marks and the obtained marks, so we'll create some text box, right? So let us put the heading here. So grade, percentage and grade calculator, percentage and grade calculator. So after giving the marks, we need to get the percentage and grade. So for that purpose, first of all, we'll take the maximum marks as an input, maximum marks, and for the input we'll take some text box. Input type is equal to text, okay, and also we'll give some id is equal to some means a maximum mark, okay, and then go with a break row, so that the next text box will be printed in the next line. So the next text box is for getting the obtained marks, okay. So for this also we will go with the text box, right? So we'll also give some id for this one. So this is for obtained marks, and again go with the break rows again. Then just after clicking the submit button, we need to calculate the percentage and grade. So for that purpose we'll create one button. So button type is equal to button, and on click. So after clicking this one, what should happen? On click is equal to, it should trigger one function, so that is percentage and grade, PG.
So let us take some pg as a function, okay, and give the title for this button and close the button tag, right? So where we have to display the percentage and grade. So for that also we will create some text box so that the percentage will be calculated and the output will be displayed in that particular text box. Similarly, the grade will also be calculated. So percentage, right, and here also we'll go with the break row, because the percentage should also be displayed in the next page, next line. So here again I will go with the input type is equal to text, so text box where we have to display the result. For this also we'll create some id, so that in JavaScript we'll use this id, okay, with the help of this id we can go with that. So percentage, and so I'm giving some br and grade. So we need to find the grade also. Grade, here also we'll go with the input type is equal to text and id is equal to grade, right? Now let us save this one. So with the this one grade.html or result.html, okay, result.html, okay. So we have saved in the desktop, so you can observe here. So this is a page, so double click on that, we'll get the page. See, we are getting some maximum marks, obtained marks, and after clicking on the submit button we need to get the percentage, and based upon the percentage we need to get the grade. Now what we have to do, so whenever the button has been clicked, that means pg function should be triggered, and where we have to write this pg, so we have to write that pg in a script tag. That script tag can be written in head or body, so we'll write in head, okay, script, and also we'll close that one so that we never forget to close that, and also we'll close the head, right? Now in between the script we'll write here. So first of all we need to calculate the percentage, okay, we need to calculate the percentage. So in order to get the percentage, what's the formula? So obtained marks divided by maximum marks into 100. So the same thing we'll do. So document dot get element by id of, so where we have to go with this one, so percentage, so the result, the percentage should be displayed in here, okay. So percentage value is equal to, what we have to do, we have to put the division operator. So I will copy this one. So here obtained marks, that means om dot value divided by, what is this one, maximum marks, right, maximum marks, and completely we have to multiply with 100, so that we'll get the percentage, okay, we'll get the percentage. Hope you understood this one. So I'm just giving some assignment, and where it should be displayed in the percentage. In this place we have to display the percentage. So how to get this place? So get element by id of percentage, because percentage is an id given for this text box. So dot value is equal to document dot get element by id om dot value, that means obtained marks, whatever the marks we are giving here in this text box, divided by the marks given in this text box into 100. Let us execute this one. So I am giving some 600 is the maximum mark and 500 is the obtained marks. So submit. Yeah, okay. So we are not getting here. So yeah, see here we are giving some onClick is equal to pg. Pg is a function, right? So we have to write everything in a function. Function pg open brace, oh sorry, close the brace, right? Now let us check. So 600, 500, and after clicking on the submit, you are getting some percentage here, right? So we need to find the grade. So in order to find the grade, Now we have to check this. I mean, we have to give the grade based upon the percentage. Based upon the percentage. Now, see, you can get here. So just take one variable percentage is equal to this value. So whatever the value here, that will be assigned to some percentage. Okay. Now, and also give some grade. Give some grade here. Take one variable as a grade. Right. Now, after that, we have to write the switch case because we need to find the grade based upon the percentage. So how to get the percentage? So percentage divided by 10. So automatically we'll get the 10th position. That means if it is a 83, we'll get the result as 8. If it is a 94, we'll get the result as 9. So based upon that, we will create a grading. Okay. So here percentage by 10 means if it is a 95, we'll get some 9.5. Okay, the result will be 9.5. Even though we are getting both the numerator and denominator are the integers, we'll get the accurate result in JavaScript. So but switch case, so all the case labels should be either integers or expression, right? So for that purpose, we'll go with the one more function called flooring. So we have to floor it. Okay, math dot floor of percentage by 10, so that we'll get only the integer value. We'll get only the integer value. So here we can write the cases, different cases. So first we'll go with the case 9. So if it is a 9, okay, if it is a 9, right? So what we'll get? The grade should be some outstanding. Okay, grade should be some outstanding. So even if case 8, that means 80, if the percentage is 80, it's also outstanding, right? So I am giving some G is equal to outstanding, right? And also we'll go with the break. After this one, we'll take the break so that it will come out from the loop. Switch. Okay. So if the percentage is 70, then give the grade as very good or a distinction. Okay, it's better, distinction, right? And also give the break so that it will come out from the switch case. Whenever this condition is true, it will come out from the switch case. Case 6, if it is a 60, then go with grade is good. Okay, and also break. Next, case 5 is grade will be some average, and also break. Case 6, is case 4 is a just pass. Okay, G is equal to the grade is pass. And whenever we are getting the marks or percentage from 30 to 10, for everything it's a fail. So instead of writing all the cases, we can go with the default. So other than all these things, the grade will be fail. Okay, and go with the break, right? And after completion of the switch, so here we'll get some grade, and we have to display this grade in this position. Okay, in grades position. So here we have to write, so document dot get element by id. What is it here? It's a grade dot value is equal to G. So automatically the grade will be displayed there. So now you can observe here. So if you are giving some maximum marks 600 and a 500, if you submit here, see here we have not given the double quotations. We didn't close the double quotations. Now we can check here.
So execute this one. So 600 and give the 500 as obtained marks, submit. So we are getting some 83. 8 means outstanding. If you reduce the marks here, some 400, so we'll get the percentage 66. So if it is a 66 percentage, the grade is good. Okay, here you can see grade is good. So like this we can apply the switch case, and as we have discussed in the syntax for the switch case, so unless you give the break statement, it will keep executing all the cases. Okay, so here if in the case of 9 or 8, that means if the percentage is between 90 and 80, the grade is same, that is the outstanding. So that's why I have not written anything here. Okay, see some 550, then you can go with 91, still we are getting some outstanding, results. So like this we can apply the switch case. So here one thing we have to remember, based upon the result which we have passed in the switch statement, that will be applied for all the case labels, all the cases, different cases. Okay, so we have to include the break if you want to exit from that particular case. So if you are not giving this break, automatically it will keep on executing the statements until it executes the break state, right? So here if it's a case 9, nothing has been printed and we are not giving any break, so that's why it will go with the next case. So if the result doesn't match with any of the case label, automatically this default label will be executed. So that's why, so other than these results, that means if the percentage is having the 30 or a 20 or a 10, in all those cases we'll get this case executed, that means a fail. Okay, that will be displayed here itself. So this is how we can use the switch case. So in order to find, if you want to give the multiple selections, we can go with this one. Okay, switch case, right? So hope you understood this one.
So what is meant by iterative statements and what is the use of these iterative statements? So here mainly same instructions. So whatever the instructions we are writing, same instructions can be executed multiple times. So we can execute some same set of instructions multiple times, and here we'll write some conditions. So for all the iterative statements, whatever the iterative statements we are using, we have to follow the three things. One is the loop variable, initialization, the second one condition, the third one loop variable updation. So we need to initialize one loop variable and then we have to write one condition. So this condition is meant for terminating this execution. Okay, so as we have discussed now, the same instructions can be executed multiple times. So after some iterations, we have to terminate it. That means we have to stop executing the instructions. For that termination, we'll write this condition. So until the condition becomes false, okay, until the condition becomes false, the instructions will be keep on executing. Okay, so for termination, we'll write some condition, and for every iteration, we need to update the loop variable. So we need to update the loop variable, so that at particular time the condition becomes false. So automatically the instructions will be stopped executing, right? So whatever the iterative statements we are using, we have to follow these three things. So there are mainly two iterative statements we are using, that is a for and while. For and while. So coming to the syntax, for the for go with initialization, semicolon, condition, semicolon, updation, and open the block and close the block, and here we have to write the condition statements. Here we have to write the statements. So this is the syntax for loop. So this initialization will be executed only once. The initialization will be executed only once, that means in the first iteration. And immediately after initialization happens, the condition will be checked. So we have to check the condition. This is the second step. And if the condition becomes true, that means here, if the condition becomes true, the control will enter into this loop. Okay, the control will enter into this loop and it start executing all these statements which are written in for. And after completion of all these executing all these statements, updation will be done. Okay, updation will be done. And after updation, again it will check for the condition whether it is true or false. If it is true, again the control will enter into the loop. It will start executing all the instructions. Once it executed all the instructions, again updation will be done. And again condition, it will check for the condition. So this initialization will be executed only once at the beginning. And then it will check for the condition, enter into the loop, updation. Again check the condition, enter into the loop, updation. So this will be repeated until this condition becomes false. So at particular time, after some finite number of executions, finite number of iterations, so this condition becomes false. We have to write like this. So if the condition becomes true every time, so it will go with the infinite loop. Okay, it will go with the infinite loop. So it never stop executing these statements. So that's why we have to write the condition. So after some iterations, this condition becomes false. So whenever the condition becomes false, automatically the control will come out from the loop. The control come out from the loop. Okay, it doesn't enter into the loop. So this is the for loop. And see, we need not follow the same syntax here. So we can also write the initialization out or inside. Okay, initialization can be written inside for loop or outside for loop. Inside for or outside for. Okay, and condition. Similarly, condition can be given inside. Condition can be given inside with break. So we can use a break statement. Okay, in order to terminate, we can write the break statement. And then updation. So updation is also used inside for loop. Okay, in the for loop or inside the for loop. Similarly, here also initialization can be done outside the for loop. Okay, outside means above the for loop. Okay, above for loop or in the for loop or inside the for loop. Okay, so here like this we can write for semicolon. So these two should be done. Okay, two semicolons should be given here. Okay, this is the syntax. This is the syntax, and you can open the curly braces and you can write the initialization, condition, and updation here itself. So initialization, condition, updation here. This is also correct. Or you can write the initialization here, use a for loop, write down the condition here, give the updation here. So this is also correct. Okay, this is also correct syntax. So here the syntax is two columns separating the three things, that is initialization, condition, and updation. So these things can be written in number of cases. So I will execute a program showing all these cases, don't worry, and we'll go with the while loop. While loop. So even the while loop also we have to follow these three, that is initialization, condition, and updation. So the syntax is while followed by the condition, the statements, and updation. So here we have to write the updation, and here we have to go with the initialization. So this is the syntax for while loop. This is the syntax for while loop. Okay, so just I will show you how to print the n numbers. Okay, so I will go with the for I, okay, is equal to 0. So I am giving some initialization. Then I less than or equal to 10, condition. I plus plus, updation. Go with here some print I. So in order to print I, so we have to go with the anyone. That is, we are having different ways to print the output on the screen, right? So we can use a inner HTML, we can use a write ln, or we can use a alert box. So whatever the thing, we can use any one among these three to print I line. So automatically for the first iteration I is 0, 0 will be printed here. In the second iteration I becomes, so condition, so first one I is equal to 0, 0 less than 10, true. So print I 0. And updation I plus plus, that means 1. 1 less than is equal to 10, true. So 1 will be printed. Again updation 2, 2 less than or equal to 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. 10 less than or equal to 10, true. 10 will be printed and updated. So 11 less than or equal to 10, false. So automatically the control come out from the loop. So like this we can execute the for loop. Similarly while loop also. So go with I is equal to 0, while I less than or equal to 10, while I less than or equal to 10, open, and go with the print I and I plus plus. Okay, display I and I plus plus means updation. So immediately I is equal to 0, 0 less than or equal to 10, print I. So automatically 0 will be printed and updated. I plus plus means updation. So I will be updated to 1. So 1 less than or equal to 10. So again true, 1 will be printed, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When I is equal to 10, 10 less than or equal to 10, true, 10 will be printed and 10 will be updated to 11. And here 11, I is equal to 11, 11 less than or equal to 10, it's a false. So automatically the controls will come out from the loop. So this is how we can work with iterative statements like for and while. So just recalling the concept, so whatever the iterative statements, that means either for loop or while loop. So whatever the iterative statements you are using, you need to follow the three things, that is initialization, condition and updation. So these three are very important. So in this thing where we have discussed about the for loop and while loop. So I will demonstrate these two iterative statements by executing a small HTML code. So let us move on to the screen.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen the syntax for all the iterative statements, mainly for loop and while loop. So now I will show you the demonstration for this for loop and while loop. So for that we will just start writing the HTML content. So let us start with the HTML tag. So in between the HTML tag we'll write the body, and we can write the script inside the body itself. Okay. So first let us give an heading like iterative statements. So this is a heading we'll get on the page, and we'll also write some paragraph, because where we have to display the output. So paragraph ID is equal to a result. Okay, and close the paragraph. So in between here we'll get the result, or simply we can go with the H2. Right. Now we'll write the script here. So inside the script we need to give the iterative statements. So we'll print the numbers, n numbers, right? Some for that we'll first go with the for loop. First we have to initialize the value, and I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus, and inside that we'll give some result is equal to, or directly we can print here, or we'll give some here result plus is equal to I plus space. So I will give some space. Okay, for that we will give some I is I value, and similarly result is equal to some empty string. And after the for loop we will print this one, document dot get element by id result. Result is the id where we have to display the output. So inner html is equal to what in the result, here it is. So now we'll print here. So I will save this one as iter.html, and now we'll execute this file so that we'll get the result. See, you can observe here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10, right? So if you place here 100, we'll get the result with 100, right? And if you want to divide each 10 numbers in a row, we'll write some condition here. If I mod 10 is equal to 0, then what we have to do? We have to do result plus is equal to br. Br means break row, right? You can observe here, right? So for every 10 numbers, we'll start printing in the second line, right? So this is how we can demonstrate the for loop. So first initialization, condition, and the updation. So for the first time, the initialization will be done, and immediately it will check for the condition. If the condition is true, then this complete body of the for loop will be executed, and after executing this one, again updation will be done, and after updation again it will check for the condition. That means this initialization will be executed only one time. That's the only first time, right? Next, condition. If condition is true, it will enter into the loop. It will start executing all the statements in the for loop, and after completion of this execution, it will again update the loop variable and again check the condition. So this is the happens in the for loop. And now similarly, just replace this for loop with a while loop. So in the while loop also we have to use a loop variable. So here we'll take some loop variable as I. We'll initialize the loop variable outside the loop. So I will initialize here, and here instead of writing all these things, we'll write simple condition while I less than or equal to 100, right? So updation, we need to updation, so we will update the variable inside the loop. We'll update the loop. Next, you can observe the content is here, okay? And also if you go with the 2, see, so for every mod 2 is equal to 0, we'll get the break row, okay? After every even number, we'll get the break row. So we can consider the first line as a odd numbers and the second line as an even numbers, right? So this is how we can use the while loop. So whatever the iterative statements we are using, first we need to have one loop variable, initialization, and then the condition, and then the updation. So in for loop syntax, we are taking all the things in the single line, okay, separated with a semicolon. Initialization, semicolon, condition, semicolon, updation. But coming to the while loop, we can initialize the value outside, and we have to write the condition, and we can update the value inside. Even in for loop also, we can write the initialization outside and updation inside. Okay, so let us check for that. So and this syntax should be followed, right? Semicolon and I less than or equal to 100, colon, close. See, still we are getting the same output. We'll change this one. So I'm taking again I mod 10 so that 10 numbers will be printed in a single line. So you can observe here that there is no change. But here we are using the initialization outside the for loop, updation inside the for loop. Okay, here we are not using all the three statements, we are using only condition, but we have to separate with the semicolon. Two semicolons must be there. Okay, so two semicolons must be there, right? So this is how we can use the iterative statements, that is a for loop and while loop. So hope you understood this one.
Now coming to this numbers. So what comes under these numbers? So in JavaScript we can have the integer and a float. Okay, so whatever it may be, that can be treated as a numbers. So in other programming languages, if you want to declare a variable, we should declare those variables with the help of a data type. That means whatever the data we are supposed to store into that variable, we have to declare that variable with that particular data type. But here in JavaScript, that doesn't require. So irrespective of the data type, we can declare a variable and we can initialize the values. For example, let us take some x is an integer, y is an float, z is an string. Okay, if I want to store some integer value in x, float value in y, string in z. So irrespective of these data types, we have to declare these variables with the help of var keyword, right? So with the help of var keyword, x, y, z, and later we can initialize the value. That means some x is equal to 10, y is equal to 1.4, z is equal to some Python, right? So like this we can initialize the values. We need not bother about the data types. And see, one thing we have to remember, if we are saving some string to the variable, we have to enclose that in double quotations. So a strings can be of two things, numeric and a non-numeric. For example, 10 enclosed in double quotations is a 1 0. Okay, this is a string, and some a b c, that means this is a non-numeric string. Okay, both are strings, but here we are having the digits, so that's why we call it as numeric strings, and here we are not having the digits, so that's why we call it as a non-numeric strings, right? See, now coming to the numbers, the integer will be having the accuracy till 15 digits. So if the number with a 16 digit, if you initialize a value with a 16 digits, automatically the accuracy will be lost. So I will show you the example on the system so that you will be understanding, right? So integer will accept up to 15 digits only, and then coming to the float, it will give the accuracy till 17 precisions. Okay, but usually the float doesn't give any accurate value anytime. It doesn't give any accurate value, right? Next, coming to the arithmetic operations. See, and also we can represent a number in a scientific form, right? So that means exponential means a 10 power, right? So if a number represents some 5e5, okay, 5e plus 5, that implies 5 into 10 power 5. Okay, if 5e minus 5, this implies 5 into 10 power minus 5. Okay, 10 power minus 5. So this is how we can represent a number in a scientific way. Okay, then I will show you by executing a small code, no problem, and then working with the numbers and the strings. So coming to the arithmetic operations. So if 10 plus 20, if you are taking two variables, both are integers, we will get the integer result. That means 30. Okay, if 10 plus plus 20. Here 20 is a string. Here 20 is a string. Then it will treat as a string. So concatenation will be done. Concatenation. So if it is a concatenation, what is the result? 1020. We should not call as 1020. We should call it as 1020. Then if both are strings, if both the inputs are strings, still we'll get the concatenation 1020. And see, 10 plus 20 plus 30. Okay, 10 plus 20 plus 30. Then the result will be 13030. This is the result. Why we are getting this 3030? Always the JavaScript interpreter will execute from left to right. Okay, it will consider and it will execute from left to right. So first it will execute these two things, these two values. What's the value? Both are integers. If both are integers, we are getting the result. So 30 will be the result plus 30. So again we are getting one integer as well as one string. So then it will be considered as a string concatenation. So that's why we'll get the result as 3030. 3030. We should not call it 3030. It's a 3030. Then see, same case, 30 plus 20 plus 10. If the expression is in this way, that means the first argument is string and the further two arguments are integers, then also the JavaScript interpreter will execute from left to right. So first these two will be executed. These two will be executed. What is the result for these two? One is string and another one is integer. So concatenation will be done. Again 10. So this is a string, right? This is a string. So what is the result? One is string and another is integer. So the result is 302010. See, both are same. You can observe here both are same, but the order is different. First we are giving the integers and then string. Here first we are giving some string and then integers. So interpreter will execute from left to right. So that's why we'll get different answers for this type of expressions. Right? So hope you understood this one. Right. Next. Other than addition, what about the remaining arithmetic operations? Other than addition. So for example, in place of addition, if you give minus, the result will be minus 10. Minus 10, right? And if 20 minus 10, what is the result? So this is a string, this is an integer. In such case, other than the addition, in such case, the string will be converted into numerical. Okay, the string will be converted into numerical. So the result will be 10, integer itself. The result will be integer itself. So if one is a string, another one is an integer. If the operator is other than the addition, then it will this string will be converted into number. Similarly, 20 into 10, again we'll get the number. 20 will be converted into number and 10, that means 200. Similarly, 20 divided by 10, again 20 will be converted into number, so the result will be 2. Okay, only for addition the string will be concatenated. So plus will be acting as a concatenation operator. Right? Hope you understood this one. And if both are strings, then also we will get the same result. If both are strings also we will get the same result. Other than the addition operator, for every other operator the string will be converted into number. Right? And see, in such case, one is a string, another one is one is an integer. Okay, one is integer and another one is some string. Automatically the result will be NaN. The result will be NaN. NaN means, not a number, because this is a non-numeric string. So if any expression is having a non-numeric string, automatically we'll get the result as nan, not a number. And for example, if you are having 20 by 0, we will get the result as infinity. So we know that anything divided by 0 will get the result as infinity. So in such cases we'll get the infinity. So if it is a string also we'll get the infinity. If both the numerator and denominator are strings, then also we'll get the infinity. Okay. So this is one case, not a number and infinity. And the next one is number conversion. So in order to convert one numbers conversion from one type of number to another type of number, that means decimal to binary, octal, hexa. Okay, hexadecimal. For binary, the base is 2. Okay. For octal, the base is 8. For hexa, the base is 16. For decimal, the base is 10. Right? So there is a function called toString. Here S is capital, right? So here we have to pass a base to which we need to convert, right? See, for example, x is equal to some 15. Now we need to convert into another number system. So this is nothing but an integer which is a decimal value. So if you want to convert into binary, so we need to do x dot toString of base. What is the base for binary? 2. So automatically the binary result will be applied. And similarly x dot toString of 8. The octal representation, the octal value of 15 will be displayed here. Similarly, x dot toString 16. The hexadecimal value for this 15 will be displayed here. So this is a function to convert from one number system to another number system. Right? So hope you understood this one. The numbers and the arithmetic operations between the numbers and strings, working with numbers. So let's stop here, and I will show you each and every explanation demonstrating using a small code on the system. So let us move on to the system and write some HTML content so that if you are still having any doubts, those doubts will be clarified. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen working of numbers in JavaScript. Now I will demonstrate this thing by writing some HTML code. So let us start with the HTML content. So let us take some HTML tags, and inside the HTML we'll write some body. So we'll write some title here, heading, some h1, numbers in JavaScript. Now we'll take some paragraph. Okay. We'll take some ID is equal to some result, so that our result will be displayed here itself. Okay. We'll write some script. Inside the script we'll write all the things. Script. Right. Now the numbers. Let us consider the numbers. So variable x. So here there will be no data types. Okay, based upon the value assigned to that variable, it will be considered as a data type. Some x is equal to some 3.14 and variable x y is equal to some 20. Then display here. So get document dot get element by ID of what is value result dot inner HTML is equal to some x. Let us take some x. I will save here with the numbers dot HTML, and we'll check. We'll execute this one whether it was displayed or not. We can observe here. So 3.14, and if you display y here, we'll get some 20. Right, now that's clear. Now we can also represent this one in a scientific notation somewhere. Scientific notation means exponential, right? Some z is equal to some 5e3, 5e plus 3. E plus 3 means nothing but 10 power 3. That means plus 3 means 10 power plus 3. If it is minus 3, it will be 10 power minus 3. Now you just go with the z value. You can observe here, see 5000. So 5 into 10 power 3. If you go here with a 6, you can observe. Okay, 5 into 10 power 6. And if it is a minus 1, so the real part will be having only one value and everything will be in the decimal part, right? So simply 5 into 10 power minus 6. Now you can observe here 0.000005, right? So we can also represent any value in the scientific format also. And next is the precisions. So here not only the float values, we can also have the precisions for integers. That means in JavaScript, the integers will be having an accurate result of only up to 15 digits. If the number exceeds with the 15 digits, automatically the result may vary. For example, you can observe here some where n is equal to, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, right? So total 10 digits are there. So here I will display some n. You can observe here. So we are getting accurate result, right? So let us do some heading so that the text will be appeared bigger, right? See, now I will add a few more. So 1, 2, 3. So that total 13 digits. 14 digits I will give, 14 digits. Now we will see, yes, 14 digits. 15th digit, let us check, yes, 15th digits. 16th digit, okay. Now the digits, the number of digits for this number is 16 digit number. Now you can observe here, okay, 16. See, from the 16th digit you can observe if it is a 17 digit. Here we have given the number as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but we are getting some 8 value here. And if you keep on increasing the digits, sorry, once again we'll execute this one. If you keep on executing the digits, you can observe the result will be varied, okay. So the precision, the maximum number of digits it will accept with the accuracy is only up to 15 digits. Okay, if the number exceeds with the 15 digits, automatically the number will be automatically inaccurate, right? Similarly, we'll go with the float values. Float values means, so it will take around 17 decimals. It will give the accuracy up to 17 decimals. For example, 10 divided by 3, it's a never ending, right? So if you give m, you can get it here. See, so up to 16 digits it was equal, and for the 17 digit we are not getting any accuracy. It's an inaccurate, right? So the float values will always be inaccurate. That's one thing to be remembered, right? So here the float values will be almost inaccurate. Now, see, we'll see the working with numbers and strings, a combination of numbers and string. So I will remove all these things. We'll take two variables x and y and we'll check z is equal to. So if it is some 10 and a 20, if it is x plus y, and if you are printing some z value, see, we'll get some result is 30. That's good. Both are integers, we are getting the integer result. If both are strings, so remember that all the strings should be enclosed in double quotations. Either it may be a numeric string or non-numeric string. So this is a numeric string. So if the string consists of only digits, we call it as a numeric string. So if the digits doesn't have any numerics, we'll call it as a non-numeric strings. See, now what's the result here? The concatenation. The result will be the concatenation. If both the variables are having the string data type, if you use the addition operator, automatically the result will be the concatenation. So the result is not 30, it will be 10, 20, 1020. And then if what is the issue with the integer and string? So 10 and 20. If you execute this one, again we'll get the concatenation, right? again we'll get the concatenation. Okay, so 10, even though one is integer and another one is a string, we'll get the concatenation as a result. Now we'll check x, y, and where some r is equal to 30. Okay, r is equal to 30. We'll see x plus y plus z. Sorry, it's not a z, it's a r. Now check, we'll get 10, 20, 30. 10, 20, 30. We should not call it as a 10, 20, 30. We should call it as a 10, 20, 30. That's good. And what if the expression is like this? So x and y are integers and r is a string. Now what is the result? It will be 3030 because here these two are integers. In JavaScript the expression will be evaluated, arithmetic expressions will be evaluated from left to right. So left to right means first x plus y will be done and then that result will be added to the r. So here x and y are the integers, so 30 will be added and r will be the string, so automatically it will be concatenated. See, the same thing I will show you in another case. If the first one is a string and next two are integers, then we'll get the concatenation because left to right, the JavaScript, the expressions will be evaluated, the interpreter works from left to right. So leftmost with 10, which is a string, x and y is an integer, so both will be having the result of string concatenation 1020. Again it is a string, so again we are adding 30, so 10, 20, 30. That means 102030 will be the result, right? So this is one thing you have to remember. The interpreter works from left to right. Yes. Now what about the division? Dividing two strings. Dividing two strings. If you go with the 10 and divided by 5, it's a string. Again it's a string, right? So if x and y, now if you do add operation, it will be concatenated. If you go with a minus, automatically JavaScript will convert the string to numbers and you will get the numeric result. So 10 minus 5, it will be 5. And if it is 2, 10 minus 2, it is 2, the 10 minus 2, it will be 8. So obviously, if both are strings, even though both variables are strings, and we are applying other than the addition operator, the strings will be converted into numbers. And again you can observe x divided by y, again it will give the result as 2. So 10 divided by 5, numerics. Okay, and even one integer and one string will also give the same result. Okay, so other than the addition operator, all the remaining arithmetic operators, the strings will be converted into numbers, right? And what about this case? JS. So 10 divided by JS. So this is a numeric string, this is a non-numeric string. In such cases, we'll get a not a number, NaN. So here, any expression is having any arithmetic expression is having a non-numeric string, automatically will get the result as NaN. That is not a number. So here you can observe x is 10, it's a numeric. Y is also a string, but it is a non-numeric. So obviously we'll get the result as not a number. And what happens if it is 0? We'll get infinity. Either it is a negative value or a positive value divided by 0 will give the infinity. Okay. Now, and one more thing, it's a number conversion. So we can convert any number from one system to another system. If you are having some x is equal to 10, we can convert it to, where a is equal to some x dot, there is a function called toString of 2. If you give 2 as an argument here, the result will be in a binary format. You can observe. Okay, this is a binary format for 10. If you increase this one, 15, you can get the 15 binary format. And if you want to convert into another way, so octal, just give the 8 as an argument. To string argument 8, it will return octal value. So 15 is an integer value, 8 is an octal value, and the decimal value is normal 10. Okay, decimal value is 10, base 10. So that base should be given as an argument to the toString function. If it is a 16, so 16 is a base for hexadecimal. So 15 will be displayed in hexadecimal. Right? So this is the function toString to convert from one system to another system. Hope you understood this concept. So working with the numbers. So we have seen the integers, float, scientific notation, and the precisions, and the combinations of numbers and strings, and also not a number, and the infinity, and the number conversion.
See, coming to the number objects, so it is completely different with the numbers. Okay, so if we are creating some variable, some x is equal to 10, so this x is of type number. Similarly, if you are declaring some variable with y is equal to some 2.5, this will also be of number. So one thing, how can we know whether the given variable is of which data type? That means either it is a number or a string. So for finding this one, we are having a small keyword called type of. So by using this type of, we can know what exactly the data type of the particular variable. So if you want to check the x, we have to go with type of x. So it will give either number or a string, or it's an object. Okay, number, string, or object, whatever it may be, the data type of this variable will be given here. So if you want to create a number object, then this number object can be created by using new keyword. Okay, so how to create a number object? Similarly, where x is equal to new number, n should be capital here, number of, give the value here, some 10. Right? Now the type of x is an object, it's not a number. In this case, the type of x is number, right? And in this case, type of x will be object. So objects will be created with the help of a new keyword. Right? Now, if you compare these two things, okay, if you compare these two things, for example, consider y here. Okay, consider y here. So x is equal to 10, and remove this one. X is equal to 10 and y is equal to 10. If you compare x is equal to y, x is equal to y, automatically this will return true, because it will compare the values. Okay, so the value of x is 10 here, and here also the value of y is 10. So x is equal to y is true. And if you go with triple is equal to, so here there is a one more operator called triple is equal to. So triple is equal to, then it will return false, because it will compare data types. So it will compare types. So here x type is number, y type is object. So both are different. So if you compare these two, we'll get the false as a result. And similarly, see, where z is equal to some new number of 10. So here you can observe, so here z is also an object, right? Z is also an object, y is object, z is object. And if you compare these two, y is equal to z, it will return false, and it will always return false because we can't compare the objects. So objects should not be compared. Okay, we can't compare the objects. So this is the difference between all these things. Okay, this is the difference between all these things. So is equal to, triple is equal to, and again equal to. So if both are values, then we have to use a double is equal to. If both are types, if you want to compare the types, we have to use a triple is equal to, and object should not be compared. Now let us move with the methods. So there are a few methods that can be applied on these numbers and the number objects. So now number methods, we'll go with the number methods. So one method we have seen in the previous session, that is a toString. So this toString will be returning the string from any other variable, right? So converts to string data type, for example, where x is equal to 10, here 10 is a number, so x dot toString, so s is a capital, right? S is a capital, it will return 10 as a string. Similarly, some float value can also be converted into a string, and also if you give any base value here, automatically it will convert from one number system to another number system, right? So this is one method, and the second method is toExponential. So here we have to give the value here, and whatever the value we are given, that will be applied to the number, and that number will be represented in a scientific manner, that means exponential, with the help of exponential, right? So I will show you an example by executing small code, and there is one more method called toFixed, and here also we have to give the value, so that the value will be taken consideration and it will be rounding up the number, right? For example, if a is equal to 5.4567, and if you are doing a dot toFixed, f is capital here, toFixed of 2, so only 2 decimals will be taken, up to 2 decimals. So a value becomes, after executing this one, 5.45. So 45 will be rounded, so 46 will be printed here. 46 will be printed. Okay, so 5.4567. So a dot toFixed of 2, that means it will round up to 2 values. So 45, it will display 46. Right? If you are giving 3, then 456. So it will print 457. It will round up the third, up to third value. So I will execute the program so that you will your doubts will be clarified, right? Now again there is one more function called toPrecision, and give the value, and this gives the length of the number, so how many numbers, how many digits should be accepted. For example, similarly, a is equal to 5.4567, and a dot toPrecision of 3, so it will return only 3. The length of the value should be 3, so it will return 5.45. so total values are 3. Okay, total number of the length of the number is 3, so this value represents the length of the number. Okay, if it is a 4, so automatically 456, so total length is 4. So like this we can use this toPrecision to reduce or increase the value, the length of the value, the length of the number, right? So I will execute all these functions. These are the methods available, and I will execute all these methods by in the HTML code. We'll write some HTML code and I will execute all these things. And after the methods, now, so whatever the methods we are using, either toString or toFixed or toExponential or toPrecision, the return value will be in the form of string. Okay, so for example, some a is equal to 5.4567, and a dot toPrecision of 3, the result will be 5.45, and this is in the form of string. This will be in the form of string. So we need to convert into numbers. If you want to convert into numbers, there are some number conversions there are some number conversions, so which will convert the variables to numbers, variables to numbers. So for this we are having the functions called number, parse int, parse float. Okay, so these functions will convert the variables to numbers. So for example, you take this one, and if you initialize it to any other variable, so b will be having some 5.45. if you pass this b here, automatically the data type of b will be number. The data type of variable b will be changed to number. So initially now, so whatever the value we are applied to the precision, the result will be in of string. And again, if you are passing the value to the number function or parsing function or a parse float function, we will get the result as a number. So this will give the result as 5.45. It's a number. And if you give this here, it will return only 5. If you give here, it will return 5.445. Right? So like that we can convert the variables to numbers by using one among these three functions: number function, parse int, and a parse float. Right? And apart from these conversions, we are also having some properties, number properties. So for variables we can't apply these properties, for only the numbers we can apply the properties. So there are different properties, those are called number properties. Number properties. So this can be applied only for the numbers. Right? So the first one is capital letters min underscore value. So this will return the minimum value that the JavaScript variable will hold. Okay. Second one is a maximum value, max underscore value. All are the capital letters. This will give the maximum value that a variable can store in JavaScript. Okay, that a variable can store in JavaScript, a maximum value and a minimum value. And the third one, positive underscore infinity. So this will return the infinity value. Infinity, that means divided by 0. Okay, so this is a plus, positive infinity. And next one is a negative infinity. All are capital letters. This will give negative infinity. See, for example, this is an example, 10 divided by 0. It will give the positive infinity. Minus 10 divided by 0. It will give the negative infinity. So this is a negative infinity. And the last one is nan. It is nothing but not a number. Not a number. So I think in the previous session we have gone through this nan, not a number. So if any expression is having a non-numeric string and it is applied to the arithmetic operations, then we'll get this not a number. Non-numeric string. That means the string should not contain any digits. Right? For example, some 10 divided by ABC. So this is a non-numeric string, but applying some arithmetic operation. Similarly, 10 plus, not the plus. So if you use a plus, automatically it will give the concatenation. 10 minus ABC. This will also give the not a number. Similarly, 10 into ABC. This will also return the not a number. But if you give 10 plus ABC, what's the result? In the previous session we have seen concatenation will be done. So 10 ABC will be the result here. In this case, only in the addition, arithmetic addition. So all the remaining cases will get the result as not a number, not a number. Right? So these are the number properties, and these properties are only valid for numbers. Okay, only valid for number object. It doesn't suitable for variables. It will not be applied for variables, right? So hope you understood this one. So let us demonstrate. I will demonstrate all these things by executing a small HTML code. So let's move on to the system, so that if you are still having any doubts, all the doubts will be clarified once you see the program, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the number object, so how to create a number object and how it differs from a normal number, and then different methods available in this number object, and also we have seen different conversion functions, that means number function, parseInt function and parseFloat, and also we have seen the properties of number object. Right, now let us demonstrate all these things by executing a small HTML code. So let us start writing the HTML code. So let us start with the HTML tags. So inside the HTML tag we have to write the body. So inside the body we can write the content. So body tag. So yeah, put the heading here. Just I will give the heading as number objects, right? Now, so here I will write, let us write the script here inside the body. So inside the script we can write all the things. So first we will create a number, a normal number and the number object. So in order to create a normal number, we can go with a where some x is equal to some 10 or 15, right? So let us take from 15 and let us create an object. So object is created with the help of a new keyword. So y is equal to some new keyword followed by the number, and whatever the number we are giving here we have to pass. Now you can observe here I have given the two things here. X is a number and y is an object. So x is a variable and y is an object. So how to know whether x is a variable or object? That means how to know the type of that particular variable. So here we can have, we are having one keyword, that is a type of. So by using this type of statement we can know whether the x or y or variables, the variables of particular data type. So let us check with that one. So for that I will go with some z is equal to, sorry, so document dot write ln. So I will write some this function to print the output. So here I will go with the type of x, right? So I will write here type of x, right? Now, sorry, yeah, and then also write the same thing in order to know the type of y. Okay, type of y, type of y. So we'll get the data type of x and a data type of y here. Let us save this one with the help of numbers.html, right? So I will save this one with the numbers.html. So you can find here by executing this one we'll get the data types. So you can observe here type of x is number and type of y is object. So we'll take br, okay, that means a break row. And also here I will include this one because whatever the thing we are printing in the next lines, that will be printed in a new line. So just refresh it. So type of x is number and type of y is undefined. Sorry, here y4. Now you can observe type of y is object. So here x is having 15 and y is having 15, and if you are comparing the things, see, if you are comparing the things, write the same thing. See, x is equal to y. That means, so instead of writing here, just write x equal to y. Now what is the result? Observe here. So we'll get true. What's the result of here? It's a true. X is equal to y is true, right? So because here double is equal to is an equal is nothing but a relational operator. Whenever you are using this double is equal to, it checks the value. So value of x is 15 and y is 15. So it becomes true. And if you go with the triple is equal to, that implies it compares the types, not the values.
Okay, so here type of x is integer number and type of y is object. Now we'll get the result as, sorry, see, I will copy the same thing and I will go with this next. So here we'll go with the triple is equal to, now the result will be false. The result is a false here. Okay, the result is a false here. So here the result is a false. Why it is false? Because we are using some triple is equal to, which means it compares the data types. Okay, if it is double equal to, it is a values. That values will be compared. If it is triple is equal to, the types will be compared. And one more thing, we can't compare the objects. So for example, you take the same thing, you take a one more variable here, some z is equal to 15, and also you can print the type of z. Okay, the type of z is nothing but an object, right? So type of z is an object because we are using some new. And if you compare the same thing, with z, y and z, okay, so you can observe here both are objects, right? Both are objects. So here I am comparing y and z. So even though both are objects, we'll get the result as false. Okay, because two objects can't be compared. So this point should be remembered. Two objects can't be compared, right? So this is a number object. So like this we can create an object. That means by using the new keyword. Now there are different methods available in number object. That is, first one is a toString. So already we have seen in the previous session, that is a toString. In order to convert from one base value to another base value, so that base value will be given as an argument to the toString function. So if you are not giving any argument there, the value will be converted into a string data type. So here you can observe x is nothing but a 15, and now where s is equal to, write down x dot toString. So automatically s is a type of string. So 15 will be converted into a string type. So you can observe here. So here type of s. You can observe here type of s is a string. Okay, so s x dot toString means whatever the number we are giving, either integer or a float, numerical value will be converted into a numeric string. It's a numeric string now, right? Then there is one more function called toExponential. So we can represent any value with the exponential form. See, you take the same thing. So where some e is equal to exponential. So we'll consider 15 itself. 50 x dot to exponential, right? And give the value to which it must be exponented. So 2, I'll give 2, and I will print e value here. So I will remove all these things. Okay, I will remove these things, and also yeah, I will remove these things so that there will be no confusion for you. So instead of giving here exponential form, it's nothing but e. So if you print e, we'll get the value in exponential form. You can observe here. See, exponential form 1.50 e plus 1, right? So representing the value in terms of exponential. If you go with the 3, you can observe here. So 3. These are 3 precisions, right? 3 decimals with exponential value, right? So this is how we can convert any number to exponential form. Okay. Now there is one more function called fixed. toFixed function will returns a string, and it gives the number of decimals. It will restrict to the number of decimals. So if you go with where f is equal to, see, x dot
fixed of, give the number of decimals. Let us take some 3 decimals here and let us print here. So I will execute here. So to fixed function, right? So I'll print here f. You can observe here 2 fixed is 15.000. So that means we are restricting to 3 decimals. So automatically 3 decimals will be added, right? So initially x value is 15 and now it is a 15.000 because we are restricting to the 3 decimals. If you go with the 6 decimals, automatically it will be printed with the 6 decimals. So if some where n is equal to 5.345678, 5.345678. Now if you restrict this one n dot to fix it with 3, so you can observe here the result is 5.346. 5.346. It will be rounding up. Okay, it will be rounding up to the 3 decimals. If you go with the 4 decimals, 5.3457 will get this one 57. See, you will get 3457. Right? So like this, in order to restrict with the decimal values, we will go with this to fixed function. And there is one more function called to precision. So total number of length, the length of the value can be restricted with the help of this precisions. Okay, p is equal to n dot to precision of. So if you consider this length, that means number of digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits are there. So here you can restrict with the 3 digits. You can restrict with the 3 digits. Now you can print the p value here. So see, precision function, and here instead of f we have to give p, and if you execute this one, you will get the value. The length of the number will be 3. And you can one important thing, the result of all these functions are string. So if you go with the exponential form, this is not a number, this is a string. And to fixed function, this is not a number, this is also a string. And to precision function, this is also a string. Right? See. And you can observe here. So see, I will let us check whether the type of this one. So type of p. Okay, type of p. And you can observe type of p. So type of p is a string. That means p means nothing but a precision function. The result of precision function is stored in p. So type of p is a string. And if it is f, that means to fixed function. So then also we'll get a string. And you can observe type of f is a string. And similarly exponential. So type of e. Even type of e is also a string. You can observe here. Type of e is also a string. Right? So the result of all these number methods will be of string data type. Now there are a few functions in order to convert the variables to numbers. Now see, if you convert this number, let it be some a is equal to, where a is equal to number of, see, number of, let us take some e, we'll go with the e, right? Let us check. Okay, type of a and a. You can observe type of a is a number. So initially e is a string. So just now we have seen e is a string, and we are converting that string to a number by using a number function. This is a type, just like a type conversion, right? So by using this number function, the variables will be converted into a numbers. Okay, and also we can go with a parse int and a parse float.
see, where b is equal to, go with the parse int of, let us take some f, let us take some f, and also you just go with one, so type of b, type of b, and here also go with the type of b, so that you can get the value, see, number. Okay, so that means we can convert any variable to a numbers, so we can use a parseInt or parse float or a number function. So if you print this b value, if you print this b value, see, value of b, br, right. Now let us check, see, value of b is 5. So initially value b parseInt of f, that means, see, two fixed function, f value is this one, 5.3457, but parseInt will convert the variable in integer value. Okay, integer value. Similarly, we can have the same thing in a float. C and float. So automatically we can check the value of C and C. So we are checking the type and the value of this one. So type of C is number and value of C is 5.3457 because it's a float. It's a float. So previously f is a string. Okay, previously the value of f is a string, right? But by using these functions, number, parseInt and parsefloat, we can convert the numbers into, variables into numbers. Okay, and then the last thing, that is properties. So we have also seen the properties for number method. So these properties are not valid for variables, not belongs to the variables. Okay, so we can't have the properties for variables. If it is a number object, then we can have the values. See, we have seen some 5 values, so 5 properties: minimum value, maximum value, positive infinity, negative infinity, and not a number. So let us check. So h1 number properties. I will write here. So document of this one I will print here. So here, instead of this one, we'll check min value. So min value, in order to print the minimum value that a variable can accept is, so just we have to call with the help of number object, number dot min value. So you can observe here, sorry, right. So sorry, here we have to write in this format. So plus, right, document dot write ln, so you can have C. Okay, so this is a minimum value, right? Minimum value, this is the minimum value that an integer can, the variable can accept. Okay, and similarly a maximum value. So what is the maximum value that JavaScript can accept? That is a max value, and the number dot max value. So we'll get the maximum value that JavaScript can accept. This is the maximum value, right? E plus 308, that is a scientific representation, that is 10 power 308. This is 10 power minus 324. This is the minimum value, this is the maximum value. And similarly positive infinity, positive infinity, let us check. Positive infinity, and same number dot, same thing, positive infinity, right? So let us check. We'll get the positive infinity as infinity. and similarly negative infinity. So if it is negative infinity, minus infinity, we should get the minus infinity, right? So negative infinity, and here also we should get negative infinity. You can observe negative infinity means minus infinity, and there is one more property called not a number. So if any arithmetic operations, if any computations is having some non-numeric string, then automatically we'll get the not a number, right? So number dot nan, okay, nan. So we'll get this not a number. That means a non-numeric string. If you are performing any operations with a non-numeric string, we'll get this not a number, right? So these are the things we just covered in this session. That is about number objects, and then the number methods, and how to convert the variables to a numbers, and number properties. Okay, so all these things for number object, right? Hope you understood this thing. So first we'll go with the strings. So how to represent a string and how to create a string, and then how to create the string object. So we have already seen the number object, right? Similarly, we can create a string object, and then we'll go with the string methods. So there are several methods available in string. Okay, so we'll go with all those methods, right? Now coming to the strings. So a string is what the number of characters, any number of characters, so enclosed in the quotations, that can be represented as a string. So we can go with the numeric strings or non-numeric strings. That means the string may also include the digits. Okay, it may include the digits, alphabets, or any special symbols, but it should be enclosed in quotations. Either it may be a double quotations or a single quotations. For example, some s is equal to welcome. This is not a string. So if you enclose this in between a double quotes, then it will be a string. Similarly, s is equal to 10. It is a number, and if this 10 is enclosed in a double quotes, then it will be a string. So not only the double quotes, we can also enclosed in single quotation. So anything is no problem. Okay, so whatever the thing we are enclosing in between the quotations, that we will call it as a strings. And how to create a string object? So how to create this string? Simply use the declaration keyword, that is where some s is equal to, here use this one, so welcome. So this is the string which is available in yes, variable yes, right? So this is how we can create a string. Now how to create a string object? So similar to our number object, the string object can be created with the help of new keyword. So if you use the same thing, where some s is equal to new of string of welcome, so the value is same. Here you can observe the value is same, but here yes is an object. So in this case, yes is a string. So that's the difference. By using the new keyword, we can create a string object. And also we are having in these strings, we are having a lot of methods, string methods, built-in methods. So we can use all those methods in order to do some operations on these strings. Okay, right. So we'll say the string methods one by one. And before going to the string method, there is a property for the string called length property. So there is a property called length property. In order to find the string length, we can go with s dot length. So it will return the length of the string. In yes. So here s dot means length of string in yes will be returned. Okay, so it will count all the characters and it will return. So here the count is 7, so the result for this one is 7. Okay, so this is the length property in order to find the length of the string. Now we'll go with methods one by one. So I will show you the syntax of these methods, and I will demonstrate each and every method by executing a small HTML code. Right, so now I will show you the syntaxes and then we'll move on with the code. Okay, first we'll go with the methods. The first one is index of. So here O is a capital letter. O will be the capital letter. Index of. So here the syntax is string dot index of. Here you have to pass the string or a character. So whatever it may be. So you can pass anything. So it will find and it will return the index. It will return the index of the first occurrence of the string or a character. So here you can pass either character or a substring. So it will search for this substring or a character in this string. Okay, so if it is available, it will return the index value from where it was started. If the string is not available in here, automatically in the false condition, that means if the string is not available, it will return -1. If it is a true, that means if the string or a character is available, it will return the index of that particular character or substring. Otherwise it will return a -1. Okay, and second one, last index of. So here I and O are capitals. So here also the same syntax. So string dot last index of same string. So we have to pass any substring or any character. Okay, here also the same thing. It will return the index. So here it is a first occurrence. Okay, here it is a first occurrence, and here it is a last occurrence. Okay, so here the same thing, but in this case it will return the first occurrence. In this case it will return the last occurrence, as the name is last index of. Right, and here if the string is not available, it will return -1, and here also if the string is not available, it will return -1. Right, and the next third one is we can give the second parameter for this index of. So index of or last index of also, we can give the second parameter, string dot index of. Here you can give the string or character, and here you can give the start index. So that means from where we have to check. Okay, from where we have to search. Right, from where we have to search. From this position it will search for the first occurrence of this character. So it will return the index of first occurrence. Okay, and if it is a false, again the same thing. That means false means if this string is not available from this index value, it will return -1. The same thing is for last index of also. So last index of also will be taking the second argument as a start index from where we have to search. Right, so if it is available, automatically it will return index of the last occurrence. Okay, so this is the thing, and the next one, search. Okay, so here the search function, the syntax is string dot search of string or character, a string or a character. Okay, string or character, and here also we'll get the index of first occurrence. So then what is the difference between the search and index of? So one difference is here we can give the second argument, but for the search function we can't give the second argument, right? So in this case, index of and last index of, we can give the second argument as a starting index. That means we can reduce the space, search space, but that cannot be done in search function. So it will search from the beginning, the starting of the string. It will search from the starting of the next one is slice. So that means we can extract some portion of the string. Okay, we can extract some portion of the string. So hope you understood these four functions: index of, last index of, and the search function, right? The next one is slice. The syntax is string dot slice of start index, stop index. So we need to give the index position start and stop, so that it will extract the values from starting index to stop index. So this start index will be included in the extraction, and this stop index will be excluded. So we should not include that one. So for example, if you go with the slice 0,11, it will start executing, that means start extracting the portions from the index values 0 to 10, because 0 will be included and stop index will not be included, so up to 10 will get it. Okay, so this will be slicing operation. And here one more advantage, we can also give the negative indexes. For example, if you consider the string as welcome, okay, so the index value is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, so this is the positive index. And here we can have the negative index. The last element, the index value of the last element will be -1, here -2, -3, -4, -5, -6 and -7, right? So this is the negative index. So in the slicing operations, we can give the positive index or the negative index. Okay, we can also give the positive index as well as the negative index. So negative index means it will start counting from last element to the first element. If it is a positive index, from the first element to the last element. That we have to remember, right? Yeah. Then, so this is the slice operation. And the next one is substring. Substring is a single word. Okay, there is no capital letter here. So string dot substring, and again here we are supposed to give the start index, stop index, and stop index. So here also the same thing, we'll get the portions, the characters from the index values from starting index to stop index. Here also it will be included, it will be excluded, right? But what's the difference between the substring and the slice? So here we should not give negative index. Negative index is not acceptable. Where slice operation will accept the negative index. But here it doesn't accept the negative index. That's the difference between the slice and this substring, right? And there is one more function to extract the portion, that is substr. So here the syntax is string dot substr, and here we have to give the start index. The first parameter is the start index, and the second parameter is length, up to where we have to, up to how many characters we need to extract. So here we have to give the length of characters to extract. So from this index, this many characters will be extracted, right? So the first slice means start index and stop index, and it will be included, it will be excluded, and here the negative index will also be accepted. Negative index will be accepted, but here the same thing, here negative index will not be accepted, and here the start index and the length of the characters to be extracted. Here we need to give the length of the characters, how many characters we need to extract, right? So these are the three functions for extracting a portion of a string. And there is a one more, the next method is a replace method. So replace method, the name itself indicates it will replace the old string with the new string. So the syntax will be a string dot a replace of old string new string. Okay, old string and new string. So here also it will replace only one occurrence, only first occurrence. Okay, it will replace only first occurrence. It doesn't replace all the occurrences. It just a replace. Okay, so we need to replace the old string to new string. So it will search from the first character. So whenever it finds this old string, automatically that old string will be replaced with the new string. Right? So this is the replace function. And there are a few more functions available. So in order to convert from lowercase to uppercase and uppercase to lowercase, so we are having a functions called to uppercase to lowercase. To uppercase function. So the syntax is string dot to uppercase. Okay, automatically whatever the string available in this string, all the lowercase characters will be converted to uppercase. Similarly, we are having the one more function called to lowercase. So don't worry, I will execute each and every function and I will show you. Okay, so I'm just giving the syntax here, string dot to lowercase. So automatically whatever the characters, uppercase characters available in this string, that will be converted into lowercase. And there is one more function called concat. Concat means concatenation. So it replaces the plus operator. So generally plus will be used as a concatenation between two strings. That can be replaced by using this concatenation. So string 1 dot concat string 2, automatically whatever the string available in string 2, that will be concatenated to string 1. So one thing I need to say here, so whatever the thing we are creating, everything will be creates a new string. Okay, the original string will not be affected. So if you convert some lowercase to uppercase, the original string will not be converted, right? So a new string will be created. Similarly, concatenation also, a new string will be created. The old string will not be updated, right? So a new string will be created by applying these functions, right? Next one, trim function. Trim function, it removes all the leading and trailing spaces. So it removes the spaces, and the syntax is string dot trim. For example, we are having some spaces, 3 spaces, and we are writing some JavaScript and 3 spaces here. And if you apply this trim function, it will remove all these spaces, leading spaces and trailing spaces, but not the spaces in between the string. Okay, it doesn't remove the spaces in between the string. It only removes the leading spaces and trailing spaces. So the result will be directly, so without the leading spaces, we'll get the result. So this space is common. Okay, this space is common. It will remove the leading spaces and trailing spaces. So this will be the result for trim function. It will remove the spaces. Then so how to extract the characters from the position? Okay, extracting the characters from the position. So for that we are having the function called char_et function. So char_et means character et. So string dot char_et, and here we need to give the position or index, whatever it may be. So whatever the character available in that position, that will be returned. Okay, it will return the character at position. Character at given position, right? So we need to give the position. So if the position is beyond the length of the string, nothing will be printed. So I will show everything. Okay, and there is a one more function called char code et. So here C and A will be capital. Char code et. So it will return the Unicode of the given character. Okay, first it will get the character for that position, and it will return the Unicode for that particular character. So string dot char code at position, it will return Unicode. So generally we are having a different code formats, that is ASCII. We know that ASCII. So this is a Unicode. So it will return the Unicode of the character which is available in this position. Okay, Unicode for the character available in this position, right? So these two, by using these two, we can extract the character. That means we can get the character or the code at the given position, right? The next one is accessing. So how can we access the string characters? So this accessing can be done with the help of index value. Okay, in between the subscript. So index value always starts from 0, right? For example, s is equal to some welcome. So index value is 0. So this can be represented as s of 0, and this can be represented as s of 1, and this can be represented as s of 2, and this can be represented as s of 3, and so on, right? So each and every character will be having some index value, and we need to access the characters with the help of index given in subscript. So by using this, we can access the characters. So hope you understood this one. So I have given the complete information about the strings, how to create a string, how to create the string object, and what are the different methods, the syntax for different methods available in the strings in JavaScript. Now we'll execute each and every method. So I will show you how to create a string, how to create a string object, and how to execute all these string methods in the program by executing a small program, right? So that if you are having any doubts, those doubts will be clarified. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen about the strings introduction, and then string object and string methods. Now I will demonstrate each and every method of the string. So by executing a small HTML code, we'll execute small HTML code. So we'll begin with the HTML tag. So in between the HTML tag, we'll create a body, and in the body we'll write the content, right? Yeah. So we'll put the heading first of this topic, that is strings. So this is all about our strings, and now see strings, and then string object, string methods, right? So this is our concept now. So inside this we'll write the scripting, right? So strings.html. I'm just saving it. So inside here we can write the script. So inside the script we'll create one string. So string can be declared by using the where s1 is equal to, see here we can write here in the double quotations. So a string is a number of 0 or more characters enclosed in the quotations. So either it can be a double quotations or a single quotations. So I am writing welcome to strings in JavaScript, right? So this is the string we have declared, and now we'll display it. So for display, we'll go with the document dot write ln s1. Okay, so let us execute this one. So I'm saving this one. So this is the file, and if you double click on these strings, you will get the file. See, so heading, this one is a heading, and this is a text, right? So welcome to strings in JavaScript. That's what we have written here. Now usage of double quotations and single quotations. So even string can be used in a single quotation. So see, where s2 is equal to, instead of single quotations, double quotations, this is giving a single quotations, string with single quote. So again, I will display the same thing, document dot write ln, see, single quoted string s2, right? So I will give the same thing here for better understanding, right? So instead of single, here it's a double quoted. You can observe here, see, double quoted string, single quoted string. Just a second. So here we can break row. We can give the break row. So automatically it was displayed here. Right? So double quoted string and single quoted string. This was right. Now, if you want to insert any double quotations or single quotations inside the string, so we need to give here. So inside the single quotations, see, inside the single quotations, we can give the double quotations. See, I will write here with double quotations. So I will write here, I will keep this one is a double quotations, and let us execute here. See, if you observe here, so it includes the double quotations. Okay, the double quotations are included in double quotations, right? Hope you understood. So inside the single quotations, we can use the double quotations. Similarly, inside the double quotations, we can use the single quotations, right? See, I will show you JavaScript. I will keep this JavaScript in a single quotation. You can observe here. So you can observe in the output, we will get the single quotation, right? So that is the usage of double quotations and single quotations. So a string is a zero or a more number of characters enclosed in a quotations. Either it may be a single quotations or it may be a double quotations, right? Then, and the next one, see, we can have the string object, how to create a string object. So this is a normal string. We can have the type of a thing. See, document dot write ln. So instead of this one, I will give type of s2. Okay, you can observe, sorry, yeah, you can observe it is a string. See, you can observe here string. Okay, you can observe here string, right? And if you create a string object, so where we can create a string object s3 is equal to, we have to use a new keyword and followed by string and pass the string here. So this is string object, right? Now document dot write ln s3, string object s3, right? So here you can go with br. So you can observe here string object. So this is string object, and now you can check with the data type. So here you can observe type of s3, type of s3. You can observe here type of s3 is an object. So whatever the operators we have seen in the numbers, that means double is equal to, triple is equal to, the same can be applied in the strings also, right? So if you are using double is equal to, we'll get the, I mean the values will be compared, and if you are using triple is equal to, the types and values will be compared. The same thing here, and this is how we can create the objects and strings. Now we'll see the methods. So we'll see the methods. So what are the different methods? So I will give you, so document dot, I will write the heading here, write ln, instead of, I mean if you want to write heading in the script, we have to put in the document dot write ln, right? So h1 string methods. So you can observe here string methods, right? Now we'll see one by one. So what are the string methods? The first one is index of, right? So index of means, so we have to pass one argument and we'll get the string. So I will so we are having some s1, s2 and s3. So we'll see that document dot write ln. So here we'll see what is the function, index of. Okay, so I will write here index O capital of, index of function right. Now the syntax is, what is the syntax? So string dot, that means s1 dot. So I just want to identify the index of some character or a string of s1. So I have to write s1 dot. If you want to find out the index of any character in the s2, we have to write s2 dot. So like this s1 dot index of, give the string here. So either it may be a character or a string. So I will go with some O. So it will give first occurrence. Okay, it will give the first occurrence. We'll check. See, index of is 4. That means index of O. So here we are checking O. What's the in the S1? What's the S1 here? So you can observe S1 is a welcome to string in JavaScript. So in that we are finding the index of O. That means this one. What is the value? The index starts from 0 itself. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we got the result as 4. And if you are giving any string which is not available, so I am giving Z is not available in S1, right? Z is not available in S1, so we'll get C -1. It will return as a -1, right? So first let me give the, I will print the S1 and S2, okay? S1 comma, see, so just for representation I am giving S1 comma S1. I will go with a BR. Next, S2 is equal to S2, and also I will display the S3 also, okay, and we'll go with a BR. BR means a break row, okay. S3 is equal to S3. and also we'll go with the BR, because for every time we are supposed to print the output in the next line. Now you can observe S1, S2, S3. Okay, so here we are finding some Z in S1. Okay, position of Z in S1. So index of function, position of Z in S1. So you can observe here. Right? The next, see the index of position. So always here you can observe we have to pass one string or any character so that it will display the index of that particular character or a string. And there is a one more function called last index of. So here this is from the first occurrence. Okay, so if you go with the O, so that is a first occurrence, position of O in S1. So you can find, so you can find here S1, it is having 1, 2, so 2 O's, right? So but here we are getting the index value as 4, that means it is the first occurrence. If you want to get the last occurrence, we are having the same function. Yeah, there is a one more function called last index of. Last index of. So in the last index of, I will be the capital, I will be the capital and O will be the capital. Now position of O in S1 is a last index. Okay, now we'll check the result. So you are getting some value as 9. You can observe here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, ninth one, right? So position of O in S1, last index of, this is the last index of, it's not index of, last index of O is 9, right? So hope you understood. From the starting position, if you want to check the index, we will go with the index of, that means the first occurrence. And if it is a last index of function, it will search for the position of given substring from the last, okay, from the last occurrence. That means the last occurrence, first occurrence and last occurrence. And here we can also give a parameter, the second argument, that is a starting, that means where we have to start, from where we have to start. Index of with one argument, So I just want to find the value of O, index of O, and I need to search from the position some 6 onwards. Okay, from 6 onwards. See, index of with one argument. So I have given from 6th. So 6th position, from the 6th position it will search for the O as a first occurrence. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From here onwards it will search for the first occurrence of O. So you can observe here the position is 9. Position is 9. Okay, if the index, if the value is not available, automatically it will return -1. So you can see. So instead of O, if you check for Z, we'll get -1. Okay, so hope you understood this one, index of and the last index of. Now there is a one more function called search. So we can search whether the string is available here or not. So next one is a search function. Search. Here I will search O in the given S1. See, 4. Okay, so here search will also give the same thing. Okay, the index position
from where it has been starting. But the only difference is in search function we should not give the arguments. We should not give the second argument. Okay, so in index of we are giving the second argument, that means where we have, from where we have to start the search. So here in the search function we should not give the second argument. We are not supposed to go with the second argument. That's the only difference between search and index of. And then slicing, so extracting some portions of the string. So then we'll go with the slicing. So first method is a slice method. Okay, extracting from S1, right? So here you can go with S1 dot slice. So here in the slice we need to give the start index and stop index. Okay, so we'll give some 0th index to 7th index. So 7 will not be included. So you can observe here. See. So extracting from S1 slice. So from 0 to 7, 0th index is here, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should not include the 7, it will go with the 6 itself, right? And see, we can, if you are not giving the second argument in this slice, we'll get the complete string. Okay, it's an optional. The second argument, that is a stop index, is an optional. If you are not giving the stop index, automatically it will start extracting from the given index value to the end of the string. So for example, if you go with 7, it will start extracting from the 7th index. So you can observe here, from 7th index it start executing. And if you go with some 17, it will start extracting from the 17th index value. So this is the 17th. Okay, so like this is an optional thing. So if you go with the 0 to 17, so you'll get up to here. Okay, up to here, 0 to 17. So this is the 0 to 17, right? And here we can also give the negative indexes. So if it is a positive index, it will start from the left to right. If we give the negative index, it will start with the right to left. Okay, see, I will explain you this. With negative index, So I will go with the negative index, right? So -1. So here the -1 is the index of last one. -1 is the index of last one. So I will go with some 5 -4 to -17 to -5. Okay, you can observe here -17 to -5. So -17 to -5 means, so you can observe here. So this is this one. So always it will start from the negative index will start from left. Okay, left onwards. Sorry, rightmost. The last index value, the index value for the last element is -1. Okay, the index value of the last element will be the -1. You can observe here. See, 0 to -5. That means up to here it will get. Okay, so here last -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. Okay, it doesn't include the -5. It doesn't include the -5. Hope you understood this one, right? Negative index. And the next one is substring. So similar to the slice function, we are having one more function called substring. See, substring is a single term, so we should not give any capital letter. S1 dot substring. So here also the same thing. So we will give some starting point and ending point. So extracting from some, welcome to string. So that is 0 to 17 index. So what is the difference between substring and slice? So slice will accept the negative index, but substring will not accept the negative index. That's the only thing. And then coming to there is a one more thing called sub str. Sub str. So what is the difference here? Instead of giving the substring, so sub str, so it will start, the first one is the starting position and the second one is the length of the string you need to extract. For example, if you go with the seven characters, it will extract the 7 characters. You can observe here 7 characters, 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 characters. If you want to get the 10 characters, you will go with here 10, so that will get the 10 characters, right? So that's the thing. And here also it will accept the negative index. Sub str will also accept the negative index, right? Then there is a one more function, that is a replace function. Replace function. So replace function will take the 2 arguments, one is the old string and the next one is the new string. Okay, so not extracting, replacing. See, replacing s1 dot, we will go with the replace. What's the s1? Welcome to strings in JavaScript. So I will give the JavaScript, right? So I will give the old string and new string is JS. Okay, JavaScript is replaced with JS. Now you can observe here. S1 dot replace, right? Now you got it. Welcome to strings in JS. So one thing we need to remember, whatever the thing we are doing, it will create a new string, but the original string will not be modified here. The original string will not be modified, right? So replace means old string comma new string. So it will replace only the first occurrence. If our string is having a more number of occurrences, it will replace only the first occurrence, right? There's the replace function, and there are a few more functions called lowercase and uppercase. So I will give you some where s4 is equal to, I will take some, see, welcome to JavaScript. All are in small letters, right? So I will do here document dot, sorry, I will take one more variable s5 is equal to s4 dot to uppercase. So this is a function to uppercase. It will convert everything in a uppercase characters. Now you can go with the document dot write ln s5, okay, comma br, because so for every function we are giving in a display. See, you can observe welcome to JavaScript. This is a uppercase. Now we know that s5 is having the uppercase. Now I will show you one more function. So document dot write ln s5 dot to lowercase. So all the lowercase characters will be in, all the uppercase character will be converted to lowercase characters. So these are the two functions, to uppercase, to lowercase. So U and C is capital here, L and C are capital here, right? And then we are also having the concatenation. Okay, we are also having the concatenation function which will be concatenate two different strings. That means this is the replacing of a plus operator, right? So where s6 is equal to, I will take directly, I will give the string, so hello. So now I will concatenate document dot write ln concat of s6 comma s4, so that both will be concatenated.
right? See where we have to concatenate, sorry. So here S6 dot, it should be concatenated. You can observe hello, welcome to JavaScript, right? So here I will give the break line. Yeah. So hello, welcome to JavaScript. Or simply you can go with remove this one. So you'll get the same thing. S6 dot concatenate S4, so that S6 dot concatenate whatever the string we are having in S6, it will be concatenated with S4. So that's why we are getting some hello, welcome to JavaScript, right? So hope you understood this one. And there is a one more function called trim function. Trim. So see where S7 is equal to, I will give 3 spaces and I will give some JavaScript. Okay, again 3 spaces and close. Now, so you can observe here the length of the thing, the length. In order to find the length of any string, we are having the length property. So directly we can go with the length property document dot write ln. Here you can go with S7 dot length. Directly we will get the property, right? See. Here we need to give the break row so that so you can get the length is 17. Okay, you can here you can go with the data length of S7 is length of S7 is 17. Now that means you can observe here, so 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, and here 3 spaces and here 3 spaces, so 17. So now I will use a function called trim. Okay, I will use a function called trim. So where S8 is equal to S7 dot trim function, so that it will trim the value. So now we will check the write ln, and I will take the everything here. Yeah. So I will go the same thing here also. Now we will check. You can observe S8 because we have applied the trim function. So trim function will remove all the spaces. Okay, leading and trailing spaces. It will remove all the leading and trailing spaces. You can observe here. We got a S8 here. This is not S7, right? S8 is 11 because it removes the spaces only leading and trailing, but not in between the string. Okay, so we are having some 3 spaces, leading spaces 3 and trailing spaces 3 6, and in between the string we are having 1 space, total 7. But this trim function only removes the leading and trailing spaces. Okay, so that's why we got 11. That means it removes the leading 3 spaces and trailing 3 spaces. Total 6 spaces has been removed, so that we will get the result as 11. Right? So hope you understood this one. It removes the leading and trailing spaces. Now there are 2 more functions, that is a char at function. Char at function means here we need to give the position so that it will give the character at that particular position. So we'll go with the write document dot write ln. So here char at. See, now we'll go with the S1 or S8 dot, sorry, we'll go with the S1 dot, okay, char yet of what is a S1 data. So welcome to strings in JavaScript. So we'll go with the O. Okay, some 4 or 5. Okay, we'll give anything, no problem. See, char at 5 is M. So you can observe here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The position 5, the character is M. Now we can also know the length of this one, so we'll check the length. Okay, we'll check the length and we'll give the position beyond that length. Okay, so document dot write ln s1 dot length. What's s1 dot length? 36. Now you give the value 38. What's the result here? You can observe empty. Okay, it will not return anything. It doesn't return anything if the position goes beyond with the length, right? So if you go with the length 3, we will get the result as the third character C, right? Now there is a one more function called char coded. So these strings will be saved in a different format, that is a Unicode format. So normally we know all about ASCII format, but here it will store in a Unicode. So it will give the Unicode value of that particular position, right? So I will take the same thing and we'll check the Unicode of this one. Okay, char coded C and A capital. Okay, char coded of this one. So you can get the char code of C is 99. Okay, char code of C is 99, and if you go with some 8, you can get the char code of A position 8. What's the value at position 8? You can check. The position 8 is T, so T value will be 116. This is the Unicode value. Okay, this is the Unicode value. And now there is a one more thing. So how can we access the characters of a string? So directly we can go with the index value. So we can use the subscript and index value so that we can access the characters, right? So I will show you that. For we will use a one loop I is equal to 0, I less than some s1 dot length, or we can go with the s8. Okay, s8 dot length I plus plus and go here. So document dot write ln and take s8 of I, give the index value in the subscript. Okay, plus, so each line will go with each line. Okay, so it will print each character in a single line. So you can observe here JavaScript. Okay, so this is how we can access each and every character by using the subscript followed by the index value. Subscript followed by the index value. Right? So hope you understood this one. The string. So what are the strings and how can we use these double quotations and single quotations, and then how to create a string object, and then different types of string methods. So index of, last index, and search, slice, substring, substr, replace, two uppercase, two lowercase, and the concatenation, length property, caret, char coded, and how can we access the characters of a string.
So till now we have seen a normal variable which can hold only one value, but arrays is another type that can hold multiple values under same name. For example, if var a is equal to 10, so this is a normal variable which can hold only one value. And if var some a is equal to square braces comma separated values, so this gives an array. That means all these four elements will be stored under the same name. Okay, under the same name. So this type of thing we call it as arrays. right? So these arrays can have not only the same data type, but it can also hold multiple data types. For example, b is equal to some 10, 5.4, ABC. So that means here we are having integer, float, string. So we can save all the different data types under the same name, right? So this is called arrays. That means a variable which can hold multiple values is called an array. So how to create an array? How to create? So an array can be created in two ways. One is with the help of declaration, at the time of declaration itself. So any variable, so it may be a array variable or a normal variable, that should be declared with the help of var keyword. So the first way to create an array is var some a is equal to, open the square braces and give the multiple elements, comma separated elements in the square brackets, like so 10, some 20, some 30 and some 40. So total of 4 elements are available in array here. So this is one way to create an array. Otherwise you can also go with an empty array. So this will create an empty array. Okay, and the second way to create an empty array is so using a new keyword. So using new keyword. So similar which we have discussed in the numbers concept. So where a is equal to new array of, here you can pass the elements, right? So this is also an array. Okay, this is one way to create and this is another way to create. So even though the data type of a is array, but in JavaScript the data type of a will be treated as an object. So if you go with the type of a, so we have already discussed about this type of a, that will return as object. So even though the a is of array, it will return an object, right? Now how to create an empty array? So single element. So if you consider in the first case, if you go with a is equal to 10, that implies array holds only one value, that is a 10. And coming to the second case, where a is equal to new of array of 10. So this doesn't mean a single element. So it will create an empty array with 10 elements. So here in this case, that means in the second case, if you give only one argument in the array function, that will treat as a length of array. So that means the JavaScript will consider it as a 10 elements. So maximum of 10 elements. The size of the array, it will specify the size of the array. If you go with a 10, 20, then it will be considered as an array with 2 elements. Right? So that's the difference between the first way and the second way. So I will show you by executing a code in the system. Okay. So once once this syntax has been completed, then we'll move on to the system and I will show you the execution of all these things. Right? Yeah. So these are the two ways to create an array. Now there is a property called length property. This also we have already seen in the string function. So length property. So in order to know the size of the array, we need to go with this length property, right? So for example, if you consider this one, we have to go with a dot length. Automatically it will return the size of the array. That means how many number of elements available in that array, size of array. So in this case it will return 4. And so this is a length property. Now the next question is how to access the elements. How can we access the elements? Because only one variable can hold a lot of elements, right? So how to access the elements? And these elements can be accessed using index values. Okay, so this index values always starts from 0 onwards. Always starts from 0 onwards, right? So if you consider this one 10, 20, 30 and 40, So this is the index value 0, this one index value 1, this is the second index, this is the third index. So this can be accessed with the help of array name, subscript, index number. Similarly, array name, subscript, index number. Similarly, array name, index, subscript, index, array name, subscript, and index. Right? So this is how we can access the elements. So this is called numbered index. Numbered index. So because as a the index will be considered with the help of numbers, numeric values. So that's why this type of things we call it as a numbered index. So we can also access the elements with the help of named index. So that means instead of using the numbers, we can also use names. So that is how we will see now. For that purpose, for that named indexes, okay, named index. That means in order to access the elements by using the named index, we need to create an array in such a way that where a is equal to curly braces. So give the name for the element. Okay, we can give the name for the element, colon, give the value here, some a, b, c, and second element, give the name for second element. So if it is a string, you have to enclose in quotations, right? So some 1, 2, 3, give the third element, some 80, right? So this is an array. Now, how to access this element? So this element can be accessed with the help of named index. So a dot name, it will give the result as ABC. Similarly, a dot r number, that means roll number, it will give some 123. So similarly, a dot percentage, it will return 80. So these type of accessing the elements are called as named index, with the help of named index. So this is a numbered index and this is a named index. So I will show you by executing code, no problem, right? So this is how we can access the elements. Now, how to access by using a loops? Okay, access using a loops. Using loops. Simply, for example, if you consider some variable a is equal to some 10, 20, 30 and 40 and go with the loop for, so here you can know the index value of 10, 0, the index value of 20, 1, the index value of 30, 2, index value of 43. So for, you know the syntax for the for loop, give the loop variable initialization, I is equal to 0, I less than a dot length, okay, a dot length, I plus plus. So immediately you can print here some, we know the output statements. So document.writeLn or windows.alert or document.get element by id. So use one among all those three. So just use the output statement. I will go with the writeLn and print a of i. So for the first iteration I becomes 0, so it will be a of 0, I will be incremented, and immediately a of 1, a of 2 and a of 3. Whenever I is incremented, now 4, right? A value is a 4. Sorry. So here it will print everything. Yeah, it will print everything. Whenever I becomes 3 plus plus, now I becomes 4. So 4 less than a dot length 4. So 4 less than 4 is a false. 4 less than 4 is a false. So automatically it will print these elements directly. So 10, in the next iteration 20, next iteration 30, next iteration 40 will be printed. So this is how we can access the elements by using a looping statement. You can also use the while loop also. Okay, so this is how we can use. And then the next one is how to change the elements. How can we change the elements? So changing the elements means reassigning the values. For example, consider the array a is equal to some 10, 20, 30 and a 40. So if you go with a of 0 is equal to some 100, automatically whatever the element available in this index, that will be replaced with 100. So now you can observe, so a of 0 means 10, right? A of 0 means 10. So here we are using some assignment operator. So if you are using any assignment operator, whatever the computations done on the right hand side, that will be computed and the result will be stored on the left hand side. So left hand side is a of 0. So automatically in the place of 0th index, 100 will be placed. So if you print a, automatically we will get some 100, 20, 30 and a 40. This will be displayed. Okay, and see, if you go with a of 5 is equal to 60, a of 5 is equal to 60, you can observe here the index values are from 0, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, there is no 4th index, there is no 5th index, right? But still we are assigning a value to the index 5. So automatically it will go with the index 5 and it will store 60, and coming to the 4 it will be undefined. Okay, undefined. So now the value for 5th index will be 60, and without a 4 we can't go with the 5. So 4th index will be created and the value will be undefined, and immediately the 5th index will be created and the value will be stored in the 5th index, right? So this is how we can assign a value beyond the length also, beyond the length, right? Then, so this is all about our reassignment. Okay, reassignment or adding the elements. We can also add or we can reassign the elements. And coming to the deletion, so how can we delete? So by using delete keyword. So delete, give the array name and the index. So a of 1, automatically from the array a, whatever the value available in 1, index 1, that will be deleted. So this will be deleted. The space will not be deleted, only the value will be deleted. So if you print a, we will get the result as 100, and we have removed the value at index 1. So we will get undefined. So the value or the space will not be deleted. So next 30, next 40, again undefined, 60. So this will be the result after deleting the element at first index. And if you move with the second index, so 30 will also be deleted, and in place of 30 will get undefined, another undefined, right? So only the element will be deleted but not the space. Okay, the memory will not be released. The memory will be allocated with the undefined symbols, undefined. Okay, unless you add an element at that particular index, it will show the undefined, right? So this is how we can delete the elements. Now, how to know whether the variable is an array or a normal variable? So for that purpose, we are having a function called isArray function. isArray. So isArray function. So array dot isArray. This will give a true or false, right? So if this function returns true, automatically here we have to give some array name. Array name should be given here. Okay, array name should be given. So if it returns true, that implies the name of the variable given here is an array. If it is false, it's not an array. Example, see. So here we have created some a, right? Here we have created some a. Now we can check array dot isArray. So isArray, in isArray a must be capital of a. So this will return true. So that implies a is an array. So if you go with the type of, if you check with the type of a, it will return as an object. Even though it is an array, it will return an object. So in order to check whether it is an array or not, you have to use this function. And for example, variable n is equal to 10. That means n holds the numbers. Now array dot isArray of n, it will give as a false. It will return false because the argument, that means the name of the variable, this is not an array, this is a number, so automatically we will get a false as result. But in this case, this is an array, so automatically we'll get the result as true. So this is how we can check whether the given variable is an array or a normal object or the any number, right? So hope you understood this one, all of you. Let's stop here, and in the next session we'll discuss about different methods of array. And now we'll move on to the system, and I will demonstrate all these things by executing a small HTML code, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the theoretical part of array introduction. That means how to create an array, how to access the elements, and how to get the length of the array, and how to add more number of elements, and how to delete the elements. All these things we have seen now theoretically. Just now we'll see the practical orientation. That means we'll demonstrate all these things by executing a small code. So let us take the notepad, and let's start writing the code with the HTML tags. So inside the HTML tags we did write a body, and inside the body we'll write the script, right? So inside the body just go with the heading. So we'll give some heading arrays, and then start writing the script. Now inside the script, first let us create an array. So in order to create an array, the creation of array can be done in two ways. So one is without using a new keyword, and another one is with using a new keyword. Let us check it. Where a is equal to, open the square braces, give the comma separated values and close, and you can go with the document dot write ln and go with the a, and also give the break row, so that our next execution will be printed in the next one. So first save this one. So I will save this one with the arrays.html, so that it was displayed in desktop. So you can observe here, just double click on this, will execute, will get C. This is the array. Now what is the type of this array? So in order to get any variable type, we are using some type of keyword. So I think in the previous session we have seen that. Now we'll check type of a plus give the break row for the next output, right? Now we'll get the output as object. So in JavaScript, arrays will be represented as an object itself. So even though you are creating an array, it will be created as an object. Next, the second way of creating an array is b is equal to using a new keyword. So I will show you the difference, why we have to go with this one and all these things. So 50, 60, 70 and 80. Okay, so here also I have created some 4 variables, so 4 values in that array, right? And here also you can print document dot write ln b plus go with the break row for the next output. See, 50, 60, 70, 80, again there are. Now if you want to create a single element where variable c is equal to single element some 100, okay, 100, I am giving some 100. Now go with the same thing. So document dot write ln c plus go with the break row for the next output. See, what's the value? 100. Perfect. And go with the d is equal to new array of 100. Now just go with the this one, document dot write ln d plus give the break rate for the next output. So you can observe here. So what we got? All commas, because this statement, so particularly this statement will create a single element for the array, but if you are using new keyword, it will create 100 elements with a undefined values, 100 elements. So this is the size. In this statement, 100 is a size. It will treat 100 as a size, right? So if you want to add a more number of elements, we can go with this one. So this way, we can create this way. Right? And for inserting, we are having a lot of functions. We are having some push function and a pop function that we'll discuss in the next session. So this is how we can create an array by using a normal way and by using the new keyword. And now how to get the length of the array? Simply go with the length property, write ln. So here we are having some a is equal to 4 elements, so a dot length, or simply give the text. So length of array a is, and go with this one, plus a dot length. This will directly gives the length of the array and give the break row for the next output. So you can get here length of array is 4, length of array a is 4. So you can observe 10, 20, 30, 40. So total 4 elements are there. Okay, so this is how we can find the length of the array. And then how to create how to access the elements. How to access the elements. So we can access the elements with the help of index values. Here also there will be index values, and the index values will always start from 0. So by using the index values we can access the arrays. So let us check here. So document dot write ln, and here elements plus, or we can simply go with the first element. Okay, first element plus how we can give a of 0, will give the first element, plus give the break row for the next row. See, first element 10, so give some space so that we will get the clear, right. First element is 10, right. Similarly we can, if you go with the second element, if you want to go with the second element, what is the second element index? It's 1. So second element is 20, and the third element will be 30, fourth element will be 40. So like that, by using the index values, we are supposed to access the elements. And now how to print this one? Okay, how to print that one? So simply by giving this one, we can print the complete array. Okay, so simply by you giving the array name, we can get the complete array. And there is one more way to access the elements, that is a named index values. Named index. So these are called numbered index, because with the help of numbers, so in the subscript we are giving some numbers, based upon the numbers we are accessing the elements. So there is another way to access the elements, that is a named elements. So in such, for that purpose we will have to create the array in such a way where e is equal to, open the curly brace, so give the name, instead of using index values we are giving some name for all the elements, some ABC, and give the roll number. So if it is a string, we need to give in the double quotations, so 1 2 3, okay, and go with the percentage colon, give the percentage some 80, and close the curly braces. So this is also an array. Okay, this is also an array. But here if you go with this one, write ln of e, see, you will get some object. Okay, here you will get some object. If you want to access the elements, go with the named index, e dot name, it will give the name of the element. Okay, name of the particular element, plus break row. So the next will be added here. So e dot array dot element name, named index. Okay, similarly again go with the break row, so that the output will be printed on the next one. So e dot percentage plus give the break row. Now you can observe, we can get the elements with the help of named indexes. So this is a named index. Okay, whereas here this is a numbered index. So with the help of numbered index we are accessing the elements, but here we are using some names in order to access the elements, right. So preferably it would be preferred with the numbered index, right. So the next one is the looping. So how can we display all the elements one by one? So use a statement. So here you can have for loop I is equal to 0, and you know the property length property, I less than a dot length. So you know a is having some 10, 20, 30, 40 elements. So I plus plus, and just print here document dot write ln, go with the a of I plus. So each and every element will be printed in a new line here. So you can observe here. So each and every element will be printed in a new line. So you can observe here 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay. So just I will increase the font size. Document dot write ln h2. Yeah. So you can get it, right? So 10, 20, 30, 40. So these elements will be printed in a line by line. That is, we are using some iterative statements and we are printing the elements of a array, right? So how to change the elements? That means reassignment. How to change the elements? That is a reassignment. So we know that. So document dot write ln a is equal to, see here we will go with the a plus now you can observe here. So a is equal to some 10, 20, 30, 40, right? So here we'll go with this one. Okay, instead of going this one, we'll write here right. Okay, so just remove this one. So in order to understand, I am writing like this. So you can observe a is equal to 10. Okay. So here also you can go with a is equal to, see, a of 0 is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. Now I just want to reassignment. Okay, I want to do the reassignment. A of 0 is equal to, I will go with the 100. I will go with the 100. Now again just display the a value see after reassignment, sorry, here we have to write document dot write ln. See, a is equal, a of 0 now it is 100, right? So previously it was 10. Now I have reassigned the value, so automatically the element which is available at 0th index is replaced with 100. So the updated array is 100, 20, 30, 40. So this is how we can update the elements. That means change the elements, and how to delete the elements. So if you delete any element, so we can delete the elements by using the delete keyword. So delete, give the value. That means specify the index. So a of for example 1. So the element present at the index value 1 will be deleted, and the space will not be removed. That means some undefined space will be available there itself. It just only deletes the elements. So now I will show you. So first we will get the length of a. Okay, length of array a is a dot length. This is the property, right? In GTH property, and go with the break row. Now you can observe the length of array a is 4. Now I am deleting the element, delete a of 1. So just this statement will delete the element present at the index value 1. Now if you go with document dot write ln, and the same thing, just copy the same thing, a after deleting element with index 1. Now this is the statement we are giving after deletion. Still the length is 4. Okay, still the length is 4. Now you can observe, so what is the value of a of 1? Okay, because we have already deleted it, right? We have already deleted it. Now if you observe here, just go with the same statement so that we'll get the values of a. You can observe here a of 1 is undefined. That means the space will not be removed, so the space remains the same. So only the value will be deleted. Okay, so the value will be deleted and it will be asterisk. I mean the space will be asterisk. The reference, I mean the space reference will be asterisk. And we can also insert a more number of elements. Like for example, so a is having around 4 elements, index 3. If I go with a of 5 or a of 6 is equal to some 200, automatically sixth element will be 200, and previously we are having only 4 elements, right? Only 4 elements, that means a third index. Now I am inserting some index 6, the element at index 6. So what about the index values 4 and 5? Automatically it will be fixed with a space, that means undefined values will be occupied, right? So see, again, once again I will go with this one. You can observe here. See, a of 6 is 200 I have given. So here we can write go after inserting element at 6th index. See, you can observe here. So after again I have given a wrong statement here, document dot write ln, write ln, and here we will go with this one. So you can observe after inserting element at 6th index. So you can observe he previously only 3rd index is the last element. Now I have we have created some 6th index. We are inserting some element in the 6th index. So what about the 4th index and 5th index? So those will be filled with undefined values. Okay. Now array is having some 7 elements with 3 undefined values and 4 defined values, right? So this is how we can use the elements. We can delete. So if you delete the element by using the delete keyword, the space will remain same. The count of values will be remain same, right? And here, how to know whether the variable is array or not? Because even though it is an array, what we have done? So we are getting some object as a data type, right? So we know that type of A is array. Okay, we know that type of A is array because we have created. So if anyone wants to know whether what is the data type of array A, then if you go with the type of A, we'll get the array as dot write ln. So we'll get the result as object, right? Now there is a function called is array. So if it is an array, automatically it will return true, otherwise it will return false. You can go with document dot write ln. We can go with array dot is array of, you have to pass an argument, that means A. So it will check whether A is an array or not. If you go with here, you can observe true, right? So here the array should be given in the parenthesis as an argument. So it will check whether this given name is an array or not. Okay, and here you can observe we have created some B, right? So we will check whether B is an array or not. See, it's a true, right? So if it is an array, it will return true. See, where E, for example, where some n is equal to some 10, right? So let us check whether n is an array or not. So you will get some false, because see, you can observe here false. because n is not an array, n is a number, right? So that's why we are getting some false as a result. So this is the function in order to check whether the given variable is of array data type, array or not. So by default the array will be treated as an object. Okay, that's why we are supposed to use this function to check whether the variable is an array or not, right? So hope you understood this one.
So in the previous session we have seen about the arrays, the introduction to arrays, how to create the arrays and how to access the values of arrays, right? So now in this session we'll see some methods available in arrays, right? First one, it's a join function. So we know that array consists of multiple elements of different data types, right, under the same name. So we can join all those elements with some delimiter. So that delimiter should be given in this function. That means we have to give that delimiter as an argument to this function, and that delimiter should be enclosed in double quotations, so that the values of the values or elements of the array will be joined with the help of this delimiter. So the syntax is array name dot join and give the delimiter here, right? So if you give some space, all the elements will be printed with the help of space, differentiating with the space. If you give some hyphen, all the elements will be differentiated with the hyphen symbol, right? So I will show you the syntax here, and I will demonstrate all these methods by executing a small code, right? So this is a syntax for join. So with the help of this delimiter, the elements will be joined, right? Next, sort is used to arrange all the elements in a sorting order. That means from lower value to higher value, ascending order, right? And this particularly works on the character arrays, right? So if the array consists of all the strings, then all the strings will be sorted in alphabetical order, right? So the syntax for this one is the same thing, array underscore name. So whatever the array we are taking, that array name dot sort function. Similarly, there is one more function called reverse. So this can be applied in any kind of array. So as the name itself indicates, the elements will be arranged in reverse order. Okay. So the syntax is array underscore name dot reverse. Okay, so array name dot reverse. And the next function is push function. So this push function will insert the element. Okay, it will insert the element at the last position. So here the syntax is array name dot push, give the element here. So we need to pass the element as an argument, so that it will be inserted at last position, right? Similarly, there is a function called pop function. So here the syntax is array underscore name dot pop, and give the here we need not go with the element. So it will delete the last element. Okay, so and this will return the element which has been deleted from the list. Okay, after executing this one, we'll get the result as a single element that has been deleted, right? And this push function, if you execute this function, this will return the length of the array after inserting the element. Okay, so before inserting the element, if the length is 3, after executing this function, it will return as it's 4. Okay, so if you print that array then we'll get the 4 elements. Okay, it will return the length of the array after inserting the element. And the next one, shift. So shift operation, so the syntax is same here also, the array name dot shift. So shift option will insert, okay, it will insert the element at the starting position. Okay, sorry, it will delete the element from the starting position. So here it will delete from the last element, here the delete the element, the first element. It will delete the first element and all the remaining elements will be moved towards its left. That means it will occupy the lower indexes. For example, there are 3 values. So if you apply the shift operation, the 10 will be removed. Okay, initially 0, 1, 2. Now after shift operation, okay, after shift operation, 10 will be removed, 20 will comes at the index 0 and 30 will comes at index 1. So the elements will also be shifted towards its left position. That means lower index values, right? And next one. So shift is to delete the first element. Pop is to delete the last element. And there is one more function called unshift. Unshift, right? So unshift function, the syntax is array name. So whatever the array name we are giving, some A or S or array or whatever the name we are giving, that array name dot unshift, give the element here, So this will insert element at beginning. Insert the element at beginning. So if you use the push operation, the element will be inserted at the last position. If you use the unshift operation, the element will be inserted at the beginning, and automatically the elements will be moving rightwards. So for example, if you go with the unshift some 40, then 40 will be occupying at first position, that is 0. So 10 will be moving to 1, 20 will be moving to 2, and 30 will be moving to 3, right? So the elements will be moving towards its right side. Okay, it will increase the total length of the elements and it will be moving right side. So that is for unshift. And then concat function. So this concat function is used to concat 2 different arrays. Not only the 2 different arrays, so we can also concat the element to the existing array. Okay, so not only it's not restricted to 2 arrays. We can also concatenate 3 arrays. We can also concatenate 4 arrays, right? So here, array 1 dot concat array 2 comma array 3. Okay, so on. We can concatenate n number of arrays. Okay, it will merge. Simply we can call it as a merging of array elements. So here, instead of using the array, we can also use the elements. So whatever the elements you have passed as an argument to this concatenation operation, those elements will be concatenated to this array. Okay, hope you understood. So if you are still having any doubts, just wait for a while. I will show you execution of all these functions so that your doubts will be clarified. Okay, right. So this is about the concatenation function. And there are 2 more functions available, that is the splice and slice. Slice. Splice function. So this splice function will take 3 arguments. The first argument is index, starting index, where we have to insert, and the second one is number of deletions, how many elements should be deleted after inserting this one, and The third one is elements. So whatever the elements we need to insert. So this splice operation can be used for both insertion as well as the deletion. So if you go with some, I will show you the example so that you will be understand. So some a is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40 and a 50. Let us take this one. So here, a dot array name dot splice. Here I have forgotten to write this splice. So a dot splice of, I will give some 0, okay, 0, I will give 5, right? So this means the starting index is 0 and we should not delete any elements, and we have to insert the fifth element, element 5. So 5 should be inserted at index 0. So the result will be 5, because 0th element means here 0th index. So you can observe here 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. These are the index values. So 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. See, once again I am writing the splice. I will go with the 1, I will go with the 2 and I will go with the 15, right? So I just want to insert this 15 at 1, position 1, that means index 1, by deleting 2 elements. So what is the position 1? You can observe here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So what is the position 1? 10. So from 10 we have to delete the 2 elements. So 5, 2 elements will be deleted and this should be inserted there. So 5 comma 15 comma, so these 2 elements will be deleted, 30, 40 and 50. So this will be the result for this one after applying this splice. And if you go with again one more example, let us take one more example. So a dot splice of 1 comma 10, 20. Okay, so here I am going with index value 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So now I just want to start the index 1 and I have to delete one element. I have to insert these 2 elements there. Now the result will be, so 5 it will be printed and here the index 1. So this should be deleted, only one element should be deleted. So this 15 will be deleted. So instead of 15 we have to insert 2 elements. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Right? So this will be the result. So hope you understand. The first argument will be the index from where we have to start, and the second argument is number of deletions. From the given first argument we have to delete the number of elements, and the third argument is the elements to be inserted. So first it will start with this index, it will delete the elements, and at that position these elements will be inserted, right? And also if you are not inserting any element, automatically it will be deleted. So these are the examples for insertion. Okay, these are the examples for insertion. Now let us check. So if you go here, I am not inserting 15. Okay, so if the array is this one and I am just applying this one, I am giving only 2 arguments. I am giving only 2 arguments, that is starting with index 1 and we have to delete 2 elements. So automatically the result will be 5 and these 2 elements will be deleted. So 30, 40 and 50. So if you give only 2 elements, that means, 2 arguments, that means the starting position as well as the number of elements to be deleted. So from that particular index value, the number of elements, given number of elements will be deleted and directly the remaining elements will be applied, right? So this is how we can use the splice. I will show you the execution of all these cases, different cases, right? Now the last function is a slice function. Slice. So this slice function is used to extract some portion. See, starting index comma stop index. So this starting index will be included, this stop index will be excluded. so we should not include this top index, right? So it will start extracting the elements from this index to this index minus 1, the last index minus 1. For example, a is equal to the same elements will take some 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and if you are giving, so give the index values 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and if you are slicing a dot slice 1, 3, so it will start extracting with the starting index. So what is the value of starting index? 1, it's a 20, so it's keep on going up to the last index minus 1, so 3 minus 1, okay, so 2, that means to 30, and this should not be included, the third index will not be included, right? So that's what I am saying, it will include the start index element, it will exclude the stop index element. So this will be the result for a given slice operation. Similarly, a dot slice 1, 4, so it will start extracting from 0, 1, 2 and 3, sorry, not 0, it will start from 1, so 1, 2, 3, so first element is 20, 30 and a 40, so this will be the result for given slice. And if you are not giving the second argument, so for example a dot slice of 2, if you are giving only one argument, by default it will start extracting from index 2 to last element in the array. Okay, so here you can observe 2 means it will start from 2 because we have to include the start index. So second element 30, and here we are not giving any second argument, right? We are not giving any stop index, so that's why it will start extracting all the elements till the end of the array. So 30, 40, 50, so this will be the result for this slice. So if you specify the last index minus 1 till the last index minus 1, the elements will be extracted. If you are not specifying the last index, so it will start extracting from the given start index value to last index value of the array, right? So this is how we can apply the splice and slice operation. So in today's session we have seen different methods, array methods: join, push, pop, sort, reverse, shift, unshift, and splice and slice operations, right? So let's stop here, just we move on to the system, and I will demonstrate all these methods by taking the small example on different cases, right? So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends, so just now we have seen the syntax for various methods available in arrays. Now I will demonstrate each and every method by executing a small code. So let us start writing the code. So from the HTML tag, so inside the HTML we need to write the body, and we'll give some title for the content, and then we'll write the script. Okay, so inside the body I'm writing some heading, so h1 array methods, h1. Now we'll write some scripting, right, by implementing all the methods available in array. First, let us take one array where a is equal to some 10, 20, 30, 40, and we'll also take some another array, so 50, 60, 70 and 80, right? Now first we'll see the join. So how we can join? So joining means joining all the elements of an array. For example, if you consider some array A, there are 4 elements. We can join all those 4 elements by using one delimiter, right? So we'll check with this one, document dot write ln, so a dot join, and give the delimiter here. You can give any delimiter, so not only the symbols or not only the space, we can also give the text also. So I will give the break row for the next output to be printed in the next line. So br, yeah. Now you can observe here I have given some space, right? So now I am just saving this file with array methods.html. So you can find the file has been generated here, and you can execute the file. So this is the array methods, and write ln, so spelling mistake. So you can observe here now we get the content 10, 20, 30 and 40, right? So this is how we can use the thing. So we can print the thing. So instead of giving a space, if you give some star, the star will be printed in between the elements. Instead of star, if you use some dollar symbol, the dollar symbol will be added in between the elements of the array. And also you can give the content. The text can be also given. So 10 given text, 20 given text, 30 given text, 40. So not only the symbols, we can give any value here. So that's why we call it as a delimiter, and that delimiter should be enclosed in quotations, so that we can join all the elements of array with the help of the delimiter given in the join function. So that is all about our join function. And then we'll go with the sort function. So we'll take some string, some c is equal to, give the string some x, y, z, and then ghi, next def, abc. So I have given this one. Now we'll sort the elements. So sort function will sort out the array elements in alphabetical order, right? So c dot sort, you can observe here, and also give the br for the next output to be printed in the next line. So you can observe here, see, this is the elements a, b, c, d, e, f, g, h, I and x, y, z. So here we have given x, y, z, g, h, I, d, e, f and a, b, c, but the correct order is this way. Correct order is in this way, right? And also we can have the, see, I will change the order now. Okay, I will change the order. Now also it will be same, and now I just want to reverse the elements. Okay, I just want to reverse the elements. We can reverse the elements in a numerical array or a string array. Okay, so a dot reverse function. Reverse function will print all the elements in a reverse order. Okay, see, you can observe here. So actually the elements of a is 10, 20, 30, 40, and I have just implemented some reverse function. So the elements are 40, 30, 20 and 10. Right now, I will print both the arrays. Document dot write ln. I will give the a is equal to plus a plus, and go with the break row, and use the same thing for printing the next second array also. That means b is equal to, because further we are going to discuss about the push and pop function, so that you need to know what are the elements should be pushed and or what the elements should be sorted. So you can observe here a dot reverse means the complete elements will be reversed and it will be stored in the same array. So that's why we got the same result, 40, 30, 20, 10, and here 50, 60, 70, 80. Now we'll move on with the next function, that is a pop function. Pop function. So coming to the pop function will remove the last element. So you can observe here document dot write ln. So we'll pop the element from a, so a dot pop, and also give the br for the next output. So you can observe here it will return the element which has been deleted, right? So actually pop function will delete the last element. So here I am giving some a dot pop. So consider the array a. If you consider the array a, the array elements are 40, 30, 20, 10, and from that the last element is 10. That will be removed, and that element will be displayed here. And after the pop function, if you still display the array a, you can get the elements here. See, 40, 30, 20. That means we are deleting an element, but the complete space is also deleted. So in the previous video, we have seen the delete method. So in order to delete the element by using the delete keyword, if you delete that, one space will be defined. So space will not be deleted. The element is only deleted, and that space will be filled with the undefined symbol, right? But here the pop function will delete the complete element. Okay, the space will also be, the memory will also be deleted. So only 3 elements are there now. Now, this is all about a pop function. If you pop, the last element will be deleted. And next one is the push function. Push function means inserting the element. In order to insert the element, so a dot push, and give the element as an argument here. give the element as an argument here. I will give some 10. Okay, I will give some 10. Now you can observe it will return the length of the array. So if you push the element, it will return the length of the array. So you know that after deleting an element, where the length of the array is 3, but now you have pushed one element, automatically the length is 4. Now again, if you just print the value of a, we'll get the 4 elements here, 40, 30, 20, 10. Okay, it will push the element at the last position. Okay, so push is to insert the element and pop is to delete the element. And now there is a one more function called shift will also delete the element, but the first element will be deleted. So coming to the pop function, the last element will be deleted. Coming to the shift function, the first element will be deleted and all the remaining elements will be moved to the lower indexes. So now I will check. Let me show that. Write ln a dot shift, okay, plus br. Now you can observe here, it will also give the return the element which has been deleted. Now you can observe here a dot shift means the 40 is removed. That means the first element, the beginning element will be deleted and all the remaining elements will be moved towards its lower positions. After that you can observe the array A, which is having the 3 values shifted towards left side. So you can observe 30, 20 or 10. So before shifting the 40, 40 is in 0th index, 30 is in first index, 20 is in second index, 10 is in third index. Now after deleting this one, that means after using the shift operation, the 40 will be deleted and all the remaining values will be shifted towards the left. So previously 30 is in first index, now 30 is in 0th index. Similarly 20 will be moved to left and 10 will be moved to left. So that's called a shift operation. And there is one more operation called unshift that will insert the elements at the beginning itself. So that we'll check. Document dot write ln a dot unshift. So unshift and pass one argument. So that argument is a value that should be inserted, right? So I will give 50. So where it will be inserted? It will be inserted at the beginning of the array. And again the elements will be moved towards right. You can observe here. Again the length is 4, right? So previously we are having 3, the length is 4. Again if you print a value, you will get the elements. You can observe here 50 is inserted and all the remaining elements are shifted towards its higher indexes, the moved. Okay, so that is the purpose of unshift. Shift is for deleting the element at the starting position and moving the element. Unshift is to insert the value at the beginning of the array. That means inserting at the starting position and all the remaining elements will be moved towards its right side. Right? Hope you understood this one. Right. Next, concatenation. So now we'll see the concatenation. Concatenation means combining both the elements. So we can use here. So document dot write ln, and you can concatenate here. So a dot concat of b, so that b will be concatenated to a. So let us check the result. So after applying this one, you can observe here. So the elements are concatenated. So this is the elements of A, 50, 30, 20, 10, 50. You can observe here, right? And next to 50, 60, 70, 80 are the B elements. So B elements are concatenated to array A. So that this is also called as merging. Okay, merging two arrays. And also we can, not only the complete array, we can also concatenate as particular elements. So if you observe here, document dot, first let us print A value. See, A is equal to 50, 30, 20, 10. That means A will not be updated. So a new array will be created. Okay, a new array will be created. Now let us check. So document dot write ln A dot concat, and instead of giving here, I will give some only one element. Okay, one element I will give some 100. So that element will be concatenated to A. Let us check. So we can observe. See, 50, 30, 20, 10 and 100. okay, A concatenated, and after that you can also observe the A whether it has been changed or not. You can see here A is not changed. Okay, a new array will be created. So for concatenation function, it will be added and a new array will be returned. So unless you saved the new array into a particular variable, it doesn't save the values. Okay, so the original values will not be changed. Hope you understood this one. So after concatenation, still if you are printing A, we are not getting the concatenated value because this returns a new array, right? So that is a concatenation. And splice. Next one is a splice. So splice means in order to delete the elements or in order to add the elements, we can go with the same statement, splice. So document dot write ln a dot splice. A dot splice. It will take some 3 arguments as 3 arguments. First one is the index where it have to start. So I just want to add 40 in between 50 and 30. So I will add 40. That means the index value of 40. So I just want to add 40 here, right? So 40 here means the index value is 1. And I don't want to delete any other elements. Even though we are adding the elements, I don't want to delete. So 0 number of elements should be deleted. And what element should be added here? So 40 should be added here, right? See. So nothing will be printed because no element has been deleted here, right? So after that, if you print the value of A, we'll get the added element here. So you can observe here. See, A is equal to 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. And if you want to delete the elements, so we can give the position from where we have to add. Okay, not only the 40, we can also go with the multiple elements. So if you add some 40, 60, so 2 elements will be added here, right? So you can observe here again nothing will be printed, and after that if you execute, if you print the value of A, we'll get the 2 more elements here. So see 40, 60, 40, 30, 20 and 10, right? At one position 0 element should be deleted, and if you want to delete some 2 elements, now you can observe the value of A is here, and if you want to remove this one, what element? See here, here you can observe I just want to add some 70 and I just want to remove 2 elements. So I can go with here. See, I just want to add some 70. Okay, and I just want to remove 1 element, and where I have to get the 70? 0, 1, 2, 3, third index. See here you can observe 0, 1, 2, 3. In the third index I just want to remove 40 and I want to get a 70. So here you can observe. So if you put this one, the 40 is removed, and you can observe here. So it will return the element which has been deleted, right? So after that, if you print A value, you can observe the 40 is replaced with the 70. And here if you want to remove 2 elements, the 2 elements will be deleted here, and those 2 elements will be printed here. So you can observe here the 40, 30 is deleted here. Instead of 40, 30, 70 is inserted. So here, if you don't want to insert anything, if you just want to delete the elements, then also you can use the splice function. It doesn't give any space. So you can observe here. So just give the 2 arguments, that is from where we have to start deletion and how many elements to be deleted. So 3, that means, so if you can observe here 0, 1, 2, 3. Here, from here, the third index, 2 values, that means 70 and 20 will be deleted by executing this statement. You can observe here, see 70 and 20 will be deleted. So it will return the elements which has been deleted. Okay? So after that, again if you want to print the A value, you will get the elements after deleting 70 and 20. So the elements of A are 50, 40, 60 and 10, right? And I just want to replace some with a 30, 10 with a 30. Again go with the splice function and use the splice. So 0, 1, 2, 3. From 3, delete 1 element and insert some 30. Some 30. So 30 element will be added here. Okay, 30 element will be added here. See, 10 is deleted here. and if you go with the A, $30 is added here, right? So you can enclose in a quotations, or simply you can go with this one, because this is a numbers, right? So even though the strings are here, it will be treated as a numbers in here, other than the arithmetic addition, right? So 3, 1, 10, 30 means from third position one element will be deleted, and instead of that element we are adding some 30. So that's why 50, 40, 60 and 30, right? So hope you understood this one. And also we can have the slice operation. So slicing means extracting the portion, right? So splice, I think you understood this splice function. The first one is the index from where we have to start, and the second parameter is how many elements should be deleted. Okay, how many elements should be deleted. If you don't want to delete the elements, you just place 0 there. Okay, and after that, what are the elements to be added? How many number of elements to be added? Those elements should be inserted here using a comma, right? And then the slice operation. So slice operation means extracting the portions based upon the index value. So I will go with some where n is equal to, I will go with the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, right? So now let us check document dot write ln, go with the n dot slice, and give the index range, the starting index and the end index. End index will not be included. I will go with 0. That means it extract the portion from the index value 0 to 5. 5 means 4. Up to 4 it will be deleted. Okay, it will be extracted. 0, 1, 2, 3 and a 4. Last stop index will not be included. See, you can observe here, it will return the elements. See, you can observe 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So let us give some 100, so there will be no confusion for you. So I will change the elements 300, 400, 500, 600 and 700, and I will give some 4. That means 0, 1, 2, 3. So before that I will print the value of n, so that in the output you can know that n is equal to plus n plus br. So you can observe here, n value is here, n is equal to 100, 20, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. And coming to the slice, so here 0th index to 4th index. 0th index, 0, 1, 2, 3 and a 4. So 4th index is not included because the last index will not be included. So 4 minus 1, that means up to 3rd index it will be printed, right? So here the slice function will accept the 2 arguments. One is the start index and the second one is the last index. And if you are not specifying the last index, automatically it will print the rest of the array, okay, from the given starting index. So n dot slice. So if you go with only one argument, that is a 3, it will start extracting from the 3rd index to last element. You can observe here. See, 3rd index, I am given 3, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3. That means from 400. We are not giving the stop index. Automatically it will start extracting all the values from the given index value. So 400, 500, 600 and 700. So like that we can use the slice operation to extract some portion of the elements. Right? So hope you understood all these methods. So we have seen a join, push, pop, shift, unshift, splice, concatenate, slice, sort operation and reverse operation.
So in the previous sessions we have discussed about how to create an object. So any object can be created by using a new keyword. So for creation of this data object also we have to use new keyword, right? So where some variable name, right? Some variable name is equal to new date class, okay, date class. So this will create a variable of a date class. That means this is called an object, date object. So in order to work with the time and date, we need to go with this date object, right? So for example, where some d is equal to new date. So this function will give current date and time. current date and time. Okay, so this will be a dynamic. So whenever you refresh the page, automatically it will return the current date and time. So in terms of date, we'll get year, month, day. So three attributes for date: year, month and day. For getting a time, we'll get hour, minute, seconds, milliseconds. So four attributes for time. Okay, so year, month, day, hour, minutes, seconds and milliseconds. So these are the attributes for date and time. So if you go with this statement, immediately we'll get the year, month, current year, current month, current day, current hour, minutes, seconds and milliseconds, right? So for example, here is some 2021 month. So here, so this will be 4 digits, right? 4 digits, right? And this will give the current date and year, right? So this month will be, so this is 2021 and this is January and this will be 22, and hour, minute, seconds, present hour, minute, seconds will be displayed here, right? So this is one way to create the date object. So there are different ways to create the date object. One is by using the date method, right? So we have to use this one, so we should not give any parameters inside this one. So if you are not giving any parameters, automatically it will give the current date and time, right? So this is the first way. The second way, similarly, where d is equal to new date of, here you can give all the 7 parameters, right? So year, month, day, hour, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. So all the 7 parameters we can give here, so that this is a static. That means whenever you refresh this page, you will get the same date and time, because we are fixing the years, month, day, hour, minutes, seconds and milliseconds. So whatever the thing you are giving as a parameters here, that date will be assigned to this d object. Okay, so here d is an object because we are creating d with the help of new keyword. So d will be the object, right? So here will be the 4 digit, and if you give the 2 digit, so if you give 2021, that will be the final year. Otherwise, if you give some 45, this will be considered as 1945. Okay, this will be considered as a 1945. If you give the 2 digits, it will add 19. So if you go with some 65, it will return as 1965. Okay, if you go with a 199, again we'll get the year as 99. So this year should be 4 digit if it is 2000 so and so, and so from 2000 year onwards it will give 4 digit, and if you give only 2 digit, automatically it will go with the 19,000, 1900, okay, 1945, 1966, 1969, so and so. And coming to the month, so here the month will be represented in terms of numbers. Okay, it will be represented in terms of numbers. So these numbers can be from 0 to 11. So 0 is for January, 1 is for February, and so on. 11 is for December. So like this numerical representation should be given for this month. Okay, and day, we know that the day can be represented from 1 to 31. Okay, the day can be 1 to 31. And similarly, hours, so 24, 1 to 24 or 0 to 24, and similarly minutes, seconds and milliseconds. So we know that milliseconds means 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second, right? So we can give accordingly, we can give the value accordingly. So don't worry, I will show each and every case executing a small code, by executing small code, right? So this is the syntax for creating a date object in another way. That means we have to give these parameters, different parameters, and we can also restrict these parameters. We may not give the 7 parameters, and if you give only 3 parameters, the remaining parameters will be set to 0. Okay, so that means if you give here the year as a 2021 and a month as a 0 and a day as a 22, and that's all, right? And that's all, date function. So this will return 2021 January 22 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. So because we are not giving any other parameter, right? So that's why it will set to zeros. And if you go with some only 2 parameters, 2021 and some 1, okay, so we are giving only 2 parameters. First one is a year, second one is a month. So here it will return 2021 1 represents the month, right? 1 represents the month February, and we are not given date here, so that's why by default it will be 1. So the day by default it will be 1. By default it will be 1. What about all these things? By default it will be 0. Okay, by default these hours, minutes, seconds and milliseconds will be 0. So if you are not giving any parameter here, automatically it will be set to 0. If you are giving any parameter, that will be set, right? So for month also, if you are for day also, if you are not giving any number, it will by default it will be as 1. Okay, and if you give only the thing date some 2021, this will be treated as a milliseconds. So this one parameter, it doesn't consider this as a year. So if you give only one parameter, this will be treated as milliseconds, right? So automatically we'll get the result as January 1, 1970, 5:30, 02, because 2000 milliseconds is equal to 2 seconds. So that's why this 2 seconds will be here. Okay, hours, minutes, 2. So by default here by default date is 1st January 1970, 5:30. So this is the default date in a JavaScript, right? So this is the default date. So if you give only one parameter, that is 2021, that will be treated as a milliseconds, and that milliseconds will be set at here. So you are not giving any other parameters, automatically it will go for this default date. So 1 January 1970, 5:30, and instead of 00 we are giving some 2021 milliseconds, that is equal to 2 seconds, so it will come as a 2. Right? So minimum we have to give 2 parameters, one is a month and another one is a year, right? So if you are not giving like that, it will consider as a millisecond. So this is the third way of creating a data object. This is the third way of creating the data object. See, where d is equal to new date, and here it will be the milliseconds. So we need to give the milliseconds here. So this is the third way. This is the third way to create the date, right? So if you give negative to the milliseconds, okay, if you give the negative milliseconds, so that milliseconds will be decreased from this date, and the resultant date will be displayed. Okay, so if you give plus milliseconds, that many milliseconds will be added to this date, and the resultant date will be displayed. So I will show you an example for positive and negative. Okay, don't worry about that. So default date will be this one. Default date will be this one. So if you add here, this will be modified. If you minus here, so if you give some negative milliseconds, it will be reduced from this date. Okay, so we may get the previous years, 1969, 1966, like that, right? So, and there is a one more way to create the date object, that is by taking the date string. Okay, by taking the date string. So where d is equal to new date of date string. So we need to pass a string, date string. Okay, we have to pass the date string. So here in the date string we have to give all the parameters. Okay, in the date string we have to give all the parameters. So all the parameters in terms of year, month and all these things. So 2021, 22, sorry, we need to give the, so we can also give some name like January, February, like that. Okay, we may not represent in the form of numerical, so we can also give the name. Some 22, and see, this is the date format. Okay, this is the date format. This is the date format, or you can also give comma Jan comma 22. So this is available. Okay, and 2021 hyphen Jan hyphen 22. This is the invalid date format. We'll get the result as invalid date format. So we have to insert the, we have to specify the date in either one among these two formats. You can use either comma or space. And coming to the time format, we have to go with the colons. Hours colons, minutes colon, seconds colon, milliseconds. So other than this format, if you follow other than this format in this date string, again we'll get the invalid date. The result will be the invalid date. Okay. So if you want to specify the date string here, we can specify 22nd January 21. Okay. Some 19 hours, that means 7, 45, 36, 200, right? So in this format we have to pass the date in the place of date string, right? So this is another way to create the date object, right? So in this session we have seen 4 different ways to create the date, right? So I will demonstrate all these things by executing a small code. So now I will show you the 4 ways. I will write just the 4 ways how to create the date object, right? And then we will move on to the computer and I will demonstrate these things. We will create the date objects. So first way is where d1 is equal to new date. So here if you are not giving any parameters, we will get the current date and time. The second way, where d2 is equal to new date of year, comma, month, day, hour, minute, second, millisecond, right? So this is another way. We need to pass all the 7 parameters, right? D3, new, go with the date, and here we can go with the milliseconds. Only we will give the milliseconds, automatically the date will be forwarded. Next, the 4th one, where d4 is equal to new date, and here we will pass the date string. So here this can be 4-digit and 2-digit. If it is 2-digit, it will be 19 series. Okay, 1900 year. And a month will be from 0 to 11. Day will be by default 1. Hour 0. Minutes 0. Seconds 0. Milliseconds 0. Right? So these are the default values. 1, 0, 0, 0. All these are the default values. Okay. And this is a milliseconds. And default date will be 1st Jan 1970 0530. This is the default date. Okay. So these are the 4 cases how we can create the date object. So let's stop here. I will demonstrate all these ways of creating the data object by executing a small code on the system. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen how to create the date object, right? So I will demonstrate by executing a small code. So let us start with the code HTML tags. So inside the HTML we'll write some heading and we'll write the script, right? So inside the body we'll write some heading. So this is for date object, right? So date object. Now I will write the script here. So inside the script we will create some dates. So first one is directly by using the date function. So we'll see where d1 is equal to, so a new date function, right? So date function. So if you are not giving any parameter here, directly it will give the current date and time, present date and time, right? So whenever you refresh the page, automatically it follows the computer's time, date and time, right? So immediately it will be changing the, it will give the current time. Now we'll print and check. So document dot write ln, so d1, and I will also give the br for the next out. Now let us check. So first of all we'll save it date.html. So here you can get the date.html page. So here you can observe, and if you double click on that, we'll get, see. So this is the current date and time. So this is 22 January 2021, 15:20. So now the time is 15:20. So we're getting this date. Now, so let us increase the size. Okay, write ln. Go with some h2. Okay. Yeah. So this is d1. Now we'll go with another creation. So date 2. So see, you can observe here. So after every refresh, it will be giving the current date and time. So if you observe here, 15, that means 15 hours 20 minutes. That means 3:20 44 seconds. If you refresh now, again it will be changed. See, it's a 56 seconds. After 4 seconds, again minutes will be changed. I'm refreshing, right? So I'm just refreshing the page. So you can observe 21. So that means if you are not giving any parameters inside the date function, automatically it will give the current date and time, updated date and time. Okay. And now we'll go with one more thing. So date 2 is equal to new. We can set the date, right? So date. Here we have to give the 7 parameters. What are the 7 parameters? First one gives the year, second one gives the month, third one gives the day, fourth one gives the hours, fifth one minutes, sixth one seconds, and seventh one milliseconds. So 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second. So that also we have to mention, right? So first I will go with the year. So I will give the year some 2021, comma, and also month. Let us go with the 01 month, and again day. So what is it today? So here month will be the numbers from 0 to 11 represents the months from January to December. If you want to give the January, we have to go with a 0, and if you want to give the December, we have to specify 11. So the month category, month numbers will be from 0 to 11. So 0 is January, and give the date, today's date is a 22. And you can observe here, we'll observe here the time, and we'll give. So the time is 15 minutes, and the next one is 15 hours 22 minutes, and give the seconds, some 50 seconds, and some 100 milliseconds. So I have given some 7 parameters. First one gives the year, month, number representing the month, date, okay, the day, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Now let us print the same. So document dot write ln d2 plus, again we will give the br for the next output. You can observe here. So we have given here some 15, 20, and all these things. You can get the same time, and keep on refreshing. You will get the same. The time and date will not be changed. You can observe here. The first one is a date we have given with the no argument. So that will give the current working date and time. But in second case, we are specifying some parameters here. So it will be a static. It doesn't change itself. If you, whenever you refresh, the first one will be changed and the second one will not be changed. You can observe here. So if you observe here, so the 15, 23, 21, 15, 22, 50. If you refresh the page, you can observe 15, 23, 48 and 15, 22, 50. This doesn't change because we are giving the date, time and all the things as a parameters to the date function. So this is one more way we can create the date. And also if you want to give, specify, see, date only month 0, 22, 15, okay, and 24. So I have given some only 5 parameters. I have given some 5 parameters. So year, month, day, hours and minutes. What about the seconds and milliseconds? By default, if you are not giving any value, by default it will be treated as a 0. So you can observe here document dot write ln d3 plus give the br function. So you can observe here, see, the seconds is a 0 because we are not specifying any seconds. Okay, here we are not specifying any seconds, so that's why we get seconds as 0. And the same thing, if you use the same thing but reducing the parameters, reduce the parameter, that means take over the minutes, only we are specifying the hours. Immediately we will get the hours as 15 and all the remaining as zeros. And also if you still reduce the parameters, right, so we are giving only date, so the time will be 0, and similarly if you give the day and year and a month, just you are skipping the day, then also we'll get the same thing. See, January 1st, by default it will be taking as 1st. Okay, if you are not specifying any day, so previously we are specifying the day as 22, so that's why we got a 22, and here if you are not specifying any day, automatically by default it will be considered as a 0, 1. And this is a special case. If you still reducing the parameters, so if you give only one parameter, so that is 2021, so that will be considered as a milliseconds. Okay, that will be considered as a milliseconds. So we know that, so 2021 means 2 seconds. So by default the date will be starting from January 1st 1970, 5:30, right? So this is the default time. So here the date object will start from this date and time. So if you are giving this 2021, in our perception we are giving the year, but the JavaScript will consider it as a milliseconds. So 2021 milliseconds is equal to 2 seconds. So here we'll get a 2. Okay, hope you understood. So if you give 3000, it will give the 3 milliseconds here. So you can observe here 3 seconds. Okay, so this will be considered as milliseconds, and this is the way we can create the date by using milliseconds. So d8 is equal to new date, give the milliseconds here. So whatever the milliseconds you can give, everything we can give, and it will be updated from this date, January 1st 1970, 5:30, right? So if you observe here, I will print here document dot write ln d8 plus br. You can observe, see, so this is the date we got. So September 9, 2001, 7:16:40. So after calculating these milliseconds and applying to this year, we'll get this one. Okay, this is the milliseconds. Right? So these milliseconds will be added to this date. These milliseconds will be added to this date, and we'll get this one. And if, for example, so here the milliseconds is of positive, and if you give the negative, automatically it will minus from the 1970 and we will get less than 1970. So let us check. So if you give here minus milliseconds, we'll get, it will be minus from 1970. So we'll get the date as 1938, 3:43, 20 seconds. So these many seconds will be minus from, subtracted from this date. Okay, this date. automatically will get. So that means first this will be converted into milliseconds, and these milliseconds will be subtracted from these milliseconds. So automatically we'll get the date as this one, right? So this is how we can use. And also if the year is displayed here, so obviously we should give two parameters, that is, one is a month and another one is year. So if we are giving only year, only one parameter, automatically we have seen that will be considered as a milliseconds. Now I will give some 99. So if I am giving some 2-digit number, so in the year, if you are giving some 2-digit number, that will be considered as a 19th century. I mean 20th century, that is 1999, 1922, like that. Okay, see, 99 and 2. If you execute this one, we will get, see, 1999. It will be considered as a 1999. So here the second one, that means March, because here the months will start from 0, right? So we are not specifying any day, so that's why we by default we will get 0, 1, and seconds, milliseconds, hours and minutes will be considered as zeros. And if you here you give some 90, and again we'll get some 1990. Okay, you can observe here. So we need to give 4 digits, otherwise it will consider as a 19, 1990, 1991, right? So this is how we can use. And one more way to create the date object is by giving a date string. So we can pass as a date string. So instead of giving the milliseconds, we can give the date string. So date string means give the date string here, 2021 January 22. So here you can give some 11, and also you can go with 11. So you can observe here. So like this also we can give. So we can give this date strings. Okay, date strings. Some 10, 50, 40, 43. You can observe 10, 50, 43. So we can give like this. Okay. So use the semicolons. Use the colons. So if you are not using the colon and if you put the comma, we'll get the invalid date. So here the date can be, you can use a space or a comma in the dates, but coming to the time we need to go with this format. Use a colon. Okay, 10 colon 50 colon 43. That means hours colon minutes colon seconds. So if you are not giving this one, so automatically we'll get a zeros as well, right? So this is how we can create a date object. We can create the date object. So one thing we have to remember, if you are not giving any parameters, that will give the current date and time, and if you want to give the parameters, we have to give at least 2 parameters, that is a year and month. And if you are giving only one parameter, that will be considered as a milliseconds. And also we can give number of milliseconds, so that in JavaScript the date object will always starts from January 1st, 1975, 30. Right? So it will add the milliseconds to that particular date and we get the updated date. Or else we can give the milliseconds in terms of negative, so that it will subtract the milliseconds from the given date and we will get the corresponding date. Or else we can also pass the date string. So use the format, you remember the format. So you can remember any format, you need not go with the full name, you can also go with the normal name January, so that we will get the same thing here. Okay. So this is how we can create the date object, how these many ways we can create the date object, right? So hope you understood. And one more thing we have to remember, the months will be represented in terms of numbers, and the months will be starting from 0 to 11. So 0 for January, 1 for February, similarly 11 for December, right? So hope you understood.
So in the previous session, we have seen how to create the data object, right? So whenever we say about the object, that object should be created with the help of new keyword, right? So first of all, we'll create a data object, and so that after that we can get different parameters from that date, right? So in the previous session we have seen somewhere d is equal to new date. So this is the one way to create the date object. So if you create in this way by using this statement, that means if you are not passing any parameters inside the date function, this will retrieve, this will give the current date and time. Current date and time. So we know that date can be represented in 3 parameters, that is year, month and date. Okay, and time can be of 4 parameters, hours, minutes, seconds and milliseconds. So we need to get all these parameters, right? So we can get the year, we can get the month, we can get the date, we can get the hour, we can get the minute, seconds and the milliseconds. So for this purpose, the first function is get full year. Get full year. Okay, so the syntax for this one is we need to call this with the help of this date. Okay, so d dot get full year, right? So this will give the 4-digit year, the 4-digit year. So y. Okay, 4-digit year. So now from this date we'll get the year. For example, if you after executing this one, the d will be some 2021 January 23 10 hour or something 20 hour 30 minutes 45 seconds 200 milliseconds. So this is the date. Now after getting this function, after executing this function d dot get full year, the result, the output will be 2021. And similarly get, the second one is month, get month. So this is also the syntax we should call with the help of a date object. So d dot get month. So I will execute each and every function by showing the code, right? So by writing the code, we will execute each and every function. Let's see the syntax now. So this will return 0 to 11, because a month can be represented in numbers from 0 to 11. So if it is 0, that implies the month is January. If it is 11, the month is December. So the output for this one, is, so here it is a January, so we'll get 0 as the output. Okay, 0 as the output. And the next one, get date. Get date. So get date means this is also we have to call with the help of date object. So d dot get date. So here the date can be from 1 to 31. So from this we'll get the result as 23. Okay, next, get day. So this is also d dot get day. So it will give the number for days. Okay, so it returns from 0 to 6. So 0 starts from Sunday and 6 will be Saturday. So this will return. So as of now, 23rd January, that means today, it's a Saturday. So the result will be 6 here. Okay, and get hours. Get hours. So d dot get hours. It will return the hours from 0 to 23, and here we'll get the hours as 20. 20 will be the output for this date object. And the next one, get minutes. Get minutes. So d dot get minutes, so that the minutes will be from 0 to 59, right? The result will be, see, 30. And similarly, get seconds. Get seconds. So we'll get d dot get seconds, and here also it will be 0 to 59, so that we'll get here as a 45. And the next one, get milliseconds. So we know that there is a seventh property, so d dot get milliseconds, so which will return from 0 to 999, because 1000 milliseconds will be given as a 1 second. So here we'll get the result as 200. So this is how we can get different properties from the date, okay, different attributes from the date. So we can retrieve all the 7 properties, 7 attributes, right? So these are the get methods. These are all called get methods in order to retrieve the existing data, right? So hope you understood this one. So I will execute the same thing. I will demonstrate each and every method by executing a code. So we will move on to the system.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen various get methods of a data object. Now I will demonstrate each and every method by writing a small code. So first let us begin with the HTML tags. So I will give the start and end tags of HTML, and inside that we'll go with the body tag, and inside the body we'll give some title, and then we'll write the script, right? So I will go with the h1 get methods in data object, right? h1. Now we'll write the script here. So inside this script start and end tags, we need to write it. First of all, we have to create some date. So in the previous session we have seen the how to create the date by using the date function without having any parameters. We'll get the current date and time. So first let us print that current date and time, and then we'll use the get methods. Write ln d plus break line for the next output. So I will save this file by using a name called get methods.html. Okay, so you can observe it was created, and you can observe the icon here. So just double click on that, we'll get the date, right? So before going to that, we'll increase the size. Okay, write ln h2 so that the output will be of more. Right, now let us start with the as we know that date and time, we are having some 7 parameters. So 7 parameters are first one is the year, month, date, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. So for extracting each thing, we are having a separate get function. So in order to get the complete year, so we need to implement get full year method. So let us start. Write ln year. So d dot d dot get full year method, right? Yeah. Now execute this one, so you can get the year. Year is equal to 2021. So from the current date and time, so here we are taking the current date and time to the d is a data object, and from the data object we are getting the full year, right? So get full year will give the 4-digit year, right? Similarly, we can copy the same thing, we will execute. So in order to get the month, month is equal to, go with the function called get month. So automatically we'll get the month, see 0. So here the month is represented as numbers from 0 to 11. So 0 represents January and 11 represents the December. So in order to get the month, we'll get month. So if it is 0, that means January. So this is January, right? Yeah. And there is one more function in order to retrieve the date. Okay, in order to retrieve the date. So get date. So here date will be from 1 to 31. Here the date will be from 1 to 31. So we'll get the date 23. So today date is 23. So this is the current date and time. Okay, this is the current date and time. So from this we are extracting each and every property. Okay, each and every argument. Right. First year, then month, then date, and also we can get the day. What is the day? Okay, document dot write ln day is equal to plus d dot get day. So here also it will represent the numerical value. It will represent the numerical value. You can observe day 6. So today is a Saturday, so it is a day 6. So Sunday it will be 0, right? From Sunday to Saturday, the numbering from 0 to 6, right? Then, and one more thing, that is hours. So we got year, month, date, day, and now hours in the current time. Okay, hours. You can get it. See, hours is equal to 13. You can observe here 13. So we'll get the result as 13. Similarly, minutes. So get minutes. So we'll get the minutes. You can observe here 32 is the minutes. So 32 will be get. Okay, we are getting some 32. And similarly, seconds. Get seconds. So you will get the seconds. So what are the seconds? You can observe here 19 is the seconds, 19 seconds. Okay, and then milliseconds. So we can also get the milliseconds. Milliseconds. So get milliseconds is the method. Okay, in order to get the milliseconds. So this is the milliseconds. If you refresh it again, the milliseconds will be changed. Okay, so you can observe again it will be changed. Then after the milliseconds, we can also get the time. So what is the time in terms of milliseconds? Okay, so default date will be January 1st, 1970, and from that we'll get the milliseconds. Okay, get time. So we'll get till now. Till now, what are the milliseconds? From January 1st, 1970 till the date. How many milliseconds we are getting? So that will be displayed here. Okay, so these are all the different get methods. So in order to get the year, month, date, day, hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, and time. So we can get all these things, right? So we can get all these things.
Set methods in date object. Right? Now, here also we can go with the same thing. So we'll create some d. That means we'll get the current date and time. So d is equal to new date, so that we'll get the current date and time. Current date and time. So current date and time, it is some 2021 January 24, and then hours 17 45 30 200. So this is the date, current date and time, for example, right? So we need to set the year and all these things. In order to set that, we are having a different methods called set full year. So the syntax for this one is d dot set full year. Here we need to give either month and year. Okay, so during the creation of a date we have seen, so if you give only the 4-digit year, that will be considered as a milliseconds. So here we are supposed to give both the year and month. So here I will go with the 2020 comma 0. 0 stands for January. So automatically the result will be 2020. The year for the given date will be set to 2020 and the month will be January. Okay, so instead of 2021 we are setting the date as 2020. Then set month. So we need to set month. Okay, so set month, and if you after that if you print the D, automatically the updated will be coming up. Okay, now set month, and here we need to give from either 1 to 31, right? So the month 0 to 11. Here the month will be from 0 to 11. So 0 for January and 11 for December. So here we have to give that month. I will give 2. Okay, automatically the month will be set to 2. 2 means March. 2 means March. Similarly, set date. So here set date, here we need to pass from 1 to 31 because the date will be from 1 to 31. So we can set here some 25 so that the date will be 25. It will be set to 25. So instead of 24 we will get 25 here. So I will execute each and every method, don't worry. Set hours. So d dot set hours, and here we need to give from 0 to 23. Okay, I will give with 22. So automatically the hours will be set to 22. So instead of 17 we'll get 22 here. Next, set minutes. So we can also set the minutes. D dot set minutes. Okay, so here we need to give from 0 to 59 because minutes will be varying from 0 to 59. I will go with the 50 so that the minutes will be set to 50, right? So here instead of 45 we'll get a 50. Set seconds. So here also the seconds will be from 0 to 59. Okay, so here also I will go with some 35. We'll get the seconds will be set to 35. So instead of 30 we'll get 35 as a result. Similarly, set milliseconds. We can represent in a millisecond. So set milliseconds, and here we need to give the milliseconds, the number of milliseconds. Okay, from 0 to 999. Okay, so I will give some 400. So automatically the milliseconds will be set to 400. So like this we can set all the 7 attributes like year, month, date, hours, minutes, seconds and milliseconds. And there is one more thing called set time. So we can also set the time. Okay, we can also set the time. So d dot set time, and here we need to pass the milliseconds, the number of milliseconds. Okay, so that it will return the date applying with these milliseconds. Okay, so the default date is January 1, 1970. January 1, 1970. So from this date it will add the milliseconds if it is positive, and it will minus the milliseconds if it is negative. Right? So this is how we can apply the set methods. Right? So I will demonstrate each and every method by executing a small code. So we'll execute the same on the system. So let's move on to the system.
Hello friends. So just now we have seen different set methods of data object. So now I will demonstrate each and everything by executing a small code. So let us start writing the code from the HTML tags. So inside the HTML tag we write the body, and we'll give some title for that, and then we'll write the script. Yeah, now give the title. So h1 set methods in date object. So here also we'll create one date object, and then we'll start fixing the different parameters, right? Now, so let us take some document dot write ln h2 tag. Yeah, so where d is equal to, so we'll take the current time. Okay, d is equal to new date, so that it will give the current date and time. So document dot write ln d plus pr. So let us save this one with the set methods. The name was the set methods dot html. So you can observe here the icon, and we'll double click on that, so that we will get the current date and time. See, this is the current date and time, and now we'll set each and every date. So we can set our own date. So you can observe here, so this is the current date and time, right? Now let us go with the date. So here the date is 23, but we are setting here, so d dot set date of, here the date values will be from 1 to 31. That should be given as a parameter here. So I will go with the 24 or 28. Okay, so I have set the date for 28. Now I will display here new date plus d plus br, right? Now we will execute here. You can observe the new date is 28th January. So obviously the day will also be changed. Okay, then date I mean the day is also has been changed. I will show you. So we are now, you can observe the completely printed in the next line. So you can observe here. See, if you observe here, January 28th is Thursday. So automatically we got it as a Thursday. Now the next one is, we can set the year also. So let us set the year. Set full year. So here we need to give a month and year. Okay, month and year. I will give the month as I will give the year as a 2020 and 0. That means I have changed the year from 2021 to 2020, and now let us check the date. Okay, so new date, let us check. You can observe here 2020 January 28. Okay, so because here we have given 2020, so previously it was 2021. I have set the date to 2020, so we got the result as 2020 Jan 28. So this is how we can set the full year. We can set the date, and also we can set the time also. So go with this one, d dot set hours. So you can observe previously it was hours is 13, so we can change the date from 0 to 23. Okay, the values of hours will be from 0 to 23. We can give any one value, so that will be replaced with the current value. So I will go with 22, right? Now again you can observe the new date. See, here you can observe 22 is the new updated hours. And then next we can also set the minutes. So I will set the minutes, set minutes, and this minutes can be of values from 0 to 59. Okay, 0 to 59. So previously we can have it as a 41. I will go with some 50, 52, right? So, and again, see, you can observe here. So it's a 52 now. Okay, the change it as 52. So you can observe the date has been changed, the year has been changed, and the minutes has been changed, and sorry, the hours has been changed, and now the minutes we have changed. And similarly, we can also change the seconds. So d dot set seconds. So seconds will also be having the values from 0 to 59, right? So I will go with the 50 minutes, seconds as a 50, right? So now again check. You can observe it was set to 50. Okay, it was set to 50. And similarly, we can also change the milliseconds. We can also change the milliseconds. D dot set milliseconds and give the milliseconds here. The milliseconds range will be from 0 to 999. So I will give some 500 here and we'll get the result, so that you can observe here. So here we are not having the milliseconds. If you get the milliseconds, automatically we will get it, right? So immediately that will be changing. And also we can set the time with the help of milliseconds, that already we have seen by using the date function. So we are passing some number of milliseconds as a parameter to the date function. Automatically it will be changing the date. Similarly, here also we are having some set time in terms of milliseconds. So I will go with this milliseconds and let us check here. So you can observe. So the default date will be from January 1, 1970, 5:30. From that, these milliseconds are added and the updated date is this one. Okay, hope you understood this one. And also we can add the dates. We can add the dates. See. So here we are adding some date 28. So here we can add a more number of dates. See, d dot, instead of writing here, I will write the same thing here instead of writing all these things. So d dot get date will give the number of days here. So I will give the number of days, get date, and plus some, I will add some 4 days, right? Now you can observe here, see, get date plus 4, automatically it will return the updated dates. So this is how we can implement the set methods in date object. So by default, the date will be having 7 parameters, that is year, month, day, hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. So all those things we can set with the user defined values. So whatever the values we can give. So here the date represents the numbers from 1 to 31, and hours from 0 to 23, milliseconds with 0 to 999, minutes with 0 to 59, and month from 0 to 11, and seconds from 0 to 59, right? So this is all about our set methods in date object.
Math object. So here also we will be having the methods and the properties, but one thing, we need not create the object with the use of a new keyword before using those methods. So we can directly call those methods, and also we are having some properties for this math object. So those properties can also be used with the help of math name, right? So first we will see the properties of math, and then we'll go with the methods. So first one is the properties. Properties or constants, we can call also constants, right? So the first one is math dot e. E is nothing but Euler's number. So it will return the Euler's number. So I will execute each and everything and I will show you, right? So I will demonstrate each and every method and a property, and by executing them by using some code, right? So don't worry about that. Now we'll see the syntax and then we'll move on to the system and I will execute all those things. The next one is math dot pi. P and I should be capital letters. So it will return the pi value, the value of a pi. Okay. And the next one, math dot square root, SQRT. So SQRT are in capital letters 2. That implies it will return the result of root 2. So square root of 2. Okay, it will return the square root of 2. Similarly, there is a one more property called math.sqrt1. So this is a 1 underscore 2 underscore 2 1 underscore 2. It will give square root of 1 divided by 2, square root of 1 by 2. Okay, and then the next one, math.ln2, it gives log 2. Similarly, math.ln10, it gives log 10. And also math.l2e, log 2e, it will give log 2 base e. Similarly, math.log10e, it will give log 10 base e. So these are the properties available in math object. So we can directly use them. Okay, if you want to use a pi value, we need to give this math.pi. If you want to give the Euler's number, we need to give math.e. If you want to some square root, we are supposed to give the math.square root of 2. So we are also having a method called square root. So if you directly want to use the square root of 2, then directly we can go with this property. Okay, we need not go with the function. Directly we can use this property. Right? So these are all the properties of math object. Now I will execute all these things. Okay, so now we'll see the methods and then we'll move on to the system. Now we'll see the methods. So what are the methods available? So we'll see the method and I will execute them in the system. So first one is absolute. So the syntax is math.absolute of some x. If you give the minus x, we will get the x as a result. Okay. If you give the negative value, we will get the positive value. And the second one is cbrt. So for that also we have to call with the help of math.cbrt of x. This gives the cube root of x. It gives the cube root of x. Similarly, ceil function. So that also math.ceil of x point, let us take directly number 3.45. Okay, so automatically it will round down. So let us take x. Okay, we'll see the example there. So x, then it will automatically round up of x. It will return round up of x. Exponential. So again, math.exponential of x. It will give e power x. Okay, exponential x. Power function. So here math.power of x comma y, it will return x power y. Okay, it will give x power y. Minimum function, math.minimum of x, y, z, p, q. It will give the minimum value among all these numbers. Similarly, we are having another function called max. To execute this one, we need to call math.max of x, y, z, p, q. It will give the maximum value. Random. For this also we have to call with the help of math.random. Okay, this will give random number between 0 and 1. So in between 0 and 1 we'll get the random number. So keep on executing this one, we'll get a different results. Okay. Next one, round function. So math dot round of x. So if the decimal value, the decimal is less than 5, it will be applying round down. If the decimal greater than or equal to 5, then automatically we'll get the result as round up of x. So based upon the decimal value, we'll get the result either round up or round down. Okay. Square root. Square root function, for this also we will go with the math dot sqrt of x. Automatically we will get square root of x value. Okay. After that, truncate. So for this again we need to call with the help of math dot truncate of x. Automatically it will return only the integer part. It returns integer part of x, and then the trigonometric functions, sine. So for this we'll go with the math dot sine of x. Okay. Similarly, cos. So the syntax is math dot cos of x. Similarly, tan. So math dot tan of x. So apart from this, we can also find hyperbolic sine, hyperbolic cos, and hyperbolic tan. So all these things we can apply. So these are a few methods available in math object. So I will execute and I will demonstrate each and every function by executing a small code on the system. Right? So hope you understood the syntax for all these things. So if you are having any doubts still, so after watching the execution, your doubts will be clarified. Right? So let's move on to the system and execute all these methods. Hello friends. So just now we have seen about the math object methods and the math properties. So I will demonstrate each and every method of a math object and a properties by executing a small code. So let us start writing the code. So first we will begin with the HTML tags. So in between the HTML tags we'll write the body and we'll write some title, and then we'll start writing the script. So body. So inside the body I will give the title as a math object, right? H1 math object or math properties. First let us see the math properties and then we'll go with the math methods, math object methods. So script, and inside the script we can write, and actually we have created the objects for the previous thing. That is, if you observe the data object, we are using the objects with the help of new keyword, but here math is a special thing that we need not create the math object first, but directly we can use the methods or properties with the help of math name, right? So let us start here. So there are a few properties which we have seen just now. So I will demonstrate this. So document, let us take document dot write ln. So let us give the some other heading so that the display will be good. Now, so first property. So all the properties and methods should be called with the help of math, right? So write line, write ln, math dot e. E means a Euler's number. It will print the Euler's number. Okay. See, I will go with this one.
plus and go with the BR for the output to be displayed in the next screen. So I am saving this one. So math.html. So we have got this one. So by double clicking on this, we'll get this one. This is the Euler's number, right? And we'll go with the another property. These are all the properties. These are all not a methods. If it is a method, you have to use a parenthesis. This is a property. So properties are nothing but a constants. This is a pi value. The next one is a pi value. We know that 3.14 is a pi value. So in order to use the pi in JavaScript, we have to call that pi with the math object, math.pi. So here you can observe we have not created any math object with the use of new keyword. So this is a special thing. So we need not go with the math object. And again, there is a one more constant called square root, SQRT2, square root of 2. The result of square root of 2 will be getting here, right? So SQRT is in capital letter. And similarly, there is a one more property called SQRT 1 underscore 2. That means 1 by 2, the square root of 1 by 2. Okay, you can observe. So the square root of 1 by 2 is like this: square root of 2, square root of 1 by 2. And similarly, math.log 2, log 2. So this is the result for log 2. And similarly, there is a one more thing called log 10. So you will get the value for log 10, and all these are the constants. We can go with the constants. All right. So next one is log 2e, log 2 base e. So this is the result for log 2 base e. And similarly, we are having a one more thing called log 10 base e. Okay, log 10 base e. All these are the constants we can use in our scripting. Right. So let us close this one. Document.writeln, and I am closing here. So H2, and now again I am writing one more title. So H1 with property math object methods. Okay, methods in math object. Right, close the H1. You can observe again we have given certain title. Right, now we'll start. So document.writeln. First one is absolute. So let us take the absolute function. Plus, let's take the absolute function, and those functions should be called with the help of math name. So math absolute of some minus 10. Automatically, it will give the positive result, right? So we can observe here abs1, or and again. H2. See, abs of 10. That means even though you are giving some negative value, we'll get the positive value. Even though we are giving the negative value, we'll get the positive value. That means an absolute value. It's an absolute value. Yeah. Now the next method is CBRT. CBRT means a cube root. So if you say it's a cube root, CBRT, if you go with the 27, right, we have to get the 3 as a result, right, 3 as a result. So let us take some here, the values, will take the value so that it will be displayed and you will not get confused. Yeah. Yes. Now this is the cube root, and again we can have the third one, that is ceil function. Ceil means round up. So 3.5 round up, 3.5 and this is also a ceil. Okay, ceil function, it's a round up, that means it will be moving with a 4. Even though if it is 3.1, even though it is 3.1, we'll get the round up, automatically 4 will get. Okay, and then there's a one more function. The next function is exponential. So here you can observe exponential, exp. Okay, exp of 3, and here also you can go with the 3, so that we'll get the result exponential 3 value, this one, right? And then next function or next method is a floor. It is a round down. 3.9 will also give the round down function. Okay, 3.9 means it rounds down. Okay, floor, you will get a 3 as a result. Even though it is a 3.9, we'll get the result as 3. Okay, it's a round down. And then log, so logarithmic value, some log 2 will take log 2. So math.log of 2, so it will give the value of log 2 value here. Okay, and then the next function is a maximum. So it will return the maximum value from the given number of values. Okay, you can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the same thing I am writing here. You will get the maximum value from the given elements. So in the maximum value of given elements is 5, so automatically we'll get the result as a 5. Okay, and then similarly minimum. So if you write minimum, we'll get the minimum value. So what is the minimum value? 1. So we need to get the result as a 1, right? So you can get the result as 1. And now the next one is a power function. So power function 2, 3, and here also I will go with the power function 2, 3. So automatically it will give the result as 2 power 3, that is 8. You can observe here 2 power 3, it's 8. Okay, hope you understood this one, power function. And similarly the next function is a random function. So there is a function called random function which doesn't take any parameter, right? Any value as a parameter, and it will return the result a random value between 0 and 1. A random value between 0 and 1. We need not give any parameter here. See, once again, if you execute this one, the value of this one will be changed. So you can observe here. See, immediately whenever you refresh, you keep on refreshing the page, we'll get the random value, but it will be in between 0 and 1. And then a round function. The next function is a round function. So round, you go with a 2.3, round 2.3, we'll get the round function based upon the precision, right? So if it is less than, the decimal value is less than 0.5, it will go with the round down. If it is greater than or equal to 0.5, it will be round up. So you can observe it is a less than 0.5, so we'll get the round down. And if the value is greater than 0.5, we'll get a round up. You can observe here. Sorry, here it is a 6. Okay, yeah, now you can observe, so it's a 3, right? So if it is greater than or equal to 0.5, it will be round up. If it is a less than 0.5, it will be round down. And the next one is a square root function. So square root sqrt of 81. Similarly sqrt of 81. So we'll get the result as a 9. Okay, so you can observe here, result as a 9. Square root of 81 is 9, right? Next, truncate. That means it will omit the decimal values, it will give only the integer part. Trunc 2.12345. Similarly trunc 2.12345. So automatically we'll get the only integer value. So you can observe here 2. Okay, so if you give the value then also we'll get the same thing. See, it will omit the decimal values and will get only the integer value, right? Similarly, apart from all these methods, there are a few methods of trigonometric functions like sine, cos, tan, hyperbolic sine, hyperbolic cos, hyperbolic tan. So all these functions are also available in math object, right? So these are the few object methods, okay, a few methods available in math object. So hope you understood this one. So if you are having any doubts regarding these properties, either properties or methods, so feel free to post your doubts in the comment section. Definitely I will try to clarify all your doubts. And if you really understood my session, like my session, share my session with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Thanks for watching. Thank you very much.